I had a very rough childhood in terms of a lot of violence and FGM and control, and I always felt like the weird one in the family, the black sheep.
I was born a Muslim, raised a Muslim, and now I'm an ex-Muslim and an activist for women's rights, especially ones that have left or are still in the religion of Islam.
When I start to wear hijab and looking to my brother, why I wear hijab and my brother not? And then I look to my mom, why she have to get out like this way? And then, but I ask myself, I don't want to discuss that with anyone. I only asking myself until I start to wear burqa, full covering. I get this feeling, it's not my clothes, but I have to do it for Allah, for my family, for the society.
We were brought up, I always call it this Muslim bubble, because we went to a Muslim school, we were involved in the community, and then we didn't know any other non-Muslims. The only non-Muslims we knew were on TV. So we just weren't mixing with anyone that had a different point of view, although there were slight, obviously, different points of view in terms of within the community. I always felt like my school, my teachers and my friends had a stricter Islam, which I for a very long time thought was the real Islam. Like that music was haram, plucking your eyebrows was haram, all these kind of slightly different things that my parents were a little bit more relaxed on, a more moderate sort of Muslim. But I was very much within a community that were quite strict.
Being a Pakistani woman and being an ex-Muslim, first of all, I will say it's such a dangerous combination. It's not safe for you. If I say I'm from Pakistan, then people think you must be Muslim, because there is a tag which has been always attached to you, to your personality when one is born in a Muslim country or in a Muslim family. I was also raised in a Muslim family, a religious family, but there were always questions in my mind that why there are few things which continuously pinching my mind, and they were just pointing out different things, but I was not supposed to ask questions openly because it was forbidden.
After I turned about 10 or 11, my father joined Tablighi Jamaat, or like part of the Deobandi movement, and he got involved with that, and he enrolled me into an Islamic school. And I was really heartbroken about it because I wanted to go to the school that offered horse riding. And that I was really looking forward to going to that school, but then like halfway through summer, my father was like, "We're sending you to an Islamic school," and I was like, "Okay."
My family is Shia. We're Shias, and it's the Jafri Shias. So the community is called the Koja Shia Ithnashari Jamaat. So growing up in that community, because everybody knew my dad, they all sort of knew me. They knew whose daughter I was, and it was a big, like, I think it's over 10,000 people in Tanzania that just directly knew my dad. And the community is it's filled with quite a bit of gossips. If one person knows something, there were messages when I came out in public, there were messages about me, and they're like, this girl, the daughter of this person, is now an atheist. Let's pray for her to come back to Islam. So from a golden child, I went to like being a black sheep only because despite being the same person, I just disbelieved.
Being a woman, that was also very difficult for me to understand that why the Islam has given so much less rights to a woman, but not a man. So man was granted more and more power, but woman is like, she has nothing actually in Islam. If we study Quran closely and observe the things, what is happening, and also in the society, people treated women such as yeah, a little creature. I mean, it's not a, maybe it's not a nice word to say, but it is the situation in the Muslim countries. So when I got to know, well, I was always being asked by my family if I prayed 5 times a day or not, if I fast or not, if I covered my head or not. I was not supposed to talk to any stranger in the street. I was not supposed to come in front of any cousin. I was not supposed to make new friends, even though no friends. And also my marriage at very early age when I was a school going girl. So I always heard from my family, once you are married, then you can do it and everything with the permission of your husband. And I was happy, okay, I'm just gonna have at least some freedom. I'm sorry. But yes, it was not the situation. The situation was changed. My husband, he was like more religious than my family. So things were not getting better. They were getting worse day by day. I was forced to do whatever he wanted me to do.
Certain things. I didn't like praying. Madrasa for me was torture. I remember I used to skip madrasa to go to sing for the president of Kenya school choir, because that was better. The president of Kenya at the time was a dictator. But I remember I used to skip madrasa to go and participate in school choir. I also remember hijab was forced on me when I was about 6 or 7, around the time I had FGM done on me. And I remember sort of just pulling my hijab on door handles and just to tear it apart a little bit, just so that, you know, I didn't like it, so but I couldn't like outrightly drop it. So I was like, make sure it got on the door handle and it got torn. And so there was that streak of rebelliousness. And then there was a period where I felt like I had brought so much shame and so much rebellion to my family that I wanted to go back to believing, and so I became briefly religious, reading the Quran and trying to understand it, but it didn't last very long. It just kind of confirmed for me what I was running away from.
Islam is like part from your life, because we study it like something really important from when we are like really 7 or 8 years. So in this time, I think no one can asking or why I live like this way, why I believe in this God, why it's really difficult to make your mind, it's waking up and start to ask.
I started wearing a headscarf when I was 8 years old. My parents never forced me, but it was expected of me that when I turned 9, I had to wear a headscarf. So I wanted to be a good girl, and I was like, I want to be a good Muslim. I'm going to start wearing the hijab at age 8.
Yeah, so I felt like I was representing Islam when I was speaking to people, especially because I wore the hijab, and I wore it back at this point because I wanted to be like a cool, hip Muslim and show how amazing Islam is and how relaxed Islam is, you know. And you can interpret it a different way. I definitely, by that point, interpreted things, as I said, a little bit more Sufi and a little bit more spiritual, and it's metaphorical. That's how I understood it at that point. So I always felt like I had to kind of be like, yeah, I'm Muslim, but I'm cool. Like, it was constantly me kind of telling people that. And so, yeah, so I really wanted to spread Islam. And what that started basically was a lot of discussions of, you know, I was speaking to many people, just kind of asking questions. Well, what about Aisha? How come, you know, how come your prophet married a little kid? And it was like, oh, okay, let me go away and learn why that happened, and then come back and face that. And then it was kind of, I would come back and say, well, actually she was 18 and like, you know, it's just wrong. You know, there's lots of kind of counter arguments that I would come back with. And I think after saying all the counter arguments many, many times, I'd rehearsed them pretty much. They started to kind of, I started to say it to people, and then as I was saying it, realised how stupid it was.
The other thing that was alien to me while I was like this practicing as a child was that I didn't really have a concept of love or what love was. I just thought it was, you know, this thing that kept you in a family. You know, it just, your family loves you and that's it. And I remember writing things like that because I was quite an avid writer. I used to post on writing sites. I used to write a lot of poetry. And I wrote this long monologue about how I don't think love exists. And I think that love is just a condition that people make once they're put together. And I didn't have that concept until I left. And it was, once I felt it, it was such an uncomfortable experience for me because I didn't know what was going on. I didn't know what it was or how to handle it, and all of my friends kind of, because when I felt it, it had visibly changed me, and all of my friends were looking at me like, this is normal. But for me, it wasn't normal at all. And I had never experienced it, and I didn't know that was something that I was missing out on.
When I was in Kenya, I was aware of Council of Ex-Muslims of Britain with Mariam, and I used to follow Mariam's work. And also, you know, I was aware of Ayaan Hirsi's work as well. And then when I moved to the Netherlands, I remember searching if there's a similar thing. I saw that there's a humanist alliance here called the Humanitische Verbond. So I contacted them and I attended one meeting. And when I attended this one meeting, one of the ladies was like, oh, by the way, did you know that there's an upcoming conference where Mariam Namazi is going to be speaking? I was like, that's my hero. Introduce me. So, yeah, and I wrote to Mariam, and that's that. And I said, I think I want to come out. I think I'm ready. I'm shit scared, but I think I'm ready. And she said, yeah, do it. And then, yeah, that one thing led to the other, and here we are.
The first thing I started really looking into was the hijab. And that was, I think, the first doubt. Because, as I said, I was really trying hard to be a cool Muslim. So I made friends with, all my friends were actually not Muslim apart from one. And we had like our little kind of crew, and they were like, let's go on holiday together. And I was like, yeah, I'm going to be a cool Muslim. I'm going to go on holiday with them. This is fine. Because Islamically, in the back of my mind, I was thinking, I can't really go without a mahram, but this is fine. I was trying to tell myself, I'll figure it out. And we went to Italy together, and you know, there were so many times where I was feeling like again, the guilt was coming. But there was this one day we were on the beach, and like obviously on the beach in Italy, everyone's kind of in bikinis, sometimes topless. And I was there with my little burkini, kind of fully covered, looking really odd. And then my friends were in their bikinis. So I was kind of like trying to act like I was confident in my burkini, like this is what I'm supposed to do. But as I was sitting there, I was looking around and I was thinking like, these women that are wearing a lot less than I am are actually getting less attention, but also I understood in that moment that, you know, there isn't this kind of like guys going crazy and like, it's not chaos. It's not kind of like, these men aren't like animals where they're going to like pounce on you and I really started to think about that. And that moment really stayed with me because I realized, hold on, the hijab is to protect us and to kind of, you know, our modesty is supposed to, you know, all the things I used to say is like, we're like a pearl, we're beautiful, we're too beautiful to be seen. And if men see us, I don't really know what the other side is, but it's just this expectation that men can't handle it, I guess. So that, I understood it as, hold on, in the West, where people are a lot more naked, the men are a lot more respectful. And if I were to go to Morocco, where my mother's from, or Egypt, where my dad's from, you know, these countries that I know, or any other Muslim country really, even later on I went to Pakistan, you know, even if you just show like a bit of leg, the men go crazy and they stalk you, and it's dangerous. It's actually dangerous for a woman to go out on her own and not be hassled by these men. So the concept of hijab as a function in society to protect women and to create this kind of harmonious way of living between men and women actually wasn't working and didn't work. And that was the first thing that was my doubt, because I was like, how come it's, you know, not having it and having this respect between men and women, regardless of what the hell I'm wearing, you know, there is this respect there. So then I started to think, well, how can a concept such as hijab, that's supposedly from a god, not work?
And I studied Quran closely. I observed each and everything, and I got to know, well, it is a man-made. There is nothing, I mean, our supreme power is saying in Quran, go and kill people. I mean, there are more than 100 verses in the Quran which says go and kill people, kill non-Muslims. Why? A supreme power, how he can do it, how he can say go and just kill others. So these kind of things, they just changed my mind.
I was 26, 25. In this time in Saudi Arabia, you don't have anything to do, only to sitting in your room and doing internet, Twitter, Facebook, and other things. So in this time, I was completely outside of this world, I can say. I don't know there is people in our world, they don't believe in God. I don't know there is people in our world, they don't have any religion. And then I was completely shocked. I feel like it's important information, why they hide it, why I don't know it.
I was always taught to hate gay people, like, you know, they don't deserve to be a recipient of any dignity. But I couldn't put myself in a position to hate gay people or Jews only because the book has said so. I'm like, no, they're still people. So it all started with like an empathetic mindset and altruism, that I couldn't put myself in this position that just didn't like a group of people based on their orientation or their religion.
I was really taken aback by the size of the school. It literally was like it was like ground floor, first floor, and there were like 3 classrooms when really they were like bedrooms. There was 1 toilet, and we had like a little granite outdoor area that we called a playground. And the school was really excited that we had 1 interactive board, like a whiteboard. They like even put it in the letter that they sent us, like my acceptance letter, which was, I found really interesting. But I went along with it, and I thought, you know, my dad knows best for me. So I went, and I was a daddy's girl as well. So I was going to do anything to make him happy. So I went along with it. There was no uniform except the jilbab and like a headscarf. But one of my teachers, she was an Islamic studies teacher, she used to cover her face, and I thought that that was like really cool as like an 11-year-old kid that couldn't express anything. So I like looked, and I used to ask a lot of questions about it, like, is it uncomfortable, like you know, can you take it off anytime? And she would give me answers. She'd really put up with me, because she was my Islamic studies teacher through all my phases of being as like a young Muslim. She really put up with me, because I would really haze her with questions. And some days she would just get so fed up, she would literally sit me in a corner and say that you need to just be quiet. But I used to see her wearing the niqab, and it like interested me, because I knew I couldn't take off my, you know, my headscarf or my jilbab, but I could put on a niqab. It was an option for me. As like, and I had said this on like other podcasts before, where people asked me like, were you ever forced to wear it? And I always said that no, I feel as though I made the choice to wear it, but not for religious reasons. I did it because I thought it was like an identity marker. Like I would have been the only girl in my school to have worn it, and I would have been the only girl in my family to have worn it. And I didn't really have like many other ways of expressing my individuality besides that. But obviously, like when I was an 11-year-old girl, I would have said, oh, I'm doing it for God, whatever. It wasn't until I turned about 14 that I just continued asking a lot of meddling questions. So within the Deobandi circles or within Tablighi circles, Sunnis have like 4 different schools of thought that they adhere to, you know, Hanbali, Shafi'i, Maliki, Hanafi, you know, all of those different schools of thought. And I became aware of a movement that rejected all of these ideas because they were constantly contradicting each other. And my teacher had this idea, so the one, I don't know if I'm over-explaining this, but the one concept that my teacher had introduced to me was that when Shafi'is go to Hajj, they actually become Hanafis because they can't do the tawaf without touching a woman. And in the Shafi'i school of thought, if a man touches a non-mahram woman, his purity breaks, and you can't do the tawaf without being pure. And I thought, but they're already Muslims, so why would they need to convert to another school of thought? That doesn't make any sense. So that was like the chink in that armor. And I thought maybe I need to go to a more literalist interpretation. And like when I brought it to my father, it just, you could see the sort of psycho spinning in his head and just being like, there's something wrong here. And he took it to the masjid and he would constantly have arguments. And then he would just constantly find other contradictions. And he saw all these like contradictions and he was like, we should definitely move to a more literalist interpretation. And then both myself and my father brought this Salafi hell onto my family, and we more or less radicalized everyone to this new school of way of thinking.
Our societies like Pakistan and Saudi Arabia and other countries as well, the Islamic states, they give such a little space to women. They think the man is a master of a woman. So a woman, she is always obliged to do what her husband, her father, her son, her brother is saying. And if a woman, she does not follow, then she was in several cases, she was killed in the name of honor. You heard about the honor killing as well. It is really, really normal in Pakistan, in the society of, Pakistan. So I thought to get more freedom, it is also important for a woman to stand up and speak and to tell the world, well, if you are a woman, it's not a crime, it's not a sin.
A lot of the reason why I kind of became very religious was definitely to kind of close up that feeling of guilt because of the guilt that I mentioned. Definitely it was kind of like, well, the only way for me to get rid of that is to do this properly. I don't want to go to hell. And especially if you're brought up from a small child, we'd have very scary teachers. In retrospect, I'm like, wow, they were really scary people that would teach us at like 5 years old. You're going to have your hair hung, every strand that you show, you're going to be hung from that. If you show your hair to men, you're going to burn, just all the horrible descriptions of your skin burning and then coming again, and you're going to have like hot lead poured into your ear and all these weird, horrible things. When you learn that as a child, it's so scarring, and I think it really stays with you. It really does stay with you and it kind of goes into your unconscious, I feel like, because it's so traumatic and so dramatic that it's like, it kind of embeds this fear in you because you've learned it from such a young age as well, when you don't know anything. So definitely that was something that was in the back of my mind, kind of like, well, let's avoid that.
I feel like the more I get the information, the more I have to be careful, because I know I am now different and I have something different in my mind, and it will be really dangerous from my family, from the country, from all the society, if someone know what I am going through. 2014, my mom wasn't always not happy what I am doing in my room all the time. Why I am sitting long? What's going on with Rana? I think my mom in this time, and she said, let's go to Mecca and you will do an Umrah with us. And I was like, no, don't put me in this situation. When you are atheist or ex-Muslim and someone take you to this place and around you 2 million, 3 million Muslim, you feel completely, it's painful. You want to shout, to say, I am atheist, kill me. In this moment, I have this feeling. But in the same time, you have to be happy because you are going in the house of God.
This is past college now, because I had moved out already. I'd rebelled so much that I had moved out before anybody had moved out, and something significant happened at the time I was moving out. Two significant things happened. One was I tried to save a child from FGM, which backfired on me. Like I wasn't really able to, because I was just freshly out of college kid. And so my family thought that this was, I was possessed, and I needed ruqya exorcism, that I was possessed by evil spirits, and those sheikhs were called, imams were called, I was beaten up, I was tied up. I am tying the moving away and this ruqya incident and trying to save the FGM from a 4-year-old child, because they happened so fast together. I tried to save the child. My family was convinced I had demons and I needed to be exorcised, but I also was trying to negotiate to move. And so the negotiating to move and trying to save the child, I think caused or metamorphosized into me, ruqya being performed on me. 4 days later, I just walked away and I never looked back.
It took me a long time to actually come out of the mentality that, you know, my body is aura, or is in some way shameful in some way. When I was a younger girl and when we were being taught about the hijab, it was never presented in a way of, you know, men shouldn't be looking at you. It was always presented in a way where your body is of so much value that men can't look at you. And I think I bought into that, especially as a young person who wanted that kind of empowerment. And it's completely false. It's a complete lie when you go back to scripture and you realize why the hijab is what it is. But when it was first presented to me, I think it was first my Islamic studies teacher, and then later through like different lectures by Zakir Naik, who would talk about precious diamonds and how you lock them away and wear precious diamonds. And it's just so misogynistic. But that's how it was presented to me. And I thought, you know, if my body is this valuable that no man outside my family, even my cousins, can't look at me, then maybe I should do even more. And that was like more of an argument to wear the niqab, like cover my face. Even though initially it was a statement, after a couple of weeks I was like, okay, I've made my statement, can I take it off? And then like both my father and my Islamic studies teacher made the case that, oh, you know, it's so much better because you're hiding even your face, like even your face is valuable. So that just made the argument stronger, and I was like, yeah, I mean, it's not hurting anyone except me. But yeah, and that's how I had fallen into that mentality. But even after I had sort of, because once I became a fundamentalist and I realized what hijab was, even after that, after I'd let those ideals go, that it was like a symbol of women's empowerment, which it absolutely is not, I was still in the mindset that this was something that God wanted, so it was something that I did.
I was broke, so I went to live in a sort of slum area in Nairobi, renting one room, sharing bathrooms with other people. I had a small income of a sales job or of some sort. I hadn't really gotten into journalism yet. And then I just like survived on my own like that, and then I became a journalist for Kenya Television, Kenya Broadcasting Corporation, and I met the father of my children at that time. He was a British man who was on a holiday in Kenya. And so we just hit it off, and but my family didn't agree, so I wanted to stop the love from myself and believe in Islam. So that was the period I went back to believing.
Mid 2017 is when I actually posted up something in public as a progressive Muslim supporting gay marriage. I think I was the first one in my community that I was from that posted up in solidarity with a couple that had gotten married in Canada. And I think overnight or over 2 nights, it got 500 comments and a lot of people hating me for supporting them and asking me to renounce my religion. And I'm like, wait, hold on. This is not fair. Why are you guys so lethal about, like, why are you so vile about all of this? And I, went online and I searched peaceful verses about people who don't agree with you or people from different religions. I couldn't find it. There was always a condition. There was always a condition that, as long as they don't go against you, as long as they don't mock your religion, as long as they don't do this. And that led me to think that, why am I believing in such a violent religion? I started reading a bit of the history of the battles. The only thing keeping me in the religion was my family or what they expected of me. And I'm quite blunt. So I went, when I had made up my mind that this is it, no more Islam, I went to I got on my WhatsApp group chat to my family and wrote, I'm agnostic or atheist. I don't believe in God. I don't believe in Islam and don't know about God yet, but I just don't believe in Islam. They thought it was a phase. They thought it would pass, and we kept our safe distances. We tried debating a little, and that would just end up in, all of us getting mad at each other.
In terms of how I started spreading Islam, I couldn't do it openly as my father did it because he was a man. He could just stand outside, and because he used to go and hang out at Kilburn, where they do a lot of those kinds of things. But because I was a woman, I couldn't do the same. My voice is aura, my presence is aura. I have to stay inside. Aura is like your, I can't remember what it exactly translates into, but it's basically what's forbidden for men to see. It's what you're meant to be not ashamed of, but basically ashamed of. You're meant to cover your body. It's haram for other men to see, and it's haram for you to disclose that to them. So what many people don't understand about the hijab is that a lot of people view the hijab as just like the head covering, and it's bad enough as just the head covering. But the hijab has conditions attached to it, like it has to be opaque, it has to be loose, it has to not imitate the disbelievers in any fashion, so you can't be wearing like a big cross with it. It has to be, you can't have like all your ornaments showing while you're wearing it. It is meant to be a complete erasure of your individuality, which was why it's strange that I chose it as individuality. But it's meant to take away that from you in the public eye. And there are other things stating that if you're walking outside, then you shouldn't like wear loud shoes or be banging your feet, because that it draws the attention of men. You can't wear perfume outside, otherwise it's equal to fornication, and fornication is a huge sin in Islam. Your voice, when you speak, if it's not necessary, you shouldn't be speaking, you shouldn't be singing. It's aura, you're not supposed to be doing it.
So the whole concept of hell and heaven was, definitely the final straw. I felt like that just didn't make sense. And if that didn't make sense, that for me was the entire concept of religion. And then that's when it all kind of just collapsed. And I was like, whoa. And I remember thinking to myself, I don't know if I believe in Islam. And I kind of kept that for a couple of days. And then I said it out loud to my husband. And I was like, I don't know if I'm Muslim. And he was like, what? And I was like, I don't know. And like, he was kind of surprised, but then obviously we've been speaking for so many years about this stuff. He was like, okay. And I was like, he was just like, okay. And I was like, what about you? And he was like, yeah, no, I'm definitely still Muslim. I was like, okay. And I was like, I was like, are you okay being with me? Because I'm not Muslim then. And he was just like, well, yeah. And it was just like this weird, we just had like an awkward moment of like, this is so weird. How did this happen? Because I was the one, just to put it into context, I was the one that was more religious than him. And I was the one that prayed. I mean, I used to be like, you have to pray. How can you not pray? Like, come on. I used to pray the Fard, which is what you have to do, and the Sunnah, which is like an extra. So I used to do the extra prayers. And I used to literally kind of tell him to do it. So it was such a switch that we were just like, how did this happen? And then I kind of, in my heart, I felt like he didn't really believe, because we've been talking about it for so long, but then he just didn't want to admit it. And he did admit it eventually.
For a woman, of course, it is not easy to get divorced, because again, the religion has so many boundaries for several things, for women especially. So it is really easy for a man to say 3 times talaq, 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 means divorce, 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 and the relationship ends. But a woman in Islam, that was something, you know, it's not normal. So she needs to ask her husband that just give her a divorce. But my husband, in that situation, my ex-husband, he was not agree with that, because he wanted to be with me. So he could torture me. So he could be with me, and he could accuse me in blasphemy law as well, because he got to know that I am no more Muslim. I am ex-Muslim. I spoke things about Islam which were not allowed. But then I decided, no, I'm not gonna tolerate all these things. I was educated, even though I was stopped to go to school, but then still I had my mind, there were several things in my mind that yes, I could do. I'm a woman, I'm not weak, I'm a powerful. So I thought, it's enough, I'm not gonna bear it at all. I'm not gonna tolerate it anymore. And then I just ran. I went to court and I asked them, I'm not gonna live this man anymore. And then I got divorced from the court. But then again, he tried to prove several things against me in the court, and he said, well, I am characterless, my character is loose. And he also said, I am an ex-Muslim, I spoke things about Islam, and I'm a blasphemer and everything. So it was something really difficult for me, because by using those kind of arguments, he just took the custody of my daughter. She was only 3 years old at that time, and then court granted custody of my daughter to him. So it was a plus point for him, but it was really difficult for me, because after that moment, I was not able to meet my daughter, I was not able to see her anymore, I was not supposed to talk to her, I was not allowed because he had court orders and I had nothing. I tried to fight again, but yeah, I didn't succeed.
A number of things had happened in my life that I feel as though affected my level of belief at different times. So my mother had passed away when I had just turned 18. My father kind of really broke he's like one of the only people who has truly broken me. You know, I lost my faith in Islam, and it took a long time for me to lose my faith in Islam, because I felt as though Islam was one of those things that was keeping me going through all of the things that were happening. You know, I witnessed someone committing suicide, well, attempting suicide in my house. Thankfully, I don't believe she passed away. You know, being completely ostracized by my family because I had decided to report my father because he was abusive. I had gone through several different stages of part homelessness and full homelessness, you know, losing my siblings, and that's just like the summary. There were like a number of things that affected me. And then, like, after losing religion, I had just become a walking husk of myself, because I thought I was doomed and I was just going to burn in hell.
I was 6 years old. I remember very vividly. As much as later on when I read about, you know, how child development and at what points do you start developing, you know, I don't remember much else about my childhood up to maybe 10, but I really remember FGM and what happened that day and what I was told, and how you're kind of scared but it's so normal where you live. And at that time, my 6-year-old brain, it was the normal what happens. Like nothing of the other metamorphosis that happened to my brain later had already had happened. So it was like I was only scared of the physical pinch, because they tell you it's a pinch. But I remember the emotions that went through me as I grew older, and realizing what was taken from me and why was it taken from me, and having these questions and this anger and this emotion, and saying, why the hell did they do this to me? And trying to understand it, and trying to understand whether it was culture or whether it was religion, and so many people saying, no, it's just an African culture, and finding all these hadiths and that justify it, and me saying, no, this is wrong. That I don't like a religion and a society that tells me that this is okay for this to be done to me. Yeah, so that I guess that then led to the completely just, I remember for me, rejecting Islam was in phases of rejecting certain things that had happened to me. I rejected violence, I rejected FGM, I rejected all these things, and all of them I thought that they were wrong, and then finding that they have something to do with my society, my culture, my religion, my upbringing, and going and saying that no, it shouldn't be like that.
We started this organization, Atheist and Agnostic Alliance Pakistan, in 2012. After divorce, I got to know my husband now, Syed Gilani. So we got to know each other. I was working in an office. Yes, I'm telling you the situation about after the divorce. So I got to know that, okay, there is one new colleague in my office and he's also working with me. So we interacted and we got to know each other. And I got to know, well, he is also an ex-Muslim, but we both were so afraid. I told you already, to be in Pakistan and to be an ex-Muslim is really dangerous. So he had also some reservations, and me too. We were not speaking publicly, and we were even not saying anything to each other. But we got to know, we got some hints in our mind that yes, he is ex-Muslim, and he also got to know, well, she is something which makes her really separate from other people. Because then I was not taking hijab, I was not covering myself. I was working in an office that was an advertising agency, and I was event manager there. And then time was passing, and then we started meet each other, and we started talking over things, over random things in general. Who you are, what you do, so what's your background. And then we both came to know that, okay, we can trust each other. And then he told me, well, I'm also an ex-Muslim. And I was like, what? Yes, me too. So it was such a party time for us, because that was, I mean, I found someone like-minded. So I found someone who can really understand me. And I suppose that he too. And then we thought, well, if we both are the same, we are thinking in the same way, then there might be other people as well. Then we thought, okay, why don't we start an organization for the people, the like-minded people, the ex-Muslims? But we were also afraid.
I couldn't tell people face to face. I couldn't be like, hi, I'm like, by the way. I just couldn't do it. So I just made this video, why I left Islam, and I put it on YouTube. And then I actually put the link on my Facebook, and then I was like, let's just see what happens, which was such a weird way of doing it now in retrospect. But I suddenly got like this wave of like messages and like horrible emails and like phone calls, and it was like chaos. I mean, I actually had taken the video down about 5 times and put it back up and I had to keep making it private, because I was like, oh, what shall I do, you know? It was such a difficult kind of crazy thing. So the community, as well as the ones I mentioned before that I was very much involved in, who, by the way, were already annoyed that I'd taken off my hijab. just that was a bit like, well, what is she doing? You know, maybe she's going through a weird phase. So they just never expected that it would be I left Islam. So I had different reactions. You know, some people were thinking maybe she's having a breakdown like her dad did. Maybe she's just copying her dad, you know, because whatever. And a lot of people, including my mum, kind of thought it must be kind of magic. You know, there must be, you know, I mean, depression anyway, because my dad was depressed, and she had this image of like he had a magic on him. So that's how she understood my dad had magic on him, and he became depressed, and that's how he left. So she thought if he had magic, my daughter must also have magic. So somehow that made sense to her.
I want to cry, I can't, because they hear me, they are around me, my family. I want to shout, I want to do anything to make any reaction, you know, when you are really sad, but someone put something uncovering and close it. You can't do any reaction, you can't cry, you can't do anything, because you will be really killed if someone know you are atheist. And I decided in this night I will do this paper, but I was not really sure, you know. I know it will be really dangerous, but I want to do that. I bought the paper and I bought a pen in my bag, and then we go to Mecca. And when we start to move around the Kaaba, I told my mom, I am going to toilet, I have to go, and I will back quickly. And she told me, yeah, we will meet in this place. I try to find place where I can write quickly and take a photo and notice where is the camera. I walk like from the people and no one notice I am doing something not fine. And I found place, they are building this place, something broken or something like this. And I write it quickly. And I take it from the notebook and I do it like this in my hand. I remember this moment when I took this photo. I was shocked from myself what I did.
No one should have to go through the same experience as I did, you know, with the physical abuse, the verbal abuse, the ostracism, you know, the homelessness, and, you know, the constant mind games of being like, oh, you can be with us, but you can't be with us, but you can be with us, but you can't be with us. You know, the manipulation tactics that I had to use just to go about my day, living two lives.
Actually, one day, few people, a mob actually, you can say, they just chased us. They reached to our location and they got to know where we are living, me and my husband, Gilani, and they attacked on our home. So they just, yeah, it was such a scary situation. I still remember. So we ran away from the home. Without knowing that where we are going, because yeah, at that moment we were just blank, and we got to know that it's really gonna be difficult and risky for us. It's a dangerous situation, but we just ran away, and we went one of our friends' home, and there we stayed. And to be in the Netherlands, it was really accidentally, because I was not knowing at that moment where I am going. But yes, there was no other way for me except to get out from Pakistan, because if I just stay there, they could be, assassinated me. So that was really scary situation for me. But we managed, and then I left Pakistan with a heavy heart, of course, because that was my hometown. I spent my childhood there. There were a lot of memories. My daughter, she was also there. My husband, Syed Gilani, he was at that moment also there, because we couldn't manage to flee together. But yes, it happened, and then I just reached here to the Netherlands.
I asked my manager, and this time I work in the school, and my manager, he can give me the allowance, permission to travel. So I told him that my mom want to travel to Lebanon to visit someone from our family, and I need you to sign the paper. My dad is not here, and he believed me, and he signed it, and he gave it to me. And even though I did this plan, the immigration office, they sent some paper to my school because they need also the sign from my father. And I did it, and I signed it, and I signed it. You know, I want to go to maximum, even if I die, I try hard to get out. And everything worked. And now I have my passport, my ticket, everything ready. I remember the last week. I remember the last day with my family when my mom cooked the lovely the essence I love. It's kabsa. She cooked it before I leave, before one day. And I was sitting with my family, my father, my brother, all they sitting and eating together. I was eat and say, bye-bye. I will miss you, Mom. And then I eat. I will miss you, Dad. And then I eat. I will miss this time. I want to cry, but I have to be really normal, really someone different in this moment. Not doing anything with my feeling, keep it secret. It was hard for me, but I have to do it like this way.
Because she was so beautiful, you know, she was such a cute little cuddly thing. And she was 4 years old. And they had already arranged the circumciser to come to the house. And I just couldn't put myself, I think I was subconscious, it was a subconscious decision. To save her wasn't a calculated, to try to save her wasn't a calculated thing. It was more like, I just want to take her out of this situation right now, without knowing, like, I didn't even think of like to call the police, because FGM is also illegal in Kenya, even though in practicality, there's a lot of problems. So I just took her out of the house, and I went, I was gone the whole day, brought her back at around 7 p.m. Everybody was pissed off with me. The mother was pissed off with me. The entire flat, I could say, was pissed off with me. It was a big deal. I was there was violence towards me because of that. And the child got done in the end, and that fucked me up because I couldn't save her. And the picture of her is traumatic for me because I don't know how I moved around with this picture, to be honest with you, but I found it in my old stuff. And she's now an adult. I don't have contact with her, but it haunts me and it keeps on bugging me, and I do beat myself about it a lot. Even though as an adult I know in the situation I was in, I really couldn't save her, but I don't know, it just has that effect and emotion attached to it, I guess.
In the year of 2014, 2015, he had gotten married again, and like the first week or so, everything was fine. But I'm not sure what was the instigator, but the second week he just constantly complained about her. And by that point I was used to him rambling and I was kind of just zoned out of it. But he kept complaining about her, and I asked him, you married her a week ago. Did you just think that it was gonna be plain sailing? And he looked at me, and I hadn't realized that that was the first time I'd ever like actually spoken back to him. After like about 3 weeks, he completely isolated her. He completely resigned her to one room in the house. He didn't want her on the same floor as him at any point in the day. The only time that she could come down was when he was out of the house, and I would like make her food and bring it up to her room. We actually set up a bed in my room where there were 4 of my other siblings living with me. And we set up a bed for her, and she would be crying every night. She would want to call her brother who was back in Bangladesh. And it was just like this really horrible experience. And then when he finally did divorce her, which was just a simple talaq, or that's what Muslim men say to divorce their wives. It just means I divorce you. She locked herself in the bathroom and she tried to kill herself. And he was out of the house. He didn't want anything to do with it. So I was left to deal with it. I called my uncle. I called the ambulance. I tried to get the door open. I actually climbed out of my house to try and get into the window, which was not on the ground floor. It was on the upper floor. I tried everything I could to save this woman. The ambulance took her, and I believe she got her stomach pumped and she survived. But after my father heard the story, he was making jokes and laughing about it. And I couldn't understand how one human being could be like that to another human being. Like, forget everything else. This woman nearly died in your house. And that's when I decided, like, I can't do this anymore. Like, I can't make excuses for you. And the physical abuse had started that year, so the January of 2015 with me. So he would hit me for tiny little things. Like, there was one time where I was cooking fish and I'd like put too much oil in the pan, and he had slapped me so hard that I fell on the floor. And then it just consistently got worse.
Many people were just kind of, just telling me basically, we need to have a conversation. I think at first actually it was, we need to have a conversation, come meet me. My aunt, who I was very close to actually, she was like a second mother to me. She kind of said to me, we need to talk, but I can't have you in my house anymore because, I can't kind of host you, but let's meet in a coffee shop because I need to talk to you. And so we had a conversation, and she said to me, actually, I want to speak to you because on the day of judgment, Allah will ask me, why did I not kind of speak to you and bring you back? So it wasn't even for me, it was for her, for her own back. And she said, I have to, tell me what your problem is with Islam, and I'll do it right now. I'll tell you everything right now. We'll close this and you can take down the video and forget it. And I was like, oh, how am I, like, it's a 40-minute video. Like, how am I going to go through all the things that I disagree with? And I had a lot of that, a lot of like, what is it? Why? Come on, let's talk about it. Kind of as if they're going to kind of solve the problem. But as I said, I kind of understood it because I'd been there. So I was trying to be understanding. And I remember just saying to my aunt, like, she was saying actually horrible things to me. She was saying, like, what you're doing is disgusting, and I can see shaitan in your face, and, all these kind of horrible things. And I hadn't said anything, and I just said, I love you. I just want to say that. And then I was like, this is how I feel. I can't really explain it to you, but this is just what it is. I knew it wasn't going to go anywhere to have a debate with her, especially her mentality and stuff. So yeah, I just wanted to be like, love, peace, happiness. This is what I'm about. If you want to kind of be like spouting hate to me, then that's kind of on you. But then I was like, I said to her in that moment, I don't want anything to change between us though. Like, our relationship shouldn't change. Her daughters have been like sisters to me. So, and she was like, of course this changes everything. Of course this does. And I remember just having my heart like sink, because I just thought, wow, it really is going to change. And so I haven't seen her or spoken to her or her daughters. They've all kind of immediately blocked me off Facebook, and they just kind of cut me off. And these are people that I spent like a lot of my life with and grew up with. I was their bridesmaids, they were my bridesmaids. So it's like very, very close people to me. So, and then it was just like continuously having people like drop like flies, just kind of like, we can't hang out with you, like this is done. After they attempt to convert me, so it's like in their mind they're like, we'll try, and then it's like, this isn't going to work. And then more videos were going up on my channel about Islam, and then some people were saying to me, we could have maybe coped with it, but because you're speaking openly about Islam and openly, if you can just take all your videos down, then we can be friends. One person said to me, actually, a cousin of mine who I was also very close to, said to me, we can be friends, but to be honest with you, I won't treat you the same as you were. In my mind, I was thinking, so I'm like a second-class citizen now, sort of thing.
I moved here as the wife of somebody who later on also became violent. And I remember having the conflict of, I thought I was running away from my background, and then I found myself in the same situation. And I wrote more poetry, and now this time I came out with the poetry. I started attending reading places, booking myself into little gigs here and there, in and out around Amsterdam. But I still wasn't comfortable to connect all my identities together. Only very recently, when I came out as an ex-Muslim here at the Bali, I was like, all of this is me, so I'm just gonna all embrace all of it. Yeah.
I was living in the asylum seeker center. Our case was in the process. We need to tell each and everything what has happened with us, what was the situation. The asylum seeker center was also not a safe place for us. We faced many questions because at that time I remember the asylum centers were also full of Muslim people, the religious people. They came from different countries, and they were also, if they confronted us, they asked us questions when they got to know I am from Pakistan, then I must be Muslim. So they asked some, different questions. And when I tell them, well, I am from Pakistan, but I'm not Muslim, then the reaction was quite, dangerous for me, because people, they just look at me from head to toe. Well, you are from Pakistan, you must be Muslim. This is the mentality, this is the ideology.
So the kids were watching cartoons. I was sleeping on the sofa. There was some mess on the floor. There was like cornflakes on the floor. And I was just, it was like I was up since 5 a.m. in the morning. I hadn't slept all night because I have 2 babies sleeping next to me. And I was just resting in the living room. And I knew my father didn't wake up very early. His depression had led him to sleep through most of the day. So he would wake up at like 12 o'clock. And it was about 9 o'clock, so I didn't think that he would just, walk in. But he walked in and he saw all of this, what I just described, and he just lost it. He completely brutalized me in front of my very young siblings. And when I say brutalized, I mean brutalized. I had pictures to show the police because it was that bad. I was bedridden for about a day, and he thought that an apology by way of making food was going to be enough for me to forgive him for that. But it truly was it truly felt like I had been stabbed in the back by my best friend, the person that I trusted the most in the world. And I reported him for that, and it was, even if it was necessary, it was one of the most difficult things that I had to do. Because to me it felt unnatural, but I didn't know what else to do. I had told my family members, and they had just sort of been like, well, this happened to all of us. And it was something that I just had to grunt and bear. And I think that one of my uncles had tried to stage an intervention, but it was just a sham. It was completely a show. It wasn't something. It was just to appease me and make me feel better. It wasn't to actually make a change. And they thought that I would buy into that for whatever reason. But I had gotten back into contact with the social worker, and I sent her the pictures, and I said, this is what happened. And as soon as I told the social worker, I told one of my aunts that I was reporting my father. And I had, for over a few months, I had like preemptively packed a bag because I foresaw myself leaving that house. So I had like all my papers, all my necessary clothes, and I had even packed a prayer mat because I hadn't left Islam by that point. But my aunt had called me and told me to tell the police that I was emotional, and that was completely untrue. My grandma had called me and told me the same thing. And I told them that I'm not going to do that because I've done it. I've done it, and I'm not going to take it back. And so the day that I contacted the social worker was actually a weekend. So she didn't see the message until Monday. and I was saying with this knowledge that I had reported my father, I had decided to tell my sister, who's 10 years younger than me, what I had done. And she said, what's going to happen to us? And I said, I don't know, because I didn't know. And I was really scared that my entire family was going to be divided into other houses, but I also thought that that was better than them living in that house. And we went through so many things in that house. Like, it was never warm. It was so cold that we had gotten frostbite on our toes in winter. My father would cook food on one day of the week, and it would go off by the end of the week, and we would still have to eat it, and I would still have to feed it to the kids. And if the kids didn't eat it, and they were very small kids, they were, my brothers were babies, he would beat them. Like, and not just like a slap on the wrist, not that that is in any way acceptable for a baby, but he would beat them as if, they had any mode to understand what they were being beaten for. And it was such a harsh environment, and I hated every single minute of it, but my devotion to my God and my devotion to my father had prevented me from doing anything for so long, and I don't know how to overcome the fact that I allowed that to happen for so long.
I miss my father too much. Sometimes I cry when I hear like a girl saying Baba, or I feel why I have to lose him, why I have to miss him, why I have to cry, why I have... Sorry. It hurts.
My family was aware of all the things that were happening in my home, and they dismissed it. They offered me one solution, and the one solution was to get married. And I didn't want to do that because I didn't want to leave my siblings in a home where they were in constant danger. And that is by no means an exaggeration. I had grown very, very acute to the danger that was there. Like, I would be able to tell apart my father's footsteps in the street outside my house. I could hear him coming. And I don't think that that's something normal that most people do when they think about their fathers. It was just this constant dread of him coming home. And I had reported him, and on the day that the police were going to come, my aunt had decided to tell one of my uncles who had come to my house and had more or less hazed me on why I had reported my father. And I told him I did it because he had severely beaten me, and these beatings have been going on for a while, not just with me, but all of the kids. And on the day that he had beaten me as severely as he had that time, he was screaming around the house that he was going to kill all of the kids. And I reported that. And my uncle just gave me a good talking to and told me I'm immature and that was something very childish for me to do. And I told him, so I'm immature, but you think that I'm mature enough to look after 5 children? And he said, well, you're immature about the outside world. And I said to him, well, you're all mature people and you decided to do nothing, and I did something. And he looked at me as though, you deserved that beating. Like, this is what you've been doing in the house. Like, you fully deserved that beating. And I was like, that's your opinion, but it's done now, and it's gonna happen. I'm not gonna change my mind on it. And I just sort of left him, and I went and hid in my room, and he told my father, and my father started a screaming match with me. And he was like, if you didn't want to live in this house, you could have just left. And I said, okay, then I'm leaving. And I took out my bag, and he was very surprised that I already had a bag packed. All my papers were in there and everything. And the police came, they separated us, they put me in one car and they drove me to the station, and I'm like forever grateful because they were the only people who were around that said that was very difficult to do, and we're glad that you did it. And they said that we're going to try and find somewhere for you to stay tonight, but if you can't find somewhere to stay, then you can just stay in the police station.
No one really from the West country can imagine how Islam can hurt you and hurt your family and completely damage your life. And that's what happened to me. If my family not a Muslim family, why I have to suffer all these years to be free and have my rights and be happy? Why I have to live with my family with this feeling I am afraid from my family because I am not a Muslim anymore? How you can describe this moment for the West country when they are not a Muslim, when they don't live in the Muslim society, when they are not growing up there, how they can understand what we are saying? It's like what happened to me. They are really in other world and they don't want to hear us.
It's more difficult for a woman because of, you know, the way that women are viewed in Islam, basically. You know, we're meant to be the kind of the mothers of the next generation, and we have to teach them, and we have to wear hijab, and we have to cover from men, and we have to be virtuous. And the first thing that people say to me is, oh, it's because you want to drink and like have loads of sex and be crazy. And, you know, they just have this vision of like a crazy wild girl, which is so bad, like as if that's like the worst thing. And in fact, coming out as a woman compared to like my husband or my dad is so different. It's so different because, you know, the hate that I get and the death threats that I get is nothing compared to what they get. And it always has become sexual. Like it's like we will rape you, and you know, oh, I can't wait to find this girl so that I can like rape her and gang rape, like really vile things. But yeah, you never see that with guys. Obviously they get it as well, but not to the extent women do.
Critical thinking stops when religion starts. You can think critically about every other topic, but the moment somebody starts with your religion, it ends, and especially one that is intolerant to being challenged. And, you know, despite people being engineers, when you start asking them, like, you know, when you start putting it back on reverse, why do you believe in God? Like, you know, there's no evidence for it. You're not being, I feel that you're not applying the same critical thinking that you do in your work when it comes to religion. There are always excuses. It always comes to a point where those excuses don't make sense, right? You can't, you know, the mental gymnastics played is just, it doesn't work anymore. So, you know, you come to a point where you're like, well, this doesn't make sense. What are you going to do about it? And they're like, no, but it's written in the book. So the whole thing always circulates around the Quran, where they're like, the book is true. I don't think they realize that men have written the book. They think it's the authentic word of God, but where does it come from? Who writes it?
So my father was put away for about 48 hours. My entire family had decided to say that this was just a one-time incident between myself, who was an adult at the time, and my father, and nothing had ever happened to the children, and that he was good with the children, and this was just a disagreement between me and my father. And they had completely covered up everything in the house. So they couldn't do anything with the children. Like, they are still currently living with him.
Going through mental health myself, I know what it's like when you're around people but still isolated. I know what it's like living a double life. You know, I had to be a different person with my parents who wasn't like questioning religion versus another person who is questioning religion, scrutinizing it, being bold, but the attitude hurts my family. So I always had to be two different people, and I know what it was like.
I have been hiding my poetry for a very long time. At first I wasn't even sure if it's poetry. I was like, it's more like rap. And where I come from, actually, it's not it's not even, you don't hear anybody doing that, especially on the mainstream kind of stuff. Although Somalis have a traditional poetry kind of thing, but mine was, I was writing in English, and so it's not something I could share. But it was my healing area where I would express myself, the things I couldn't say, and I just put it down and I just hide it.
Maybe until now, my shouting is not really big. You know, everything I did it until now, all my activists, I think, until I feel I change something in my society, I will not stop. I will not be heavy. I will not feel I did something. I want to stop them to hurt the women and the kinder and the children there. I want to remove the Islam from the law. I want really to separate it. I want to give a right for the women. You know, after I come to Germany and I start to have a simple rights, like going to police if something happened to you, going out, do your work, your study, traveling. Like now I am in Amsterdam, it's easy. Only you take your stuff and you go out. It was dream. Can you imagine it's a dream for some girl? Because they have this Islam, this shit, sorry.
Like when I had been put into a homeless shelter because the police actually did find me somewhere to stay for that night. The day after, I had gone and gotten ready and I had gone to, because I was going to take a bus to the police station, and I didn't know at that point that you had to use oysters, because I just thought you could still pay a fare. Because I had not used a bus in that long, I didn't know that I had to have an oyster. And the bus driver had told me that you need to get an oyster. And I think he didn't know what was going on, but then there wasn't a lot of time to explain. So I got off, I went to one of those newsagents, and it was a Muslim man behind the counter, and I was like, I need to get to the police station. And he was like, do you need an Oyster card? And I was like, yes. And he was like, okay, that costs £5. And I said, I don't have a lot of money. And he actually put money in the card for me. And I have gotten so much love and kindness from strangers that was never afforded to me by my own family. And I don't know how to feel about that.
So by healing, I mean, I couldn't talk about these things. There was nobody I could discuss these things with, and I could only write them down. So it was kind of like my diary, the poetry.
The hardest thing leaving Islam is definitely just the abandonment, the kind of abuse that you get. It's weird though, because I do think in some ways I'm grateful for it not being worse, but it's like we have such a low bar, because I know that it could have been kind of literally my own family wanting to kill me rather than abandon me. So it's weird, but I kind of have this feeling of, well, it could have been so much worse. I know that's almost a norm for many kind of ex-Muslims to kind of have severe death threats from their family.
The worst thing about becoming an ex-Muslim is being dehumanized by everybody else. Like there's the left that attack you for speaking against Islam, and then there's a right that attack you or prey on you because you're speaking against Islam. And then there's the Muslim right, and then there's the Muslim left. Like ex-Muslims have never had this peaceful, you've left Islam, it's okay, even if you don't talk about it. We're always just people who are going to go to hell. We're always just people who are going to be, we're just subjugated, or we're prostitutes, or that, we have no moral values because we don't have a religion. Most of us don't believe in God. And that's, just the component of being dehumanized and just being a recipient of so much hate is possibly the worst thing for ex-Muslims.
Because for a long time I was made to understand that my family are the only people in the world that I can trust. But they turned out to be the most untrustworthy people that I could have ever made contact with, because they didn't have my best interest at heart. They didn't have the children's best interest at heart. They only had their own best interest.
Then you lose all the people that you kind of depended on as well. So you suddenly just feel so alone and lost. But then at the same time, you kind of value things more. Like you value the people that love you for you and are there for you. So I'm kind of, as I said, I feel like I'm still in early stages. So I feel like I'm transitioning now to trying to see the good in it. But I mean, I spent I couldn't get out of bed for like a week when the video went up. You know, I just kind of was like stuck. I was just like, I can't come to work. I can't move. I didn't eat. I was just like frozen, because I was like, it just felt like my whole life was changed. Like, that's it. You know, so it was very heartbreaking. It was very kind of like, suddenly you feel like everyone hates you, which doesn't sound that bad, but when you experience it, it's really horrible.
The best thing about leaving religion is being true to myself and knowing that I'm not alone. I find comfort in talking to other people who've had similar experiences. I find comfort in finally making a decision for myself versus waiting for somebody who possibly did, like waiting for a being that doesn't exist. I find it liberating to make my own decisions than a book guiding me. I think I have more power now than I ever did before. It's more freedom.
I feel I am a woman, but not like the way how they see it for me. I am now equal to the man. I am now having my rights. I am now doing what I want. Finally, you know, after this all of years, I am doing what I want. No one can stop me. I feel like I'm responsible to make this also reality for other women, not only in Arab country, in all this world. I believe in the women now. I believe in the feminist movement. I believe in all women have to be activists, helping each other to change this world. We are bringing the children to this world, not the man, you know.
The best part about leaving Islam is just the feeling of freedom, in the sense of like, you know, I finally feel like I can be good to people. I know it sounds really weird, but like as a Muslim, I kind of felt like I had to not like gay people or like them, but just say to them that it's wrong. You know, you can't really do it. You're just going to have to live as a gay person and for the rest of your life and never be with anyone. And I would, you know, tell people like you can't, you know, there's so many things that you can't do, all these restrictions. And now I feel like I can really just love people and just be like, do whatever what the hell you want to do, and like this is freedom. Like you can do what you want and be happy, and that's what matters. And being a really good person. People always say like goodness comes from religion, but it's like no. If that was the case, then you know slavery would still be around and it would be fine and that would be good. So as I said, kind of that feeling of being what I think is just a good person.
Like even when I did things as a Muslim, you know, I did good things as a Muslim. I gave in charity, or I volunteered my time, or I taught someone the Quran. It would feel good, but I wouldn't be happy about it. Like now I can pet a dog and just be happy about it. And I don't know how to explain that because it's an emotion. I feel like it's very abstract, but it's just this pure sense of joy that I just never felt as a Muslim. I never felt it, not once, doing anything. And I felt aloof. I felt like I was the best possible human that I could be. I felt superior to everyone around me, but I never for once felt happy. And I think that says a lot about being indoctrinated from a young age and just not knowing a lot of the world.
Obviously, if you're in a Muslim bubble like I was, you're just hearing back, you know, it's like an echo. You're just hearing back the same, they're like, yep. In fact, most of the time I heard kind of more extreme things coming back to me, like, oh, well, you can't do that, or you have to wear socks when you pray. It's like, oh, okay. It's another kind of extremist thing. But yeah, when you go to university, for me, and I've heard this actually for quite a few people, that it's, you suddenly see all these different kinds of people.
Living in Australia was quite liberating because there were people who didn't expect me to wear hijab. It was a new identity that I had formed. People had never known me to wear hijab before. They wouldn't treat me differently because I wasn't wearing a hijab. It's a multicultural country, so I was introduced to more people that I didn't know, from different faiths, mostly atheists, but different cultures.
You know, even in this moment when I was in the middle of the sea between Turkey and Greece, I get feeling, even if I die in this moment, I am happy because I try to be free. I try to free myself. I try to have my rights, my freedom. I get the feeling and start to asking, but why I have to pay all this? Why it's really expensive? It's really hurts. It's really broken you from inside.
So yes, freedom cost me a lot, but at least I am satisfied that I am what I am. So now I can openly say, yes, I'm a woman and I'm a powerful. I can only hope she can find me via social media or via Facebook. One day I might see her. I'm not sure, there is very little hope because I know her father as well and my laws as well. So I don't know if they are letting her go to anywhere in order to meet me or search me from social media, because they are really religious. I'm not sure if she's supposed to use social media or Facebook as well. But yeah, there is still a little hope to meet her, to see her somewhere, so a mother can just see her daughter again.
I feel now I don't care. I am not afraid anymore. I can go to maximum limit. No one can stop me now. You know, I feel really I can be even in politics. I can do something big because I believe now in myself. I am not afraid anymore. Sometimes they ask me, when you criticize Islam all the time, you're not afraid to be killed? I told him, if you get afraid for 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, it's come the moment this feeling it's dying from inside. And that's happened to me.
I don't have any regrets. No, I'm okay with how I did things. I'm obviously okay with leaving Islam. I have my many reasons why, and I'm happy that I'm able to be a voice for people that aren't. As I said, I feel like, you know, I feel grateful in a way that I'm kind of not having people in my family who want to kill me. So I feel like because of that, I kind of have a duty to speak for people who do have that situation.
I think it's made me more happier than I have, but it's always challenging. So I've been more content, and I find that to be more valuable than a temporary happiness, because when you receive all the vile attacks, it always puts you down.
I'm currently doing my bachelor's degree, so I'm currently studying and working and doing all my activism. Again, 0 to 100 or nothing at all. But I'm doing my degree currently in social psychology, and I really, really want to work with young people. And I think my ideal role would be to work with either young Muslim girls or young Muslim boys. And I don't know how far I would get with young Muslim boys, but I also want to try my hand at de-radicalization. Like, I want to know how that works, because I mean, my process of de-radicalization, I feel like, wasn't conventional, even though that's not a conventional thing, but it wasn't conventional because it was just strangers asking me the right questions and making me think.
First of all, when you realize, when the guilt drops and you realize, okay, now I actually don't believe in it and there's nothing wrong with me not believing in it, then it has a freeing effect. And then that's the time now you want to do activism and you want to do something about it. I was already a journalist, and so when I came to the Netherlands, I'm like, I'm going to find out. You know, I'm gonna still do my poetry. I'm still gonna be doing ex-Muslim activism. I'm still gonna do something about FGM, and I can't talk about it too much, but I'm very busy with a very big research right now. Yeah, so.
I can't go back. But now here the situation is getting better. We are here in the Netherlands. I'm studying now. I'm studying international and European law. And I'm in my second year now. And my husband, he's working. He's a IT consultant. Consultant, sorry. So he's working. We have a daughter now. We are getting back to the normal life. Things are getting better. Even though we can't forget our past, that's still there. But we do not talk to each other over past because it's really hurting. So my husband, he also doesn't speak a single word over past, and me too. But there is still something in our head. We both know that we cannot go back to our country, but still we have hope. Okay, one day we could see our children, we could see them, and we could tell them that what was the situation, why we are here, what we faced, and what we sacrificed. And we can not do anything in this situation except to going forward, to move on, to go ahead, and to live our lives with a little hope.
Hello. Oh my god. Hello. Oh my gosh, I look crazy. Hi guys. Hold on, I need to fix the camera. Sorry, I had to set up another video, so I hope you guys can all make it to this one. Sorry, I should put that up slightly. Oh, there is a bit of a thing with my glasses. There we go. If I look down, it might be okay. I'll just wait for a minute so people can join. Oh my god, this is like curly girl hair problems. Like, even when you straighten your hair, it wants to be curly. Hello. Has everyone figured out to come to this video? Sorry guys, technical difficulties. We live in the middle of the countryside, and yeah, we've just been having a few problems with our internet. So I don't look so. Oh my god, I'll be disheveled. I'm like on soccer mum duty today. So oh dear, everything's shaking. I've got my tea, by the way. I love how everyone in the chat was like, I think she's probably gone to get a cup of tea. Apparently I'm world's greatest dad today, but I couldn't find my mummy mug, so. Hi, ¿cómo está? Did I say that right, Mimsy? Driving and heading to the gym. Oh my god, take me to the gym with you. My bestie likes to listen to my live streams, who is Jimmy, Jimmy really wanted me to mention him. Also, I have multiple besties before my besties will come for me. But yeah, Jimmy likes to listen to me at the gym. So this could be like a new thing. You guys could just, put your headset on and oh my god, I think I just got a message from Jimmy. Is he watching? That's so funny. He got upset with me when I was talking about my OG fans. He's talking about something else. Right. He's probably going to watch this later. But anyway, I just wanted to say he really wanted me to mention that he is my biggest fan. And yeah, I do appreciate him, and I appreciate all my lovely friends. You know, guys, I always talk about like when you, especially when you're an ex-Muslim, but just generally in life, like you need your people. And like I kind of, yeah, do you know what? We had a really big bonding experience over, oh my God, why is this such a, I don't know how to, the glare is a bit intense. Maybe if I don't know, I don't know how to stand or sit even. Sorry guys, there might just have to be a glare so I can see. Or should I just take it off? Then I'll do a lot of this, but maybe I should just do that. I'll just be like, all right, I'm just going to squint, guys. It's going to happen. Anyway, yeah, I was just going to say, it's really important to find your people because life is hard and there's so many ups and downs. And I feel like I've had a lot of difficulties. I think my hardest points in my life were probably my childhood, and then around the time, well, it's difficult to like put them all into, but yeah, so different things. And then around the time that if anyone doesn't know, I had like this massive mental breakdown before I started YouTube actually. So that was a really hard point. And then I kind of felt like after that mental breakdown is when I actually went into the world of mental health and became a counselor and a coach. And that's what really kind of opened up my eyes to a whole other world. But also I had like dips of moments, like for example, when I was just about to have a baby, I was really worried because if anyone doesn't know, I didn't really have a good relationship with my own mum. And I was raised by a single dad. And I was really scared about being a mum. And that was like a big deal for me. But obviously I've got the most amazing, supportive, beautiful human being that I'm married to, which is my husband. But also, by the way, can you guys hear me okay? But also, these friends like that came into my life, like, you know, Jimmy Bangash and Zara Kay and Ali Malik and Kieran Nawaz. Honestly, they're amazing. And I just don't know what I'd do without them. And like, even just like my like friend Zara and her boyfriend literally flew from Sweden for my son's birthday party. And I was like, this is love, guys. This is love. But yeah, I just think anyway, I'm kind of going on a rant, which has nothing to do with this live stream, but Jimmy was just making a joke, as he does. If anyone knows Jimmy, what he's like, but he was just like, you didn't mention me in your live stream, and I'm like your biggest fan. So apparently he was a really big fan of mine before we became friends, which is really funny. But yeah, so honestly, guys, your people is everything. They will help you through, like, no one has got their shit together completely 100% of the time. You can have your shit together for like a good 90%, 80%. That's that's if you're like really, you know your stuff, you've gone through therapy, you've gone through all the journey. But like whenever you have those dips of like scary situations or a new situation, having your people and that support is like, there's nothing like it. And I just really appreciate the people in my life, those people that I've mentioned, and my siblings as well. And yeah, I would say those are the core people, and obviously, and my husband. So yeah, those people got me through a lot. So anywho, moving on. Hi people, I hope you guys have made it over here. Sorry about the delay. I asked you guys, what should we do a live stream on? And I kind of wanted to do something like something new, something hip, and I'm joking, something different. And then everyone's like, leaving Islam. Like, really? Okay. I guess that's what my channel has been about primarily. So I guess everyone wants us to be talking about it still. So hi guys. Sorry, I don't know what language I'm speaking in right now, but okay. Oh, I've already got some questions. Okay. Okay, well, let me see those questions and then I'll get to the questions that I got from Instagram, okay? So what was that first one I saw? If you could, sorry, I don't have my glasses, so now I'm doing this. If you could magically make any current Muslim an ex-Muslim, who do you pick? That's a funny question. That's a really interesting question. Ooh, someone like really, what would be really helpful for the ex-Muslim movement would be someone really prominent, like a big sheikh, like a Hamza Yusuf kind of guy, or like, but to be fair, I feel like a lot of Muslims already disregard him because he's Sufi. They're already like, well, he's not even a real Muslim. Yeah, but somebody, I don't know who, to be honest, there's not a great answer, but somebody, I would just say somebody really prominent in the Muslim world, even like Muhammad Hijab or like Ali Dawah, that would be insane, right? Wouldn't that be funny? So, hello. Why did you name yourself after the South Park character? I didn't, and I found out after that I'd called my channel Mimsy Vids that there was this like reference in South Park, and I was like, oh my god. No, Mimsy was like a nickname I had. Literally one person in my life. Now lots of people call me Mimsy, but one person called me Mimsy, and I was trying to think of all the nicknames I've had. What kind of maybe has a ring to it. But yeah, now everyone just kind of knows me as Mimsy, so that's quite funny. Big up Voodoo. How do I get out of this cult? Tell me, please. Wow. I mean, that's a big question. So what do you mean in terms of like, what's your situation? Do you already consider yourself an ex-Muslim? And are you trying to like escape your family? Like what's the dealio? What's the sitch? Question, where's Voodoo? Where is Voodoo? Like where is he right now? Like he's downstairs. I don't know what you mean. I'm joking. Do you mean on the internet? Honestly, we spend a lot of our time, like our time, I guess, either with the kids, or doing Wayne coaching. So if anyone doesn't know, my husband Voodoo Vids is also a life coach. He primarily worked like with companies. So he was kind of like a corporate life coach. He would come into a company and like change all the systems and everything they were doing, but also help the employees to be better at their job. And he would tailor that to whatever their needs were, basically. So he very much comes from like a life coaching world as well. And now we've kind of joined our sort of specialities, and we have Wayne Coaching, which is our organization essentially. So that keeps us really busy. So yeah, it's hard doing kind of a lot of things, you know, especially with kids. I think when the kids are a little bit older, I think we kind of juggle a bit more. But our priority will always be our kids. So that's why you don't see as much of us. Or Mo Saleh. Who's Mo Saleh again? I feel like I know who that is. Is that guy? Is he like Yemeni? The Yemeni guy? I think I know who you're talking about. Since when did you become the world's greatest dad? I know, right? I've changed my pronouns, guys. Listen, I just grabbed the first mug that I could find. Can you tell us a bit more about your new venture, life coaching? Oh, of course. Let me just take a sip of tea. Also, I love you guys. The ones that know me. I feel so, it's weird. Do you know, sometimes, like, I remember watching YouTube videos, and like when YouTubers would be like, I love you guys, I'd be like, yeah, right. But like now I kind of get it. Like there's this weird connection you have with people that regularly like interact with you even online. It's really strange. It's like I don't know you guys, but I kind of feel, I don't know, I feel the energy, you know? Anyways, sidetracked again. So essentially the main thing that we're doing at the moment is our big workshop. So yes, I am a counselor and a life coach. I really love the life coaching, to be honest with you. So that's kind of more of what we do. You know, counseling is very structured, and there are very sort of rigid rules on, you know, counseling and general therapy, that kind of weekly therapy that you guys might be used to. That's nice if you just kind of want to like have a vent, like a regular vent, which I do as well. with a few people still. But over the years, I've been doing it for a long time now. I know I don't look that old, but I'm kidding. I've been doing it for a long time, and I found that actually the structure that you can give to people as a life coach. So life coaches are a little bit more kind of like, okay, this is your trauma, this is your past, this is what's been holding you back. We break that down, we understand it, but then we create a roadmap. And that roadmap is what a life coach does, and not necessarily a counselor in the same way. And that's what I think is so helpful. And I found that really helpful. And I was seeking that for such a long time. Like, okay, now I understand everything that's happened to me and why I've been thinking this way and feeling this way. But now what? And so the way that we kind of help people is that we give them a structure to their literal life. Obviously, we tailor it to you and your life and what you can do and what you want to do and what your goals are, your ambitions, who you want to be, all that stuff. We kind of actually break it down. It's very, very structured. So it's hard to describe to you because the workshop is 6 hours over 2 days. And we literally break down every part of your life. It's so detailed and it's so intense, and everyone that's done it feels like it's like 20 years of therapy just in these like 6 hours. So it's very intensive, but you come out of it being like, oh, now I know which direction to go in. Now I know who I want to be. Now I know so much about myself. But the main thing is it saves you that time as well. Like the time that you would have had doing therapy, like week by week by week, over maybe the same amount of breakthroughs you could maybe have in a year, sometimes 2 years, depends on your circumstance. So we really kind of, solidify those things for you in such a short amount of time, which is really helpful. So that's to answer the question about the coaching. Oh gosh, I don't know if I'm going to get through this. Should I start on these and then okay, let me just quickly, while there's not a lot of people here, let me just quickly go on Instagram, because I've got a lot of questions from Instagram, and I did, to be fair, ask one. By the way, if you don't follow me on Instagram, please do. So actually, one of the questions I got kind of goes in line with what I just said about what we do. And I really think that this person that asked the question, you know who you are out there, I won't say your name, this would be really helpful for you. And I've seen a few of your questions before. I do remember you, and I know, hold on, I've got something come up on my screen. Why does it do that? I do remember you. Thank you for always kind of asking questions and being interactive. Again, I don't want to say your name, but I think it'd be really important. I think it'd be really good to have a chat, actually. So this was her question. How would I know what I believe and what I want? Which you have to kind of think over for a minute. So how would I know what I believe? So it's almost like this feeling of feeling like I don't know what to believe anymore. And it sounded to me, and I don't know because I haven't actually spoken to her, but it sounded to me almost like this. A lot of Muslims have this feeling when they leave Islam, is they feel like they need something else, like they have to replace whatever Islam was giving them with something else. And I think it's okay to do that in terms of like maybe like community and like friendships or whatever. But I don't know if you need to replace it in the same sort of way as like a belief system necessarily. I think that there's something beautiful in the comfort of just kind of going on your own journey and finding, what kind of fits with you, rather than quickly kind of like, oh my God, so now what do I believe about death? Let me try and solve this problem, like in this sort of panic. So I'm wondering if there's a little bit of that, but I'm very familiar, and I talk about this in my webinar, which I'll talk more about. But in my webinar, I literally give an example of different sort of toxic families, basically, and different setups of that children are brought up in that cause problems later in their lives. And one of them is when your parents are so involved and there's no boundaries, like as in like I tell my child what to wear, what she can do, if she can listen to this, if she can watch that. And I'm not talking about like a 3-year-old. I'm talking like even when they're an adult child, you're like, the parents are still so involved with what that child does, where that child goes, with everything. And I know a lot of brown families are very familiar with that, right? But what that does is it kind of leaves the people with a sense of like, well, who am I? What do I like? I don't even know anymore. Or maybe I never knew. So yeah, there is definitely a little bit of that. It sounds like from your question. So what we do with our workshop, which I'll mention the name, I didn't even mention it before, it's called From Survive to Thrive. And essentially in that workshop, we, I kind of briefly mentioned it earlier, but it's helpful for this, for many things, but for this especially, because we kind of break everything down and then we create, almost like creating a new identity from it, because we understand your trauma, what's been holding you back, what you're triggered by, all the things that are kind of the negative turning points in your life that have affected you. We then go on to this point, okay, but who do you want to be? And what kind of things do you aspire for your life? And what are the goals? All that stuff we map out, as I said. And that is where we go in really deep to find that in you. And so there might be things that you don't even realize. And then actually, because it's so structured, we're able to kind of bring it out because we have very specific questions. And then we look, I'm not going to go through the whole way of doing it, but basically the way that we do it, we're able to actually bring it out of you, what your strengths are, what the moments in your life where you were like, oh, this is my element, like this is me, those moments will be able to kind of draw out of you, and that will help us to navigate who you want to be, what you want from your life, how you want your life to look. So my advice would be, let's have a conversation, because essentially that's what you need to do, is break everything down and start back up again, rebuild all that foundation. Yeah. Somebody said, how can I support somebody as a non-Muslim who is leaving Islam? That was an interesting question. So this person is a non-Muslim. They obviously have a friend who is leaving Islam. And yeah, I mean, basically, it's kind of like supporting with anything, any sort of transition, any friend that is going some sort of change in their life, whether it be like breaking up with somebody, or like, do you know what I mean? It could be kind of similar to many aspects or many other things that happen in your life. So I would just say, being that support system that they can vent to, that they can talk to, but also feeling understood. Because when you leave Islam, you feel really lonely and misunderstood as well. And I don't know the whole situation of this person leaving, so I don't know what their particular struggles are, but I think finding out what their particular struggles are will, just being that person that can listen as well, because that's another thing as well. It's like when you're an ex-Muslim, if you're in a family and a community that's very heavily Muslim, or very religious and cultural, it's very hard to just be heard, like really heard, not just like actually heard, but like just like, okay, this is difficult for you, this is what's going on. Yeah, so just being a supportive friend as you would. I don't think it's any different to anything else, but I think feeling like as I said, feeling understood is a big thing. Sorry, I'm just reading those questions as I talk. Right, so I got a message from Apostate Aladdin, which is funny because like we've spoken like, on WhatsApp. Like, so I thought that was really funny that he messaged me on Instagram. So thank you, Apostate Aladdin, if you're watching. I don't know if he is, but yeah, he asked me a really good question, which was, what gives you hope for the future of ex-Muslims? Which is a really good question. So what gives me hope? Let me take a sip. Hold on. I like to drink my tea when it's hot, and it goes really cold really quickly. So what gives me hope for ex-Muslims is where we bloody are right now. I mean, 20 years ago, this wasn't a thing. Like, the internet has created this space, and I think my dad was one of the very first people on YouTube actually that really was talking about this and making ex-Muslim videos. I'm pretty sure he was like the pioneer on YouTube. So I'm very proud of him for that. Although I wasn't at the time. At the time I was like, but yeah. So no, he definitely started that on YouTube, and I really think now, that was what, 10 years ago, more than 10, 15 years ago, something like that. I don't even know, 10, 15 years ago. But now look how many ex-Muslims are on the internet. All like, we're so diverse in how we do things, and but also just the term ex-Muslim is just well known. Like before, it wasn't a thing. Like nobody knew what do you mean ex-Muslim? Like, I feel like it, definitely you get that still, but there is so much more people in the know, especially people that are online and kind of in the online spaces, social media, all that jazz. So I just think if you look back 20 years ago, we're in a whole different place, and I just see it getting more and more. And I'm really excited. I think that we are doing what we kind of want to do, which is normalizing the discussion around Islam, normalizing the fact that people can leave. And don't get me wrong, though, there's a lot more work to be done. Like, we're definitely not at a place where it's great. It's just an improvement, right? So we're moving in the right direction. I wish it would happen quicker, but we're definitely moving in the right direction. And I do think it will continue that, just because I think more and more people are doubting as well, because of also the internet, because I think the internet allows you access to way more information than we'd had before. Before it was like, oh, my sheikh told me this, so I'm just going to go with that, or like my parents told me this. Whereas now it's like, let me just read it for myself, and then obviously access to all the YouTube channels. So yeah, I definitely foresee good things. I feel positive about the whole ex-Muslim movement. Okay. Someone asked me a question, which I'm so sorry, but I have no clue. Thoughts on Hindu fundamentals and Muslim fundamentals? I don't really know. I don't know anything about that. I'm so sorry. So what is your view on Palestine after leaving Islam? I thought that was an interesting question about the way it was phrased, because it's after leaving Islam. And I definitely think that's a topic that I will come to your question. Sorry, I will look on the chat in a minute. But yes, so when I was a Muslim, I was, very much kind of like Jews bad, Israel evil, and Muslims did nothing wrong, and or as you would imagine, I think, and I think a lot of Muslims still, definitely a lot of Muslims feel this way. Actually, funny enough, okay, funny story, also true story. I literally had a chat with somebody who's actually like a really old friend of mine. I won't name any names, obviously, but it's just so funny to me. I was having an Israel-Palestine brief conversation, and I knew that they were somebody that I could, it wouldn't get too heated. Sometimes you speak to people and they're like, I'm never going to speak to you again because of your views. And it's a bit like, come on, we can disagree. And, I disagree sometimes with my best friends, and with like literally the closest, we could ever be. So I knew this person would be a little bit more like that. But what they were saying was really interesting to me. I was kind of talking about we won't make this a whole Israel-Palestine video, by the way, but just briefly. I was saying that, there were things when I was a Muslim that I didn't know about. Like, I didn't know that money was given to Palestine as aid, and it was used to build a tunnel rather than feed people. I didn't know that, like, the amount of times that Israel's tried to make a treaty to try and, be like, okay, can we just make some sort of agreement? And that those were denied continuously, and that Palestine are just actually refusing to accept Israel as a state. So there were things that I didn't know. It's not even that, like, I was obviously on the side of Palestine, and I think anything that I did think or hear, I just thought was like lies, because Israel are evil and Jews are evil, and that's just how I understood it, to be honest with you. And this person was like, well, that Hamas had built that tunnel. Hold on, this is really funny. Hamas had built that tunnel because the Jews basically told him to do that so that the Jews could be like, look how bad Hamas is. This is why we have to continue to bomb you. So I was like, so even the bad things that Hamas has done is still Israel's fault. I was like, wow. I'm talking to a Muslim person, by the way. And I was like, this is so like, so there's like Hamas and like basically Palestine as a state, you know, political state, have done nothing wrong. Anything that they have done wrong is also Israel's fault. I was like, this is funny. And then I was having a chat with somebody else and they were like, oh, they talked about something completely different. And they were like, yeah, all these Israelis, like they bought these companies and they're like doing this. And it's to do with like another country, not to do with Palestine. And I was like, so everything is Israel's fault. Everything is the Jews' fault. And I guess I didn't think about it too much, but I guess I kind of would have believed that because Jews are evil, apparently, when you're Muslim. But then obviously when I left Islam, I was like, hold on, we can't think like this. You know, it can't be that black and white. It's not like good, evil. I just don't think it is that black and white. But also, I don't think, yeah, in the same way, I don't think Israel's all good. I think they fucked up in many, many ways. And I think they've done crazy shit. But I feel like what we need to do is come to some conclusion, some kind of ending, like something needs to happen. Like we're here now. You know, also something I didn't know is that there was a war. That's something I really didn't know as a Muslim, that there was an actual, like, you know, I always used to say, well, Israel took Palestine because Britain, and after the World War II, they gave it to them. Like, how is that even fair? It's not their role to do that. That shouldn't happen. Which, by the way, a lot of countries have that's happened all over the world for many countries, which it isn't good, but it's not like the only one. So I used to say that a lot. And then just happened to be when I looked more into stuff, I kind of realized, that the Jews were like, well, look, this might have happened, but let's have a war, like a battle, to kind of decide who gets the land. Which again, I don't know if I agree with that either, to be honest with you. But I didn't know that. I didn't know that had happened. Like that wasn't something that wasn't information that I'd had as a Muslim supporting Palestine, that there was like an official war that Egypt and Jordan and like they'd actually helped and supported, and Lebanon as well, and that Israel won. And then they were like, okay, cool, we've won. And they're like, nope, you haven't. Still ours. So it's tricky because the person I was talking to, I was like, they were like, you know, they came and took the land. And I was like, it's kind of like, because they're Muslim, right? So I'm like, oh, it's kind of like Pakistan, right? And they were like, well, kind of, but no. You know, had the amount of people that died in India to take that land. Anyway, I don't want this to be the Israel-Palestine conversation. But here we are. Okay, so a massive question that I got so many like comments and things of is, why did I leave Islam? And I'm like, guys, I made a video on this, but then I thought, you know what? Maybe people just don't want to go back and watch that 40-minute video. So I will summarize as well as I can, because remember that it's really hard to summarize everything. There's a lot of detail. I will try and summarize why I left Islam, essentially. But let me first just, oh, sorry, that mouse isn't working. Let's use it. Let me try and have a look at what you guys are saying in the chat. Hi. Okay, let's have a look. Where are you? Here we go. I think this is where I left off. I think so. What? Okay. Okay, since you left Islam, would you consider Messianic Judaism? No. Why don't you put your glasses on? They look great on you. Oh, thank you. I want to wear my glasses. The only thing is there's a bit of a reflection, but actually, do you know what? While I'm reading the comments, it might actually just help me out a bit. Sorry, guys. Yeah, I haven't got great eyesight right now. Mimsy, so will you coach an ex-Muslim who needs a job but can't apply because of death threats? oh gosh, where are you that you can't apply because of death threats? And absolutely, I mean, that's part of what we do. We coach people to start their own business, to get their own jobs that they want. But even like, sorry, I'll take these off for a minute. Even like finding the job that you want. Sometimes people are like, I don't know what kind of job I want. So what we do is find out what you would really, and that's like a deep dive into like, you know, what it is you really actually want to do, essentially. Because sometimes, yeah, like I said, you don't know what your passion is. So it's just kind of finding that, because it's there inside of you. We just have to bring it out. Okay. Are you still friends with Muslims? Yes, I do have some Muslim friends. Not as many as I did, obviously, because I had a lot. But there are a few people. Our relationship isn't necessarily the same, but yeah, I still have Muslim friends. But I'm not as close to them, I have to say, just because, you know, it's well, I suppose a couple of them I am, but it depends on so many things. Because sometimes it can be tricky, especially if they're always trying to bring you back. It's like they're like, oh, did you hear that, like, this amazing verse? I'm like, yeah, I'm good, B. Have you heard anything from Lubna after your video? Yes, I am gonna be doing a video with Lubna soon. She reached out actually, which was very lovely, and I just haven't had the time. It's been really crazy over here. So we will be doing a video very soon, I believe. I don't know when she's going to upload it, but we're doing it very soon. Which will be fun. So I hope you guys tune in for that. I don't know if it's going to be live, actually. I think she's going to pre-record it and then play it. I think, or then upload it, whatever. Have you heard it? Yeah, sorry, I just read that one. Oh, I didn't put my glasses. It's fine. Yay, one of the world's smartest. Oh my God, you're so cute. Wow. Thank you. Please discuss your experiences of spirituality. Spirituality is a really interesting one. I don't know if I can. Oh, do you mean okay. What do you mean? I don't know what you mean. So just clarify before I go on a tangent and it's not what you're talking about. Oops, daisies. I'm just going to pin a message that I didn't mean to. Oh, you thought I was going to go on a live stream with Lubna tonight? No. But I know, I didn't mean to book at the same time as her. And then I was like, oh no, I want to watch her live stream. But I did see bits of it in the end, actually. But I'll watch it back. But yeah, we're gonna do something together. It's my fault. It's not hers. It's my fault. She reached out and I was like, I'm kind of busy. There's so much going on. Also, I was really sick the other day. Anyway, not that you guys need to know. A question: if you only have two choices and you must choose one, which you choose for society? Oh, Jesus Christ's teachings in the Gospel, or Muhammad's teachings in Sahih Hadith? Oh no! The thing is, I don't know if I could do this justice because I don't know the Gospel that well. So I don't know if I could answer that question properly. That's a tough one. My gut is saying Christianity, but only because if you look at Christians compared to Muslims, but if we're talking about the books itself, I feel like I can't answer. But if we're talking about like Christians who, like, let's just face it, like they don't follow everything to the T the way that Muslims do, right? So sorry, 1 second, I'll be right back, guys. I just have to get something. Sorry, one sec. Hi. Okay, you guys saw my PJs. Hi. Right, where was I? Now you've left Islam, do you have a new philosophy? If it's like in terms of a religion, then no. Oh, I've got Buddha behind me as well. I just liked that Buddha. I thought he looked really calming and relaxing, and I like to meditate, but I'm not a Buddhist. But if I was to, I was talking to my dad about this the other day, actually. I was like, if anything, because he was like, it's nice for people just to have something. And I was like, yeah, but Abrahamic is so restrictive. If anything, the idea of like Hinduism and Buddhism is more appealing because it's so flexible. It's like, it's not, when I think of a religion, I understood it to be like the way Abrahamic ones are. It's like you follow this, or otherwise you go to hell. Whereas Hinduism and Buddhism are not really like that. They're a lot more like fluid, and they're kind of like, I mean, our friend is an atheist and a Hindu, and that's not conflicting for him. You can be an atheist and a Hindu at the same time. So that kind of stuff is really appealing, but at the same time, I'm not like rushing to label myself as anything. I really am open to like, I do a lot of meditation, and I'm really into the whole like chakras thing and, that kind of vibe. I'm a little bit of a hippie in that sense. I do really enjoy it, but I don't feel like I need to be like, this is my new ideology, if that makes sense. Were you watching your dad's videos when you were still Muslim? Yeah. So if you guys don't know, sorry, I always assume that you guys just know because I've said it online before. But yeah, basically, when my dad started to upload videos and speak openly about what he thought of Islam, I was incredibly embarrassed. And I also was like, I need to get married, and Waleed's family are gonna be like, is this your dad? And maybe no. The thing is, Waleed, by the way, is Pakistani. So I was already, and I'm not Pakistani, so I was already having to like prove myself, and my parents are divorced, which is a big deal for these types of Pakistanis. Maybe not every Pakistani family, but it's oh, sorry, I'm moving my leg and shaking it. Stay still. So I felt like I was already on the back foot a bit. So that was one of my concerns. I was like, Waleed and I want to get married, and I feel like, they're just going to be like, nope. And then we're going to have to elope because we're going to get married either way. But I'd really like his family's like approval. So I was so scared about that. So I did make him take them all down. And that was the main thing that he actually took them down at one point. He put them back up later on. But he did take them down at one point because I was like, you're literally going to stop my marriage. Can you take them down? And then he was like, oh, okay, fine. But I also felt like, I remember commenting as well and it's so funny because those like haters that comment on ex-Muslim videos, I remember commenting and being like, well, you're supposed to see it in this way, and like Allah has blah, 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 like Allah knows best. And I don't even know what I said, I can't remember, but that kind of thing, I was trying really hard also to just bring him back and give him the answers that he needed, because I felt like he was just confused. And because my dad had depression, really bad depression at that time, I just understood him leaving Islam to be down to that, rather than to be this kind of logical explanation that he just didn't agree with Islam. I just kind of, bunged it all together as he's having an emotional mental health breakdown, and this is kind of part of that. So I was kind of also really like, this is leaking out into the public sphere. Can you not embarrass me? Which is so sad as well for my dad. Now, I've apologized a lot to him, so don't worry. But it's so bad because I literally made him feel so bad for doing those videos. And I remember actually sending them to Waleed and being like, can you help me to like bring my dad back to Islam and like help me answer the topics, the questions that he's got? Because also Waleed, even at that time when we were quite young, he was quite knowledgeable about Islam. And I remember him coming back and being like, yeah, I don't know. Like, I don't know what to come back with. And I was like, what do you mean? So I'm like, okay, so we just need more knowledge. And that's actually a big turning point for Waleed and I. We, not just because of my dad, but we both were just people that were very like interested in studying, and we were a bit geeky anyway. So we both were like delving really deep into like finding answers in Islam, understanding Islam. And that was the beginning of the end. Da, da, da. Anyway, sorry. Is your in-law still Muslim? Yes. They are. What do they think of you as an ex-Muslim? They're not happy about it, I'll tell you that. Yeah. To be fair to them, even so, they could have been a lot worse, you know. And I know some stories of just family members being really awful, and they could have been so much worse. I think what's saved us essentially is that they are very cultural Pakistanis, and I think for them culture and religion is kind of the same thing. So it wasn't like, I remember my mother-in-law even saying to me, like, oh, there's a whole story, I won't go into it. Basically, I was trying to set up my cousin who's very religious. My family are more religious than their family is or are, because they're not as cultural, whatever. Anyways, so I was trying to set up my religious cousin with a cousin of Waleed's, and I had just found out, I was doing, like, you know, there's proper auntie, like, let me find you a husband, don't worry, I'll find you a nice husband, don't worry, it's gonna be very nice. So I was like, oh, Waleed's cousin, and then I found out Waleed's cousin, like, doesn't pray, and that was a big deal. Like, we prayed 5 times, okay? You do that. That's part of that. That's the whole thing, okay? So I was saying to my mother-in-law, like, he doesn't pray. Like, my cousin's not gonna, like, she needs someone that does salah. Like, what is this? And she was like, oh, don't worry, it's fine. Like, you know, and my husband doesn't pray. And so they definitely have a more relaxed approach about some things. Like, for me, that was a deal breaker. I was like, I need somebody that prays. So yeah, different perspectives for sure, and they did not like it more so, as I said, because it's a cultural thing. It was more so, they even said to Waleed and I, like, you can leave. You don't have to be Muslim, but don't tell the freaking world about it. Can you just shut the hell up? That was what it was about. It wasn't even about us not being religious. It was about us going online and being like, hi, we're ex-Muslim. Hi, guys. We're the ex-Muslims. They were like, beta. So it was a little bit more like that stuff. But to be fair, they've still been, like, really cool in some ways. We're not gonna go into the deep too much. Oh wow, okay, I've missed so much. Oh, here we go. Will you be voting for the Reform Party? I don't know. Sorry, that's not a very nice answer for you, but I don't know. I need to look more into stuff. Look up Pallywood. What's Pallywood? No idea. I feel like I've been really out of the loop. Do you prefer Feiruz or Kulthum? Oh, Kulthum, definitely. Yeah. Definitely, 100%. I do like Feiruz, but I'm sorry. She's the queen. I like how Israel is an apartheid state because they don't give Palestinian citizenship. But these same people don't want Palestine to be part of Israel. Okay, I don't know if I'm tired or my brain's not comprehending what that said. I am tired as usual. Hi, don't follow you, but good luck with your future. Oh, thanks. That was really sweet. I love it when people can just give out positive energy like that. Beautiful. Thank you. Thank you. I go American all the time. Guys, I try to stop it when I'm online because my friends told me to stop doing it. But I do it all the time. Like, me and my sister. Does anyone else do this? Because I've heard that Americans do a British accent. I've known a couple of Americans back in the day that used to do, like, British accents, like taking the piss. Like, me and my sister will literally call me, like, hello. Yeah. Like, annoying Californian accent. At first, Willie used to get really irritated by it, but now he's so used to it, he doesn't even blink. I'm like, oh my God. So basically, we do that all the time. And sometimes it leaks out when I'm on a live stream. So I apologize, but it's just funny. It's because we watch a lot of American TV. I remember one time I was sick and I spent a whole day. This is like when I was a kid. I spent the whole day watching American TV. I don't know what it was. Like, I'm a early 2000s kid, so I was watching, like, Sister and, like, Kenan and Kel and, like, Sabrina the Teenage Witch, all that jazz, right? And I was just literally, my siblings came home and I was full American. I was just like, I couldn't even, my accent was gone. I was like, oh my God, guys, basically. And they're like, who are you? Anyways, true story. Mimsy, another ex-Muslim whose name is Yasmina Ali. She is an atheist, but she dated and married a Jew. They have been together and married for 10 years. Amazing. There's a subtle hint to which religion she would probably choose if she had to in the background. Oh yeah, the Buddha. No, I just really think he's cute. I think I got him from like a pound shop, and I'm not a Buddhist in any way. I just kind of liked him. He's our friend. He's cute. We call him Buds. Buds just hangs out. Sorry if that's offensive to some Buddhists. Anyways, I don't know what's happening in the comment section. I don't know. Why didn't you just remain, I think that's to say, Muslim, but be like a liberal, secular, progressive Muslim? That's a really good question, Solomon. A very good question. So why didn't I just stay as a liberal Muslim? The reason, okay, a lot of people do this. They completely, in fact, I know these are the Muslims that I kind of am friends with as well, because they can be friends with me because they kind of agree with me, but then they don't want to be like, I am not a Muslim. They in moments of pain or moments of difficulty, or when somebody dies, or really hardships, they can still feel like they have the ability to turn to Allah in that moment and pray and do the full-on salah. I mean, I know somebody that like literally was drinking and doing everything, and then she was getting a divorce and she was khalas hijab salah, and then she went back to like forgetting it again. So so I know that people need that for many different reasons, whether it be the cultural community, whether it be the emotional reliance and the supportive aspect of religion. But I am somebody, I'm very all or nothing. And I think if you're my personality type, that is a really hard thing to do. I feel like when I was religious, it was my number one priority. If anyone doesn't know, I actually really wanted to be an actress, and that was my pathway. And while I was young, I almost went into Harry Potter. I don't know if anybody knows that story. I think I told it on here before, lol. But I also kind of breaking the rules. I cheekily, as a teenager, joined this like Shakespeare play company thing, and my dad was really easygoing, so he didn't really care. I don't think he thought anything of it, and I was kind of not telling everyone in my family about it, and I was really, really into acting, and I ended up doing acting GCSE and then acting A-level. And when I did acting A-level, I put on my hijab again, because I was kind of going back and forth with the hijab for a little bit. And when I was doing the acting A-level, I tried to be like, well, I could be Muslim in hijab and still act, right? So, but I had to then accommodate my plays, because I don't know if anyone's done theatre as an A-level, but you do have kind of the creative space to choose your character a little bit more, unless you're doing a fixed play, but we didn't. We kind of we wrote the scripts and everything. So when I was doing that, I became an Arab man that had a turban, or I became I had to accommodate my hijab into the role that I was playing, which didn't give me a lot of flexibility. And I very quickly realized as well that I still probably was breaking rules. And I was so sad, because actually I, got invited to be a part of, I basically could have I could have been in Hollywood, guys. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know. I think I was going down more the theatre route anyway. But yeah, I mean, I could have been on a whole different path, but I chose to not go down that path, because I felt like I'm doing a disservice to my religion. And the truth is, I don't think Islam has a space for women to be actresses. So I chose not to go down that path. And that was a really painful thing for me to let go of, because I was like, this is such a big passion of mine, and I really, really enjoyed it. And the stage just felt so fun for me. And it was just, it was such a creative space. And like, I was that person that could just, anyway, blah, blah, blah. I'm not going to go into it. But anyway, I am that person that I have to do justice by what I stand by. And I can't hide. Like, I feel like I'm someone that just can't lie. Like if also my friends laugh about this as well, because, and my siblings so much, because it's so true. Like, I can't fake a reaction. I'm just so like, even though I'm an actress, but if I'm a different character, it's different. But if I'm me and I'm not playing a character, I can't lie. Like I can't just be like, you know what I mean? I can't just be like, oh, anyway, I'm going off the point, but you get it. I can't just be like, oh, I'm going to do this religion and follow this religion and be a Muslim and then do haram. I just can't do that. And I think a liberal Muslim is just lying to yourself. Honestly, that's my perspective on it. You can do it if it makes you feel better, but I wouldn't be able to sleep at night because I'm like, I'm not doing what I'm supposed to be doing. Sorry, that was a really long-winded answer to that, but basically I can't do it. Having a separate discussion. What is this noise? What is happening here? Sorry. I don't know. I don't even know what that noise is, but sorry about it. Anywho. Where was I? Oh, okay. Right. How did you feel brave? Oh, sorry. Did I miss a question? Oh, sorry. I have missed a question. Hey there, Mimsy. How are you? I'm really good, thank you. How are you? Did you ever use the killing one person as the killing all of humanity? Yeah. Of course. Yeah, all the good lines. Also the line. Oh shoot, what's the amazing epic line? What the hell is that noise? Sorry, my laptop is making weird noises. This is why I shouldn't keep like a bunch of windows open at the same freaking time, which my husband loves to do. I can't do stuff like this, right? I think it's this. Let's close all these bloody windows. Who can function with like 500 windows open? Tell me who. My husband. How do I can't even go. Oh Lord. Oh my God, I have to stop doing that. I've started to do this thing where I go, oh Lord Jesus. And all the Christians are going to be annoyed at me, but I sometimes say it in really inappropriate settings. So I need to stop doing it. Okay. What was I saying? Oh yeah, the line. There was a really good line in Islam and in the Quran that people love to use. It's something about you can. Oh my God, my brain's too tired for this. What time is it? It's only 10. I've forgotten it. It's something about like you can basically do what you want. There's no. Oh, I'm close to it. There's not obligation in Islam, but there's no something. You know, somebody out there knows. Somebody. I can't remember the word. Anyway, but yes, I did used to use that. Did you get a chance to see the Richard Dawkins? Yes. Oh, I thought you were asking me, have I ever met Richard Dawkins? I have met Richard Dawkins, and he's so cute. I love him. But no, I haven't seen that debate. I need to see it. Oh my God. But Richard Dawkins was at the last ex-Muslim event. He was like, everybody was like, hi. Such a celebrity. Me and Willie took a picture with him. We're like, we're such dorks. Anyway, how do you feel brave enough to come out as an ex-Muslim? I find it really hard. The only people I've told it to are some of my closest friends, and I regret that so much. Oh, that makes me feel really sad that you regret it. Is it because they're Muslim and they're quite judgy? I remember feeling like that as well, actually. I do remember feeling like maybe it would have been easier to keep quiet. But, you know, that whole thing about living this lie as well, because if your friends are like that, I don't feel like that now because I now am surrounded by people that accept me for who I am. So I would say you need to think about who you're surrounding yourself with. And if those people are judging you because of your views, then I'm sorry, they're not it, girl or boy. I don't know what you are. Or we're not going to get into that. And then he watched the videos and left Islam. Wait, who? Did I miss something? Who was I talking about? I don't know what that's referring to. Went to the bottom. Haram Potter. Okay, yeah, you know what? Let me go down because you guys are talking about what I've just spoken about. And now I'm going too far. Okay, no. I feel bad. I don't want to miss your questions. I'll go back up. Hi, welcome to my live stream. Oh dear. You know what, guys? It's an hour in and I haven't even told you guys the main things like why I left Islam, because everybody wants to know that. Do you guys want to hear that? Because I did get a lot of questions. And I've just always referred to like, watch my 40-minute video, but I wonder if I could like speed answer that. Because I thought, you know what, let me answer it. But like in a really condensed way, which I don't know if I can do. I'm actually just laughing at the fact that I thought I could do it in a condensed way, but let's see, maybe. Okay, Valley Girl. Yes, Valley Girl, exactly. Yeah. Like I grew up with like Lizzie McGuire and stuff. Love those shows. Oh my God. I love chakra meditation. Ah, yes. Me too. Many Sufis in India do a lot of chakra meditation. Can you describe what it's like? I thought you'd like you. Oh, you're saying you thought I'd like it. Is that what you meant to say there? Yeah. I mean, honestly, just look it up, guys. Just start meditating. It's really just being able to, you know what? I am not as knowledgeable on it as actually the chakra meditation. I do a lot of mindfulness meditation, but my really close friend, who I'm mentioning a lot in this live stream, so he'll be ecstatic. But Jimmy is somebody that is really, really into this stuff. So I will get him on at some point, and he can just unleash. Next time I'm at his house, because we're actually going soon, so we're going again to his place. So when we go, I'll get him to talk about it with you guys. We'll do another live stream, and we'll talk about like spiritual stuff, because obviously you guys are like into it. What's your favorite comedy program? Ooh. I mean, it has to be Friends, guys. I'll be there for you. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Sorry, I just had to. Sorry, my bad. I'm really cheesy, guys. So if you don't like it, you can leave. Goodbye. Friends, come on. I actually haven't seen Friends since Matthew Perry, which I'm really sad about. I know too much information about the actors as well in Friends. I know too much. Also, I could literally, the things that I love, this is why I'm an all or nothing person, okay? Because the things that I love, I like love. Like I love Friends so much. I could probably like quote some scenes from like my favorite episodes. And I'm the same with like my favorite movies. Like one of my favorite movies, I'm like outing myself so much here, but my favorite movies are proper, like, don't judge me, guys. They're like proper cheesy girly films, okay? But that's like how I am. One of them is like Legally Blonde, for example. Do you know what it is? It's nostalgic, okay? When I grew up, I probably liked like deeper, like more intellectual, psychological, like, you know, adult films. But those films from my childhood are so much like, they're so much cuter for me because it's like when I was a kid, I loved it so much. So, but yeah, my sister literally couldn't even watch the movie with me because she was like, stop saying every word. I like say the line as they're saying it. She was like, I'm not watching this with you. You're so annoying. I was like, what? I love that movie. Anyways, everyone leave Islam. It's just very common sense. What's interesting is people leave for emotional reasons, but they really stay for emotional reasons. And there's so much more to back that up. So yeah, now. No such thing as a liberal Muslim, exactly. Don't you watch Candace with Lubna? Yes. Oh, you're talking to someone else. Oh, sorry, my bad. Okay. Haram Potter, I already read that one. Okay, cool. Okay, let me just scroll down a bit more. Sorry if I've missed you guys. If I've missed something, just excuse me, just write it again. Where are we? How did you get out of the emotions of fear that the religion imposed on you and think critically for yourself? Another really good question. It was a process. It's not something that happens overnight, for sure. It's a process. And I think the biggest thing for me was, and again, it's kind of, you know, every character is different. And because I'm someone that's all or nothing, it definitely took me, and I think a lot of people would resonate with this anyway. It took me to like scour through everything. I didn't just leave Islam just because I was like, oh, you know, it wasn't something that was like a very quick decision. it was something that took me, it was over years of like really analyzing, going back, like, okay, let me just, this verse or the sex slaves or the things that I actually have written down so that I could do my brief overview. Those things, is there another way of interpreting it? Is there another way that this could be looked at? Is there someone else that has a perspective that makes sense? Like, it's just going over it and over it and over it and over it and over it till I get to the point where I'm like, there's no other explanation for this. But also, when you deep dive into Islam, you see the things you disagree with, you end up finding even more. Like, it's just like, it's Pandora's box, literally. You're just like, oh my, hold on, I'm not centered. There you go. Okay. I didn't sort anything out in the background. Anyway, so yeah, it's just a Pandora's box, basically. You're like, oh, this doesn't make sense. This doesn't make sense. This doesn't make sense. Nothing makes sense. And then you're like, yeah, I can't do it. I love Legally Blonde. Yes. Donna Stamp, your last season Prada shoes are me, honey. They're not last season. He's gay. Anyways. There's no compulsion. Whoever said that, who is it that said that? I love you. Compulsion. Someone else said it. Compulsion. Oh my god, you guys said it. Yes, I love you guys. You guys are the best. You guys are actually the best. Thank you. There's no compulsion in Islam. That means you can do whatever you want to do, guys. Did you know that one tiny little verse is taken out of context? But anyway, don't take anything else out of context. Like, you can kill whoever you see, but that one can be taken out of context. Woohoo! Love it. Love it. Thank you guys for saying that. Sorry if I saw it a bit late. You guys are awesome. I'm just kind of like scrolling everywhere right now. Just because I don't know what's happening. How to get out of the, oh, I already read that. Okay. I'm not very good at this live stream, guys, but thanks for hanging out with me. My first, oh, sorry, let me read this one first. Yes, they are very judgy, but they are still nice to me as friends. I'm not very outgoing, so it's hard for me to make friends, especially ex-Muslim ones. I'm a hijabi, so everyone assumes I'm Muslim. Oh, wow, that's even harder, especially when you're Muslim. I feel like people assume I'm Muslim even without hijab, and I'm a bit like, can you just not assume? Can you just like, it's just a bit frustrating. I remember once I was having some pork, which, oh my God, don't be too shocked. But anyway, I was having some pork sausages, and this person came up to me and was like, oh, you naughty, naughty Muslim. And I was like, can you not assume, please? But yeah, anyways, what was I going to say? Yes, and I totally get that. You essentially, you don't, this concept, and I get, maybe it came across that I'm kind of like, just start your life again from scratch. It's again, like I said with the other thing, it is a process. So you're not necessarily going to be like, bye guys, and then just find some other friends. It doesn't always happen. It didn't even happen that way for me. So sorry if I didn't explain that a bit more. But basically, eventually you want to be able to seek out people in your life. And I think there has to be, obviously, whether you're kind of a little bit more introverted or whatever, but you will most likely come across other people, especially if you're on the online space. You know, I would say make a little bit of effort to actually meet people that are a bit more aligned. Even if you maintain those friendships, having people that get you, like what I was talking about right at the beginning of this live stream, is having people that get you is so important for your like sanity, because you can like breathe. You're like, okay, people like hear me and understand me and I make sense, because community and people is a vital thing, which again, doing a whole coming back round again to the other thing about being a liberal Muslim, is why I think a lot of people stay in the religion, because they don't want to lose that. But I do think that you can find that that feeling, that community. You just have to actively seek it. And yeah, you don't have to be like, bye guys, but at the same time you can kind of maybe have some more boundaries, maybe not talk about certain things with them that you know will just end up being a painful discussion. But yeah, I get that I'm not saying that they're horrible people. And that's the hardship with family as well, because they can often be like really loving and nice. They're like, we love you, we're doing all this for you. You just have to be a Muslim. That's all we're asking. And you're like, oh, well, they are really nice to me and they do take really good care of me. Which, by the way, that actually is a big topic that I talk about in my webinar. So if you guys haven't signed up for my webinar, please sign up for my webinar ASAP. It's literally next Wednesday. I talk about like toxic families and all the different issues that kind of might arise. We talk about the main common ones, but we do talk about really like emotional, what's it called? Emotional manipulation is a really big one. So emotional blackmail, love bombing, gaslighting, and then there's like the communication stuff, how families actually communicate things, and lots and lots of different things that come up for a lot of us in our families, and basically how to actually overcome those issues, and the importance of creating your new identity. So that really just means actually, how do I be the person I want to be? And I've come from this. I've come from all of this. How do I still do justice and be authentic, be authentically myself, even though I've come from this very controlling background or sometimes very neglectful background? So that's very much what my webinar is about. And I will talk a little bit more about what Wayne Coaching do as well. So definitely come along for that. Yeah, I will. Do you know what? I'll put the link here actually so that you guys can just sign up. Let me just go find the link 1 second. Okay, maybe I don't know how to get the link. Okay, no, I do. Oh, here we go. Oh, see, I can do things. I hope this is it. Imagine it's not. I'm just like, here's a link, guys. And then it's like something else. I'm pretty sure this is it. You know what? Maybe I should check. Oh, my. I've got some freshy Bollywood song in my head right now that I was just about to burst out singing to you guys. Oh, my darling, I love you. Who knows that song? If anyone knows that song, you're a real Asian. I'm joking. I'm not even Asian. Yeah, this is it. This is it. I know what I'm doing, guys. I know what I'm doing. Oh, my darling, I love you. Okay. Here we go. Right, that is the link, guys, to sign up. That's the link to sign up for my webinar. This is the first time I've seen you. No way. Am I Moroccan? Yeah. So I'm Moroccan, Egyptian, and English. Hi, nice to meet you. Do we have to pay in Mimsy coin? The webinar's free, guys. Free webinar. But for the coaching, it's not free. What we give is way too valuable. No, I'm joking. But I have, if you come to the webinar, you get, I'm going to give away a little secret here, but we give a massive discount because you're coming through Mimsy Vids. And I always treasure my Mimsy Vids crew. So if you do choose, I mean, to be honest with you, you could walk away from the webinar and just take what I give you in that webinar and you don't have to do anything else. But if you wanted to, we do give a discount as well. Are you into astrology? I'm not, but I kind of want to be just because it's kind of funny. It's kind of like, are you into astrology? I don't know. I can't really get into it, but I find it really intriguing when people are like, this is like my horoscope and I'm this and I'm that. And I'm like, oh, okay. I don't know what any of this means. And I kind of feel like they're so general, aren't they? Like sometimes people will be like, oh, because I'm an Aquarius. And so people are like, oh, okay, that makes sense. And I'm like, what does that mean? What do you mean? Anyway. Compulsion. Oh, I think that person's like a step behind. You're watching like what's happened before. Okay. Cool. So just give me 5 more minutes. I just need to Aquarius are visionary. Ooh, you know what? I'll take it. I will take it. Tell me more about Aquariuses. Is that how you say it? And I'll be right back. I just need to get something else. Sorry, 1 second. Sorry. Sorry, guys. Hi, I'm back. I'm Pisces. Excuse me. Okay. So it's been an hour. I'm gonna go soon. Although I love chatting to you guys. I always get carried away. I just have so much fun. I've written notes. Okay, so let me see if I can speed through. I'm laughing just as I'm saying this. I don't know if I can. Let me speed through why I left Islam. I'm joking. Why I left Islam. So sometimes I go Australian as well. Right. What did I even write here? I just wrote some random stuff. Okay. I think I know what I said. So, okay, the biggest thing for me was the stories of the prophets. Okay, the prophet mainly, but just the random ass stories of the prophet. So, I spoke about how I've mentioned all these before, but the Prophet Muhammad, the wife Sophia, how he killed her husband, dad, and brother, and it was a war situation. I think they were actually a Jewish tribe as well, and that was always glorified as like, look, he even married a Jew, even a Jew, which I thought was funny. So anyway, the Prophet Muhammad married Sophia, and he consummated the marriage that night. So and that was quite a big deal because even his companion, I can't remember which companion it is it Abu Bakr? Does anyone know? One of his companions was really concerned that he had done that. So they were sleeping together in the tent, and he was actually going around the tent. So this is all hadith sahih. He was going around the tent because he was so scared that somebody was going to attack him for doing that. So even for them, that was quite a big deal to just on the night of the war just sleep with this woman, like marry her and sleep with her, which in my view, I think I was like, how is this consensual? And so that really changes the vision that you have of your prophet, because I'm like, this is actually quite gruesome, and I can't imagine this woman. I actually asked my mom this question, and she was like, yeah, well, she just fell in love with the prophet. Like, she just loved him so much, and she just loved like Islam, and she was happy to become a Muslim. Like, she was like, yeah, let's do it. Which actually, she didn't actually become Muslim. She stayed Jewish, but maybe later on. But at that point, she was still Jewish. As far as I know, she didn't do Shahada. So, but anyway, that was my mum, who's still Muslim, her explanation of that. And I was like, that's weird. I'm sorry, but there's no way that this woman's like, thank you so much for killing my whole family. Let's have sex. Like, there's just no way that happened. So, hi, welcome to the show. Sorry, I laugh so that I don't, get too emotional about it. Sometimes I have to stop myself when I'm on a live stream. So that was a big story that really was like, as well as, since we're on that kind of topic, as well as the sex slaves. And there was a big story that I delved into about Maria. Does anyone know the story about Maria, the Christian, but she wasn't a wife. She wasn't, she didn't get to that level. She was exactly Maria, the Coptic. Yeah. So she basically was one of his sex slaves. And if anyone knows the story, I actually talk about it again in my Why I Left Islam video. But basically, he really wanted to have sex that night, and his wife Hafsa, who he was supposed to be with that night, because he took every night he was like with a different wife essentially, and it was the night that he got to sleep with Hafsa, and Hafsa was like, listen, my mom's sick, I can't do today, like, let's take a rain check, whatever. I don't know if that's what she said, but anyway, she couldn't sleep with him, right? So he was still like, okay, well, I need to sleep with somebody, so I'm just going to call my chick Maria. I don't know, I always say it in this way, but this is just how I tell stories. I always make it out as if it's like, I don't know, like they're in their crib and they're like, yo, do you want to come over? But it kind of, in my mind, I'm trying to see it in like real terms, like not as just this like historic story, but he's a real man that did this. So I like understand it that way. That's how my brain conceptualizes it as well. It's like he literally did that. He just goes, okay, I'm going to call this woman over, and they slept together in Hafsa's bed, and Hafsa found them basically together and was really upset with him that he had done that. And that was a whole story. That's a very controversial story. And I think that's even more controversial about what happened next, because that's a horrible thing for him to do, and definitely not, you know, the perfect man thing to do. But also the fact that that story kind of got manipulated. So if you see the original older versions, all the older versions say that, but then the more recent versions or the later versions change that story to actually be that she was upset that the prophet had eaten some honey and she really doesn't like honey, and she told him to never eat honey again. But that's not true. I mean, there's no way that happened, because it doesn't even make sense, because the way that Hafsa was described as being so upset that he said he was trying to be like, okay, you know what? I'll make her haram for me. I'll never sleep with her again. You know, very dramatic. I'll never sleep with her again. And the modern version is like, I'll never eat honey again, which is like, okay. But anyway, and then what happened was a verse came out. And this is really interesting, because the concept of like how verses actually come out, like a verse from Allah, the next day he's like, God damn it. Like, now I can't sleep with all these sex slaves. What the hell am I going to do? The next verse, Allah's like, guess what, Muhammad? You're not allowed to make rules. You are definitely allowed to sleep with anyone you want to sleep with. Okay? Just to let you know, you can definitely still sleep with those sex slaves. So don't you can't control what's haram and what's halal or whatever. And he was like, oh, guys, like, this isn't even me. I'm the good guy. I didn't want to sleep with her, but I have to. Guys, this is like, the verse came, I have to sleep with them, okay? I'm just kidding. I'm obviously dramatizing it. But essentially, he basically said, I can't say what's haram and what's halal. If I want to sleep with these sex slaves, I can. So, yeah. What was the name of the Jewish wife? Sophia. Look up Sophia. The tribe. The tribe, the war, the whole sitch. Look it up. Okay, we are kind of blasting through it as quickly as we can. So those stories came up, and when I was doing my research, I didn't know those stories as a religious Muslim. I didn't really know them. I was kind of like, so that was a really big question mark. But then also the concept of war was a big thing for me, like how they actually went to war, how they killed so many people. In my mind, the Prophet Muhammad was this really peaceful, like lovely, cuddly teddy bear that never like hurt people. And like, I used to know, and I talked about this even in that video, that I used to know him as somebody that would never keep money to himself. Like, he'd always give money to the poor, and he was all about caring for others. And he definitely was like that at maybe one stage of his life when he was like recruiting people. But there was this whole other stage of his life where he was so brutal and so like just horrible. And I just can't align with that. I can't align with the amount of death and torture that he put onto people. And a big example of that is Banu Qurayza. If anyone doesn't know the Banu Qurayza story, it's basically where he went to a tribe, and it's tricky because it wasn't exactly from the Prophet's mouth, but he kind of gave authority to somebody else to basically slaughter all the men. And these men were supposedly going to be treacherous and supposedly were going to be too dangerous to be kept alive. So including children. So they would literally see if the young boys had pubic hair, and if they had pubic hair, their throats were slit, and they had built a huge what's the word where you build like a massive hole? What's the word? Do you know what I'm? Trench, a huge trench. And he basically just had, it was like almost 1,000 bodies, like I think it was about 800 bodies, just men just slaughtered, and then all of the women were taken as slaves. So they just annihilated this whole tribe on the basis that they were potentially apparently going to be dangerous to them, including like children. Do you know what I mean? Like as young as like 12 years old, if not younger, 10 years old. Do you know what I mean? Like, so I was like, that's brutal. That's really, really brutal. So stories like that don't show the Prophet in like a beautiful, amazing light, they definitely weren't the headlines when you're growing up. They for sure were not the like main stories that we were always told. In fact, I feel like we were told the same nice stories over and over again. We were like, oh yeah, we've heard this one before. Like it was just the same nice stories. So the bad stories, you're like, what? Is this okay? Is this okay to be done? So that was a big thing. Also, there's about the trading of slaves. So even just this concept that you can trade these women like their property. So not only do you take them as slaves and sleep with them, which I think is again rape, but also that you could trade them. So he literally took women and traded them. And there's a Sahih hadith about him taking slaves and you know, selling them, and the men really wanted to sleep with them because they're like, look, I haven't seen my wife in ages. We've got these women here. Are you sure we can't just do the pull out, because I don't want to get them pregnant? Because the one thing the Prophet Muhammad did do is he said, if you impregnated a slave, that slave would be your child and your responsibility, whereas before it might have just been like another slave that you just ignored. So that's supposed to be a really nice thing. So like if you rape somebody, take care of their kid. Great. Okay. Well, I mean, you know, maybe don't rape them. Sorry, there's lots of stuff going on in the chat. Let me whiz through this and then we'll go through the chat again. The Sharia laws was another thing. So the whipping, the stoning. The whipping is in the Quran, stoning is in the Quran, the Hadith. You know, I started to really evaluate that a little bit more as a grown adult, and thinking about how to structure a society, and thinking about Sharia as being the best way to structure a society for all time. Okay, that's what it's supposed to be. So the people that are liberal and say, well, it was for that time, it's supposed to be for all time. No matter what you say, there's a lot of evidence to show that the leaders of Islam, the Prophet Muhammad, meant this to be for all time. So you're going against that if you believe that, which I believe is not what it was meant to be. So that was a big problem for me, because I don't believe that you should structure society in that violent way. There should be no, I mean, prison is great. You know, I'm all about prison. But if we tortured people as a punishment, it's so barbaric. And it also made me realize how this religion is so man-made. Like it clearly isn't from this God who is above all time. It's so like ingrained in that time and that mind frame and that understanding of the world. Even the scientific miracles, everything that they knew was like what the ancient Greeks had already known. It was already known. I didn't know that either. I thought like it must be true because Islam was the first one to say it. They weren't the first people to say it. And do you think ancient Greeks are getting messages from God? No. So that was a big thing. Yeah, the whole black magic stuff was a big thing as well, because I had lots of like, my mum is really into the black magic stuff, to be honest with you, which is a whole other topic, guys. But that was a really like kind of crazy place I went to when I read all the crazy things that Prophet Muhammad did and said, which are like clearly not true. And like, didn't he say like if you eat 3 dates or whatever, like you I don't know, something, you'll feel better from whatever you have, and then he like died, and I don't even know. But basically he's it's just not, it was just a bit ridiculous. But I think the bigger picture, after all this sort of nitpicking, all these stories and all this stuff, the bigger picture for me was actually the concept, and this is what I think was the final thing. I think somebody asked me as well, what was the catalyst? I like that word. The final thing for me was the concept of heaven and hell. That concept is actually kind of stupid. Like if you think about like all the especially if you study psychology and you understand the intricacies of how our brain works and how much free will we actually have. It's not very much, if anything. I don't think we do really have free will. We function on the basis of our genes, you know, our biology, and also the environment that we've been brought up in. It plays such a huge part on the decisions that we make. So to be judged on that, and not only judged on that, but to have eternal judgment, like torturous, burning, your skin burning. Also, it kind of sounds to me like a medieval punishment, like the way that it's like spikes and like, you know, fire and all this jazz. So I was like, sorry, my nose, I've got hay fever again. Sorry about that. But anyway, yeah, so all that stuff just kind of starts to be really ridiculous. And even the concept of heaven started to be a bit like, it sounded like it would be like a man from that time's dream. It's like, you're going to get all these like amazing white women. Wow, they're going to be so hot. Like maybe that's what a lot of people want. But I was also like, why are they white? That's kind of racist. But yeah, they were like, you know, you're going to get all these women. You're going to have like rivers of wine, rivers of milk. I don't know who wants a river of milk, to be fair. You know, silk and like all this stuff that was like amazing to them at that time. They're like, oh my God, milk. So yeah, it's a bit like, come on. It just started to feel like really made up. And then that's when it kind of collapsed. But also, who knows about this? Because I definitely didn't know about this as a Muslim, but who knows that the concept of hellfire. So in Judaism, okay, let's start again. If you think about the Abrahamic religions, right, the order is Judaism, Christianity, then Islam. In Judaism, they don't have a concept of hellfire. They, you know, I don't know exactly the words that they use for it, but they have this like eternal place that you go to, but this concept of hellfire and being burned and tortured for your sins, that doesn't exist. But there was a real place during the pagan era, sort of after Judaism, that they actually call Yehenum, okay? And Yehenum was this place that like, basically they would do pagan rituals, and they would, you know, pagans, especially back then, were like doing crazy shit. Like they were like burning babies and like, you know, like rituals, what they called, I don't know, but anyway, crazy rituals where they would do things like sacrifices, animals, and just like do these weird things in that fire and like dance around it, hula balala, I don't even know, okay? So they go around this fire, and that fire was known as the Yehenum or Yehen. I'm not pronouncing it properly, I don't think, but basically it sounds a lot like Jahannam, okay? So a very, very similar word. So that fire then so it started to be really smelly because obviously they burnt bodies literally, and it was a very smelly place. So what they ended up doing was keeping the fire burning. So it was like a continuous fire that they kept alive because it would keep the smell from like coming into like, you know, the nice parts. So that fire was a continuous thing. And then when the Christians were, sorry, before the Christians, I think, but around that time, right before, they started to actually use it as a place of punishment for the criminals. So they were like, okay, there's this fire, great, we'll just use that. So if there were criminals, like, you know, any kind of thieves or anyone, that was just what they would do. They would just chuck them in this fire. And so that fire became known. So this is like real life, guys. This is like in the real world, like not made up fantasy. In the real world, there was this fire that was known for punishment of bad people. So then Christianity comes along and is like, by the way, if you're bad, you go to this fire that's like a pit fire, you know, just continuous burning and torturous and all this jazz. So then I was like, oh my God, you can literally see how this concept came about. Like and then that really was like a big thing for me as well. One of the big things, because I was like, you can literally see how somebody just made this up based on actual things that happened. So that was insane. Oh hi, have I got some Jews here that are kind of, hold on, I've missed a bunch of stuff. Oh, Greeks got messages from Zeus. I like that. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, okay, cool. They did the same thing. Villagers with corpses on the side of the road with pants down their legs to check for pubic hairs. Oh God. Yeah. I am proud of you. I'm proud of you. You said you're ex-Muslim too. Here we are. We're in the boat. Your mum is into magic. Yeah, literally. Not Harry Potter style magic. This magic is something else, guys. Guys, OMG. I feel like I'm just chatting to my friends. This is so fun. My mum is really into black magic. She thinks I've left Islam and my dad's left Islam because of magic, what we call sihr, which my mum is Moroccan, so Moroccans love a bit of sihr. I'm not gonna lie. But anyways, so she thinks like I have a jinn because she got this like whole sheikh to like do ruqya, which is like exorcism. And I've had a bunch of them before. It's really bizarre. Oh my god, I've had the weirdest things happen to me. I should do a whole video on the fucked up stuff that's happened, like because of these sheikhs, because of the trying to exorcise me. So I had it. So basically, it's a long story, but I'd go over to visit my mom, and then she'd like be like, "Oh, this sheikh's just here," and the sheikh would be like, "Assalamu alaikum, let me just, and then just start doing all. And I was like, okay, this is weird. But honestly, the crazy stories I could tell you guys are not even ready. You're not ready for the crazy stories. I'm gonna have to do another video on that. But what was I was going to tell you something. Oh yeah, I recorded one of them. So he didn't do ruqya, but I just had a chat with him, and I literally was like, this is during my Mimsy Vids era. So I was like, also he was saying information as if he like got it from like some mystical realm. And I was like, I'm pretty sure I said it on my video. So that means he watched my videos. It was so funny. Anyway, I recorded it on my phone. I literally was just like, had my phone like this, and I was just like casually recording him. And I don't know what I want to do with that footage, but I have to obviously blur his face. But I really want to like get it out there because it's just so insane. Like the stuff he says is insane. Oh, guys, guys, there's so much honestly that I plan to do and haven't got around to doing with that whole black magic stuff. I really wanted to do like a whole series on like the craziness. This is like a whole other part of Islam that I don't even think people really know about, and the abuse. Like my mum is a very vulnerable person, I feel like, and I think these sheikhs, I know these sheikhs like fully take advantage of her vulnerability. And Islam is a crutch to her, so this explanation is a crutch to her. It's just insane. And the money that they take money, by the way, so it's like a real like crazy shit that happens in for many Muslims. Okay, I need to wrap this up because it's been like 100 years. So anyway, I feel like people were asking, you know what, that kind of sums it up. I'm not going to talk anymore about why I left Islam. You guys get the point. Those are big things for me, okay? So we can close that off now. I was like, how am I going to sum up a 40-minute video? But I think I managed to do it. I think that was okay. It was like half an hour. That was okay. Oh, wait, that's like the same. God damn it. There's like 10 minutes left. I tried. Night. Oh, are you going? Hold on. I just wanted to read what you said and then I'm going to go. Yes. Oh my God. Also, I kind of love you for like knowing me. She's a new mum. This is like 2 a.m. I remember the days where I used to stay up till like 3 a.m. and that was nothing for me. Well, because I could sleep in, I guess. But you literally, my kids wake up at 5 a.m. 5. Sometimes 5:36. But especially if they've slept on time, they wake up at 5. There's that really funny clip that I had on my Instagram from Madagascar. It's like, wake up. Anyway, if you're on my Instagram, you would have seen it. But if you're not cool. Go on my Instagram. I just want to see what you guys are saying, and then I'm going to go. I just don't want to leave you guys hanging. Abu Huraira, oh, I love this, narrated that the Messenger of Allah وسلم, said, use this black seed, for indeed it contains a cure for every disease. Thank you. Yes. Except Assam, and Assam is death. Oh, I don't know what that last bit means. So I'm missing something. But that's funny. Yeah, black seed. Black seed oil is actually really good for you. Habba soda. I like a bit of. I still sometimes take. I still have it. Like I still take it. But this concept of it being like the all curing is quite funny. Also, like drink a bit of camel urine, and then like that will really help you in your life. Don't do it. It's called the Valley of it's not Gehenna though, isn't it? It's with a yeah. Thank you for that, Francis. Are you French? Wait, is that how do French people say Francis? I have no idea. When he cut the moon in half, guessing it was an eclipse, just guessing. Yeah, those things are jokes, aren't they? And then everything just starts to feel ridiculous. When you see some ridiculous stuff, then you look at other stuff and you're like, this is all a joke. Like, there's no way this stuff is true. And I feel pranked that people believe in this. I honestly do. I feel like, wow, how can you sit with knowing that he, slept with those sex slaves and like did all that stuff? Excuse me. How can you sit with that and still like love him? And you're supposed to love him more than your parents, which I don't know how you're supposed to do that. Seriously, marrying kids was done by Westerners too then. Oh yeah, sure. It doesn't make it okay. That's the thing is it's one thing being like Henry VIII, but if you're like, this is the perfect man ever in the whole universe, nobody is better than him. He is the example that you should follow to get to heaven. Then maybe he shouldn't be marrying a kid, Gin and tonic. Oh my God, gin and tonic. Do you remember gin? Are they still around? I remember gin and tonic. That was like was it a podcast or like they did like live streams? I remember them. They were quite funny. Oh la 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 la. Okay, I should probably go, but I'm enjoying this too much. Pretty much like that. Francis. Is it Francis? No, I'm just like adding I'm making it more Frenchy. Okay, I need to go. Oh, Francois. For female. No, I don't know. All right, guys. Listen, I need to go, but it's been great talking to you. Oh, it's still a podcast, but with different hosts. Okay. It's been lovely speaking to you. Absolutely lovely. And let's catch up again. I never know how to end these things. So see you later. No, but let's read that. It's all in capitals. Muhammad started off being married to Cougar. That was because he was a caring person. Yeah, he was really caring. When he had no money and she happened to be a businesswoman, then he suddenly was like, hey, want to invest in me? And then after that, he was like, it's better to marry a virgin, actually. Yikes. Anyways, he actually said that, FYI, if anyone was wondering. If I just made that up, he did say it's better to marry a virgin. Anyway, yeah, it's been great. Have a good night. This has been really long. This is the longest one I've ever done, but you guys asked for it. But also, let me know what other kind of live streams you want me to do. I think live streams is just easier for me rather than like editing anything. So let me know what you'd like to do. If you'd like to come to my webinar, I will paste it again. I think we've called it something else, but it's essentially about sort of toxic relationships that you have in your life, usually with your family, the people you've grown up with, the people that influence you, that sort of thing. Come to our webinar and I'd love to see you there. Yeah, all right, I'm going to go. What is a webinar? A webinar is kind of like a live stream, but a very exclusive. It's not on the internet. It's just us. Whoever signs up for it, it's not kind of anyone can just come along. So we try to keep it to, because we're talking about quite personal things. So we try to keep it exclusive, let's just say. But yeah, anyway, also, I don't know if Apostate Aladdin's going to see this, but I did answer his question. I really appreciate his question. He also asked, oh my God, I totally forgot. Apostate Aladdin also asked if I would come on his channel. And I don't know why he asked me on there, but I thought I'd answer on my live stream, seeing as that's what he asked. But of course, Habibi, I will come. Don't worry, I'll come on your live stream, your channel. Sorry, I don't know why I did that accent. Yeah, but yeah, definitely. I love Apostate Aladdin. He's great. And I'm going to be seeing him soon as well, which I'm so excited. We're going to be at Norway. So if anybody is happening to be happening, I can't even speak. Anybody happening to be coming, if anyone's coming to Norway or wants to know about the ex-Muslim event, please come along. I'll send you a link for it. please come along to Norway. We'll be speaking there. I'm actually hosting it. She asked, Miriam, who runs it, Miriam Namazi, she asked me a few times to host it, and I'm always like, I don't know. I have kid. I only had kid back then, and I was pregnant, so I was like, I don't know. But this time I was like, you know what? I'ma just do it. So here I am. I'll be hosting it. Not hosting it, but like, like coming up next, guys. What's that called? MCing. That's the word for it. Anyways, what else was I going to say? Yeah, so definitely. Also, my son saw Apostate Aladdin. I don't know if he'll get to the end of this, but my son saw me watching Apostate Aladdin and he thought it was Spider-Man, and I thought that was really cute. So I will actually tell him when I chat to him, but it was really cute. He thought it was Spider-Man, and I was like, well, he kind of is Spider-Man to the ex-Muslims, okay? He is. So anyways, much love, guys. Mimsy! Hi, Rick. Sorry, you shouted my name, so I had to shout yours. That's just Venom Spider-Man. Yeah. Lots of love. Also, thank you, all those people that stayed here for this entire time. Thank you. You guys are the best. You guys are the OGs. Love you. I can see you there. Thank you. I know you were there the whole time. Love you. Bye. Say bye to Buds. Bye. Cheerio.
Hello beautiful people, welcome to Mimsy Vids. I am Marwa, aka Mimsy. Welcome to my channel. I am doing a video on why I left Islam. As you can see from the title, a lot of people actually asked me this question, as you can imagine, in my last video when I talked about my hijab story. People really wanted to know why I left Islam, and that was kind of a big question. If you haven't seen my hijab story though, please see, I have linked it down below. Please take a look. Also, we have so much more coming up. I know a lot of people want to see me with VD Vids, who's my husband. If you don't know who he is, do check out his video, I'll put it below. But we will have some challenges and vlogs and tags and all kinds of videos coming up with me and VD Vids. But also I've got some kind of beauty, makeup, lifestyle, kind of girly things coming up as well. So loads more to come. But for now, let's get into this video. So as I mentioned in my last hijab story time, I grew up in a very Muslim environment. I went to a Muslim school, everyone around me was Muslim. I was pretty much in a Muslim sort of bubble. The only non-Muslims I knew were like celebrities on TV. So very much, this is my reality, this is life, this is everything I know since I could speak and understand. So I didn't really think about Islam. Islam wasn't a thought, it was just my life. But there was a point where I really wanted to learn about Islam and really wanted to kind of be strong in my deen and understand things better and be a stronger Muslim. So it wasn't just an identity thing, it did start to become, I want to know what I'm doing and believe in it more. And actually that was when my dad left Islam. So my dad left Islam and he kind of had a conversation with us and said, you guys do whatever you want to do. By us I mean his kids, and actually it was only with the two eldest, which is me and my elder brother, and he said, it's totally up to you what you want to do, this is my decision. And I was just kind of thinking, because my background, unlike my dad's, was only with Islam in it. My dad kind of came to Islam at a later stage in his life, so for me it was just an utter shock. It was kind of like, there's no way that Islam isn't true, because this is life. Like, you're basically saying the truth isn't the truth, is how I understood it at that time. And actually, I just need to bring him back, and Allah will bring him back, and I need to be a better Muslim, and I'll pray, but also I'll learn more about Islam so that I can give him the answers that he needs. It was something that really upset me more than anything. It was never at that point something that made me doubt Islam. I didn't doubt Islam, I just doubted him, which is quite sad. I just thought, you know, he's just going through a tough time, poor thing, you know, I'll support him though, I'll still be there for him, and I will eventually bring him back, was the plan, basically. That plan didn't go accordingly though, it went wrong. So I kind of delved deeper, and actually what happened to me was the opposite happened. The more I learned, the more I had questions, the more I couldn't understand. I don't want this to sound like it's a short period of time, because it was over a long period. It was over many, many years of me kind of, you know, from the age of, like, to give you an idea, from the age of like 14 to 22, 23. So during that time span, I was questioning, trying to understand, following different madhabs or different ways of understanding Islam, so that I was almost adjusting it to fit, you know, kind of my understanding of the world, because there were questions I had, which I'm going to go through, and that didn't make sense to me. Eventually they just didn't make sense to me at all though, and hence why I left, and realised, to me this doesn't make any sense, and I don't believe in any of it. And what it is like for me, it's kind of like a wall, and you know, when the kind of, I imagine it as kind of blocks coming out of the wall, eventually the wall just collapses because there's just too many holes, that you just can't believe it anymore. I know a lot of Muslims will say to me, oh, it's because, you know, you doubted Allah, that's why he turned your back on you. And they have this mentality of, if you know, ask too many questions, or if you really doubt it, or if you're kind of going in from an angle like, oh yes, I want to be a non-Muslim, I really want to not believe in it, I really want to be analytical in that way, then Allah will turn his back on you, and he'll actually put a wall in your heart, so you can't even, so you're blind to Islam, so blind to anything. You know, I've had relatives say that about me. They're like, there's no point in talking to her because she's got the wall up. Allah would have put that wall, Allah would have put a shield. She's not going to be able to see now because Allah turned her back. But I just think that's so cruel, because actually it was the opposite for me. My intention was to learn more about Islam, to not only bring my dad back, but to help me and make me a better Muslim. So it was to better myself in the religion. So, and you know, Islam's all about intentions as well, because you know, you can even get a good deed from an intention, is what we believe, or what they believe. Oops. I still include myself sometimes as like, oh no, that's not me, I'm not included anymore. But yeah, so it's you know, and then it was my intention to always be Muslim. It was never my intention to leave. So as I said, it was quite the opposite. But the opposite did happen, of course. So it started off with petty things, you know, things like just little things here and there. There were so many, but I'll give you a couple. One is plucking your eyebrows. I thought it was so ridiculous, and I know people are going to be like, oh, that's what you do, that's Islam, because plucking your eyebrows. I'm getting to all the points, just hold on. But it started off with smaller things, that's what I'm trying to say. So also music, you know, music's haram, music's not haram, music does this, music does that. Little things like that, which I thought were pathetic, to be honest with you, and their reasons were just non-existent. And that's when I started to kind of follow the more Sufi understanding of Islam, actually, because they kind of gave much more you know, kind of spiritual, metaphorical meanings to things. And you know, I mentioned that in my hijab story, that even my hijab evolved because I kind of had a more spiritual understanding of it. So that was fine, but that could only go so far. The questions that came up later that were really bugging me, that I couldn't understand, that didn't make sense, even Sufism couldn't reconcile them. You know, it was just the whole construct of Islam that I didn't agree with. So for example, Sharia law. So within Sharia law, I could literally spend a whole video just talking about Sharia law, so I'm just going to try and kind of touch on a few things. if you want me to go in more detail at some point, I definitely can make a whole video on it, but for now I'll just throw a few things at you. Women's rights in Sharia law are, to me, quite ludicrous. The fact that a woman's testimony is much less than a man's, it actually aggravates me. It's something that I can't kind of understand why that would be, and I feel like it's just so belittling to women who are just as smart as men are, and you know, we know that men are just as smart. Their IQ levels aren't any less. You know, basically within Sharia law, for example, if you were to get divorced, if you were to get divorced, a man can literally say, I divorce you 3 times, and Islamically you are divorced. A woman can't, because women are passionate. You know, they may say things in anger, so men won't say things in anger. Okay. You know, there's so many reasons that people give. Essentially, it's inequality, and it's quite vile, to be honest with you. That you know, however, there's no way of explaining that away. So a woman would have to actually go to a man, so would have to go to like a sheikh or a well-known Islamic sort of leader in that community and tell him, hey, I want to divorce him, is that okay with you? I don't know, that's just the weirdest thing to me. Another one is, for example, when even just simple things like when someone's getting married. When someone's getting married, you have to have witnesses, right? So you can either have 2 men, or if they're going to be women, you need to have doubles, you need to have 4. So that's just because, you know, women, I don't know, they're not able to give the testimony. Their testimony or their witnessing is much weaker, and that goes for even in a criminal case. If something were to happen and they have an eyewitness, if it's a woman, it won't be as heavy as a man would in court, in an Islamic court. Yeah, so it's just, I mean, it's utterly ridiculous. If this was in Western law, people would be outraged, you know, it's so ridiculous. So that's women's rights. I mean, there's so many others, but I'll put that aside for now, because as I said, it would be just too much of a long video. Also, the things that people often talk about, which I feel like is a little bit obvious now almost. The whipping, the stoning, the cutting off hands, the punishments within Sharia law are barbaric. And I just don't believe that violence should ever be a way of organising society or making it okay. I just don't think... I think it can lead to so many issues within society to have that kind of really violent way. Is it really necessary to kill someone when they've kind of, you know, done adultery or whatever, you know, cheated on their wife? Or it's just to kill someone, to have that in your hands. There's just so many levels to this that are, you know, really upsetting. But also, you know, people will say to me, oh, well, it's more of a deterrent. Don't you know, it's more of a deterrent. You have to have 4 witnesses for the adulterer to actually be stoned. 4 witnesses. And realistically, who's going to go sleeping with someone in bed and who's going to have 4 witnesses that were in the room? That's never going to happen. So everyone's always saying to me, you know, when I have asked people about this and kind of, you know, asked why is this there, you know, it seems a bit harsh, people have been like, oh, it's fine because, you know, it's not really going to happen. But then it just seems even more ridiculous. If it's not even going to happen, why is it there? It's kind of putting violence into a person's psyche, that actually there's, you know, you can punish someone violently if they do something wrong. I just feel like it could lead to violence, which obviously if you look at ISIS, if you look at whatever's going on in the world, it's, you know, it's very obvious that those things in there will lead to someone thinking that actually violence is okay in certain circumstances. And stoning someone to death, what a vicious, horrible way to die. It's just never okay, and that's never going to be okay in my mind. So the punishments in Sharia law, definitely something that disgusted me and I could never make okay. This also leads to what I found out about gays and lesbians. So gays and lesbians in Islam, their punishment in Sharia law is to be dropped from the highest building in that town or village or city or wherever they are, dropped from the building. If they've dropped and they've happened to not die by the drop, then they must be stoned to death. So as you can imagine, I was absolutely, I mean, that's shocking. I don't know if no one's shocked by that. I almost feel like they're maybe desensitized to it, because that's shockingly disgusting, like shockingly disgusting for that to be done to any person. And I never really thought about gays and lesbians, to be honest with you. You know, growing up, obviously in my Muslim bubble, it was just, yeah, that's bad. I never deeply thought about it. I just thought, well, you can't do it because it's not natural, and because you can't have children, and whatever else that was kind of fed to me, basically. As I grew up, you know, I did really, and I met obviously some gays and lesbians kind of as I grew up at university, and I just thought about it more. You know, when they're in front of you, it's quite different. Obviously, in my bubble, I didn't really meet any. Well, not that I knew, but yeah, when I went out into the real world, I was kind of like, gosh, you're a really nice person. You're like a lovely ass person, and if you are going to be, if I as a Muslim would have to punish you that way, I would never be able to do it. How could I, you know, I just envisioned men just being like, yeah, that's why women don't do it and men do. But I wouldn't want my husband to do that. I wouldn't want my dad to do that. I wouldn't want anyone to do that to a person. It's disgusting. So it really, really upset me. And the more I thought about kind of, you know, I love people, and if they want to love, you know, another, you know, the same sex or another sex or whatever, that's like their decision. And the fact that really bugged me is, you know, they are born that way. I know religious people love to have this idea of they can be cured, and also, you know, that it's because of something. It's not, you know, a lot of the time they're born with it. They are born the way that they are, and it's a natural thing. You see it in nature. There are animals that are gay. You know, there's been gay and lesbians since the beginning of time. People always say that as well. They're like, oh, they're just recent because it's fashionable. No, it's become, we have become as a society much more accepting, and that's why you see them more often, which is amazing, which is great, which is, people should come out. And I love all these kind of coming out videos on YouTube. I always watch them, and I'm so proud of them, and I like cry with them. And yeah, so that was another thing that kind of really bugged me, and that made me think, actually maybe Islam is just not in with the times, and love is love, and everything's good, and you need to be accepted. So another thing that really, really bugged me is the spread of Islam. There is a slight theme here, actually. I've just noticed it myself. It's all coming down to kind of violence, violent things that kind of turn me away, because there's a lot of violent things in Islam. There really is, and I obviously don't find a need for it. So the way that Islam was spread was by the sword. As a Muslim, you don't really ask questions too much. You know, you're in your bubble, in my bubble. I know a lot of religious people have those bubbles. You kind of, oh my heart, you kind of just think, you know, this is the way it is. You know, you fight for spreading your religion, or yeah, you fight for the land. It's normal, and it was back in those days, it was fine. But the thing that bugged me was, you know, spreading it by war, and again, violence. I just think, isn't there a better way to do that? Isn't there kind of an intellectual way to spread Islam? You know, surely. I mean, now you see all these dawah men everywhere. You know, even that would have been, I would respect that way more. You know, it's a good thing they're not riding around on their horse with a big sword these days. My God. Although there is ISIS, which I keep coming back to. So what they would do, I remember learning about this at school as well, is that they would go to a tribe or a village, or, you know, they'd kind of move around to spread it, keep going wherever little area they could get to, and they would arrive and they would say, right guys, we are giving you 3 options, because we're here, you know, me and the gang. The 3 options are, you can either become a Muslim and join us, or you can keep your religion if you have to, Christian, Jew, whatever the hell you are, keep it, but you have to pay us a tax, or you die. because we're going to go to war with you basically and fight you. A lot of them would say, heck yeah, we're going to have a fight. What the hell? Like, this is my land. Like, piss off. Like, what are you doing? You know, if someone came into your house and was like, hi there, nice house, yeah, cool. I'm giving you 3 options. You'd be like, what? Get out of my house. What? I find that so bizarre. And I remember learning about it at school and like my teacher being like, see, like the Prophet was so nice, you know, he gave them options. What kind of options are those? What option do they really have? The option is to die essentially if they don't commit to them. Anyway, so that I was kind of like flabbergasted by. I was like, how is this okay? You know, if this is a message from God, you know, who's above societal structure, who's above social norms, a God who is pure and, you know, loving, for a God to be like, yeah guys, actually just go around, kill people that don't believe you. I was like, there's no way that if there is a God that he would, you know, be like, this is okay. It gets worse as well. I haven't even got to the biggest part that bugged me. That wasn't even it. That bugged me. But then there was another part to it, and that was sex slaves. So sex slaves in Islam, and I've mentioned this on BD Vids' channel before, was definitely something that almost kept me up at night. I was kind of like this, how is this okay? How is this okay? This is something I could never make okay. There's nothing that anyone could have told me that made it okay. I was disgusted by it. So basically what they are is that you go to war. Often it was at war, but essentially I don't know how it works really. I mean, maybe if they're just a lonely ass woman that doesn't have like a lot of stature, or she's just whatever on the street, you could be like, yo, you're gonna be my sex slave, come on, let's go, come on, chop chop, let's go. Taking you home. And basically those women would, the Quran describes them as being the possession, so it's what the right hand possesses. So that's just one kind of reference to them, but there's quite a few all over the hadiths in the Quran. There's many references to these sex slaves. So basically men are allowed to have up to 4 wives. You know, if that gets a bit boring for them, they can just have kind of unlimited sex slaves as well. So yeah, I kind of suddenly thought that's so disgusting. And then also the men can marry a Christian or a Jew if they so wish, but a woman would only be allowed to marry a Muslim man, which doesn't make any sense. I think, you know, Muslims like to justify that by being like, yeah, but it's the man of the household, you know, but then Jews are like, no, the woman has to be Jew because she's the one that gives birth and brings up the children. You know, there are the 2 arguments, both are kind of whatever, silly, because really, you should decide to marry whoever you want to marry, and for whatever reason, you know, it's just not equality. There is not equality in Islam, and that was something that bugs me. So I delved deeper into learning about these sex slaves. There was no kind of explanation for them. You know, sheikhs are just like, ah, well, it was those times. You know, if you have a servant, she's under your roof. Men would sleep with her, whatever, you possessed them. What? It's like, how does it make any sense? It's like, what do you mean? Like, these women are possessions? How is that okay? It's like shocking that people think that's okay, or if do Muslims just brush it under the carpet, or like, you know, what do Muslims do to make this okay in their mind? I really want to know. What do Muslims think about? What do they believe about these sex slaves? Do they just think it's fine? Maybe the guys are like, yeah, it's fine, it's fine. Shut up. Shut up. Yeah, the sex slaves thing's fine. Don't worry guys, everything's cool around here. Let's just keep it on the down low. Maybe if you took them in, did you have to sleep with them? Do you have to? Couldn't they have created like a women's club and like had all the women that needed help? Something, anything, the money that you provided to feed her, couldn't they have put it into a pot like all the guys that had these sex slaves? Couldn't there have been another freaking option other than taking them to your house and possessing them and then sleeping with them? Yeah, it's just something that was really weird to me. The Prophet had a few sex slaves, of course. He had quite a famous one. I think he really cherished this one. She was supposed to be absolutely stunningly beautiful. Her name is Maria, Mary in English, and she was Christian actually. So anyway, there was a really interesting story that I read so he had 4 wives basically. The Prophet had 4 wives, and he would kind of have a schedule of when he would have a night with them. So he kind of ordered his week according to which wife he would be with. And there was a night where he was supposed to have been with the wife Hafsa. So he was supposed to be with her that night. She was like, oh, my mum's not feeling very well, I'm gonna go to my mum. Is that okay? And he was like, yeah, you go ahead, you go be with your mum, don't worry about it. But obviously the Prophet was feeling a bit like, oh, I need a girl, I need something, I'm gonna hit up my sex slave. You know, he gave her a call. I mean, I do this, I don't know how he got in contact with her back in the days, but somehow, like, you know, sent a pigeon or whatever, and she came over and they slept in Hafsa's bed, to which Hafsa returned and found them there and was like, what the heck, who's that? Get her out of here. I mean, I kind of envisioned like an almost cat fight, but that's probably not what happened, but who knows, okay? But she was like, oh my god, she was really upset. And you know, this is the tafsir, you know, describes it as she was very upset.
Bridget.
So also what made it obvious that Hafsa was really upset as well was that the Prophet was really trying to kind of reconcile with her and was like, I'll make Maria haram for me, I'll make a sex slave haram for me, please don't be upset, you know, please, like, you know, you can just imagine him just kind of begging like, no, I'll never do this again, no, kind of really grovelling in that sort of way, which obviously showed how upset Hafsa was. And also there was an ayah that came out the exact next day, how convenient, from Allah, that was like, don't make haram for you what's haram. And there was another verse that came out as well to the wives of the Prophet that was like, listen guys, like, you should be lucky that you're the wife of the Prophet, like, shut the hell up, what are you complaining about, what are you whinging about, and I mean, when I saw that as well, I just thought, wow, okay, so that's how the whole ayah thing worked. I also find it very interesting that the modern, more kind of modern scholars, you know, the tafsir these days are like, no, it's just metaphor. It's not about that whole situation. No. Basically, it's not the original tafsir. They've changed it since then, and they've said no, it's just a metaphor for honey. You know, the Prophet had some honey, and Hafsa hates honey, and yeah, because that makes sense. And she got so angry apparently over him eating honey. Okay. And he was like, oh, I'll make honey haram for me. Yeah, that's what happened. That's exactly what happened. I mean, you can believe whichever one you want to believe. My dad does a really good video on explaining the kind of background to that story. He does it very well, and he also shows the tafsirs. So if you want evidence, he literally shows it to you as he reads it in Arabic and English. So I would check that out. I'm going to put a link below for my dad's video on that. There's so many stories, honestly, that I could go into. I mean, another one that I know a lot of people kind of rinse out is obviously that the Prophet married a child. And I think I don't even need to go into that one. I feel like we'll just leave it there because it's quite an obvious one. And I know a lot of people mention it. It is another one that I learnt and delved into, and found it quite disgusting. And I just think if these messages are coming straight from God, you know, even just about the societal things within their society, you know, there were many transformations that the Prophet made, but also, you know, there could have been so much that he could have not done that were unnecessary in that society. He could have said, actually, I got a message from God who's above societal norms and above all of this, and he's saying there's no need to do this, actually it's better to do it this way. I know the arguments, you know, that kind of people lived not as long in those days, all kinds of arguments, but essentially if a person is a child and brought dolls into your house, there is also the hadith about how he kind of masturbated in between her legs before he slept with her. How nice of him, you know, he didn't sleep with her because she was too young and he just did that instead. A lot of people reject that hadith, they don't think it's authentic. Yeah, so I mean, say what you will, there was some weird funky stuff that happened, that he did and that he was part of and that he kind of made happen. So yeah, it's very, very strange. It's funny because I went to a Muslim school where I learned about the prophets and I learned about all the nice stories, but then it's like, when I did my own research, there's actually a lot within the hadiths, and there's a wealth of stories out there, and there's so many crazy ass stories, like you're like, wow, that's not a nice thing to do. You know, when you look at it from like a normal perspective or not a bubble perspective, and actually Walid Video Vids does a very good video on the story of Abraham and how he smashed the idols. So that's kind of a very famous Muslim story. I'm not sure if like Christians or Jews have the same story, it'd be interesting to know, but essentially that he kind of smashed some idols, and yeah, I mean, check out my husband's video vids, I'll link that one as well below, so lots of links below for you to check out after. But he you know, talks about how Prophet Ibrahim actually was very rude in doing that. These are the people's beliefs, people's gods, and how disgustingly rude and outrageously, you know, violated those people must have felt by him doing that, and so disrespectful. You know, Muslims are like, oh, we respect other religions. Do you? So yeah, so when you kind of look at the same stories even from another perspective, which is what I did very often, I was kind of like, hold on a second, when you look at that story, that's a horrible thing to do. That's not something to be proud of. You know, that was always the story of like, haha, look what Ibrahim did, you know, isn't he a champion? La da, he's so smart. No. That's not a nice thing to do. So there was a story about, again, in a war scenario, so obviously I really don't like the war scenarios, where the Prophet went to war with a particular Jewish tribe. He, you know, as usual, 3 options, la-di-da, killed all the men. He actually went and killed the kind of main treasurer of the tribe, so he was kind of the leader, you know, cut his head off, and his son and his son-in-law. There was a woman now involved in the story, so there's a woman called Sophia actually, and she must have been some really hot chick because he was like, I don't just want this woman to be my sex slave, I want to make her my wife. I need this woman my wife. Like, he was on it. Like, he obviously likes the hot ladies, so he was like, yeah, I got my Maria, but this one is like, dang. So he was like, right, I'm gonna make her my wife. So he had literally just killed her entire family, all the men in her family, and then he obviously must have made some amazing proposal that she couldn't say no to. I mean, yeah, exactly. So how do you think that proposal went down? Do you think she really wanted to marry him at that point? They actually got married that night and consummated the marriage that night. And I think what's so interesting about this story and the hadith, you know, go check out the hadith for sure, because it's actually really the real traditional hadith, because the whole description, because it actually explains that one of the companions of the Prophet was really worried about him and was really like, oh, dude, like, are you sure you want to do that? Like, you know, are you sure? Like, you're gonna get into trouble. So he actually was so shook that he actually went around the tent. They were in a desert, sleeping in a tent, and he actually stayed around because first of all he thought, this chick did not want to marry you, and I was worried. And he actually said that, he said, I was actually worried that because you just killed her father, her brother and her husband, that she actually didn't love you. Marsh, she fell in love with you after that. She was like, you know what, that was a really hot thing I saw you do just there. What do you think? Obviously she didn't love you. Anyway, so his friend was like, I wasn't sure she loved you. I thought she could be dangerous. Also, on top of that, I thought maybe there could be someone else, that kind of straggler from the tribe that would have heard of what you've done, and I wanted to make sure you were okay. But obviously you could never say to the Prophet what you're doing is wrong, because he's the Prophet, you know, and he's some perfect person. So my kind of vision of the Prophet, you know, my idea of this kind of perfect man bringing a perfect message was kind of tainted by stories that I read, and I was like, well, that's disgusting, well, that's horrible, and that's not something people should do or look up to or aspire to do in any way or shape or form. And yeah, it's quite shocking, because I think you don't grow up kind of learning those stories or knowing that side of things. I feel like Muslims don't really talk about those ones as much. I think they may rely on, oh, it's not an authentic hadith or something. That's Bukhari, by the way. But anyway, I mean, Bukhari is supposed to be like the most authentic. I mean, look, you know, is it not authentic because you don't like it, you know? Is that why it's not authentic? I think all these things kind of came down to the main concept of Islam, and the main concept of religion, and all Abrahamic religions. So if you're from any religion, you probably relate to understanding, you know, heaven and hell, and those were concepts that I just couldn't get my head around, and I think that was actually the tipping point for me. You know, I kind of thought that doesn't really make sense to give, you know, a lifespan, which actually has increased quite drastically from what was before, but you know, a lifespan of let's say you lived for 100 years, even if you lived for 100 years, which, you know, rarely people do, you know, if you live kind of 70, 80 years, whatever it is, you know, that's a very short amount of time to be judged on, and then for you to then have either a reward or a punishment for eternity. It's so disproportionate. It's completely disproportionate. God damn it, such a hard word to say. It is disproportionate, okay? It doesn't make any sense. I don't know why that would happen. But also, I kept thinking, and I know this kind of sounds really sort of innocent, and I don't know, I guess I am quite an innocent person. But you know, I don't understand how, if you are a very good, lovely, nice person, and you know, so let's just say, for example, you've got two people, okay? You've got a Muslim and you've got a non-Muslim. Now, this non-Muslim gives to charity every day, works for a charity, helps people, is loving, is caring, is pure, and, you know, will spend their life kind of just being a kind, beautiful person. And this person is a Muslim who is alright, average Joe, you know, does his zakat, does his whatever, and is just kind of your average Joe, right? So he will be raised way above this person who may have probably actually done so much more for society and people and given so much to them. But because they don't believe, let's say they're Hindu, you know, Hinduism is believing that there is more than one God, which is known as shirk in Islam, which actually is described as being worse than a murderer and worse than a rapist, which is shocking to me. Is, again, I feel like I've been shocking quite a few a lot of things are shocking to me, guys. So I find it really, yeah, you know, it's something I can never again get my head around. You know, this person who could be the nicest possible person will be regarded as worse than a murderer, and a lot of Muslims will kind of put this to the side as no, Allah will be merciful. Allah is most merciful. That's why he says it all the freaking time. Most merciful, most merciful, most merciful. You know, he will forgive them, and essentially some Muslims, you know, the more kind of Sufi inclined, I feel like, more spiritual ones, they really like to kind of not think too much about it and just be like, maybe they'll be forgiven, maybe they will go to heaven, maybe. But then the kind of more orthodox Muslims would be like, no, they're not going to go. They're not going to go. You know, they denied Islam. They had the opportunity to become Muslim. That's so, you know, whatever. I don't care what you did. If you didn't do it for the sake of Allah, then you're going to hellfire to be burnt for eternity with scalding flames. Your skin will be poured off and your skin will come back again just to be burnt again. You'll have hot lava poured into your eyeballs. Yeah, that's totally fine because you decided, you know, that you found, you know, purity and niceness in Hinduism, and then that's just the wrong one. It's the wrong one, mate. Wrong one. Sorry. Bye. Sorry. I don't care. Everything that you did, all those orphans that you fed, all those beautiful things that you helped people with, you know, all the amazing things you did in your life, it doesn't mean jack crap because you were in the wrong religion. That doesn't make sense to me. That doesn't make sense to me. And I find that kind of way of looking at life is just so simplistic, you know, just being like, you gotta kind of tick the box and then you'll get into heaven. If you do a bit more, you know, there's different levels. It just seems like a video game. It's just so man-made. I just feel like the idea of that is so from a man, you know, it's so kind of man constructed, it's so kind of simplistic. And I just think also punishment, you know, for a God to do to his creation is almost like, you know, he describes sometimes himself as loving us more than our mother loves us. More than our mother loves us. So a mother that really loves their child so much, you know, you're their baby, been in their womb, you know, would you really be able to watch your child be tortured and burnt? Any mother out there, just if you don't have children, ask your mother, like, mother, would you be able to watch me, regardless of what I've done, watch me be tortured over and over and over and over? And if you had the power to stop it or punish me in another way or do something differently, would you? You know, it's just I just think, you know, a higher power would be beyond that level of punishment. And there's so many things that kind of people will say to me, Muslims will say to me, which they just don't fly. I'll say a few just in case anyone decides to say them. You know, that there is so much more to life, and there's so much that we don't know, and all that we understand is a drop in the ocean. You know, our understanding is so little. If our understanding is so little, and God has given us this brain that doesn't really understand, then why are we going to be judged for not understanding when Allah gave us the brain that we can't understand it with? Yeah, so that was really confusing to me. But also that, you know, in kind of science we know a lot more things. You know, we know that, for example, a psychopath has a gene. You know, often criminals that have a more kind of inclination to do kind of criminal acts actually have a gene, so can be genetically inclined to do it and can lack empathy, for example, so can kind of murder and murder and murder and not have any empathy. You know, so there's kind of various levels of kind of mental illnesses essentially, and things that are within your mechanisms that can determine how you are, but also your environment, you know, where you're raised. You know, it's not fair for me to kind of say, you know, I'm going to put this human being in this position where they've got a crappy life, and then they've got, you know, their kind of genetic inclinations. How much free will do you really have? Whereas if I had put that same person in, you know, we'd given them nicer genes and put them into a kind of a normal life, whatever normal can be, but, you know, not a kind of crazy, non-loving, kind of happy childhood or whatever it kind of a normal is. You know, not put them in that situation. If I did, then actually maybe they wouldn't do the things that are considered bad, or maybe if they were in that other circumstance they would have been Muslim, or, you know, it's just the circumstance that people are in, or the religions they are born in, is not a choice. And so there were so many things. Also, I touched on kind of the genetics and the science. There were also things, evolution was a big one, you know, just general kind of scientific errors in the Quran, for example. A lot of Muslims have this idea of like, oh, the miracle of the Quran is there's like science in it, and that, oh my god, look at the fetus is, you know, in the Quran. And how did they know at that time? They knew because the ancient Greeks had already had this understanding of the fetus. The ancient Greeks were amazing. You know, I'm pretty sure they weren't Muslim. I'm pretty sure they didn't have any messages from, you know, angels or anything. And they were, you know, having all these kind of scientific observations and, you know, doing these experiments and finding out so much. And the reason that actually, if you look at the kind of understanding of the science, it's actually not always exactly correct. It's kind of a gist. So people be like, oh yeah, but they were just giving you an idea. How would they have even known that little part? But they did know a little part because of ancient Greeks, and also the ancient Greeks weren't 100% accurate. That's why they have the same errors in the Quran. So it's the same similarities and same sort of errors that actually shows that it came from that exact time. So anyway, there's so much I could say about kind of, you know, the science and the miracles, and there's so much I could go into. Honestly, this would be literally like the longest video ever. So I kind of just wanted to give you a taster. I think a lot of Muslims are Muslim because they're born Muslim. You know, they're born, as I was, into a bubble. Sometimes the bubble doesn't burst. Sometimes you're in the bubble for life. And then when you get to a certain age, there's no point of bursting a bubble because that is just your life and you've created everything around that. I just can't understand the judgment, you know, essentially the meaning of life doesn't make sense. Even the idea of kind of life is a test, it just seems so cruel and again, man constructed, you know, man made. It doesn't. I personally am now agnostic, and I do think that if there is a God, that he's just way above this kind of simplistic idea of like hell and heaven and right and tick a box, tick these boxes and then you're in. I think it's so much deeper than that, and I don't think there's just you know, one way of being a good person, or one way of, you know, doing the right thing. I'm not too sure, you know, as I said, I'm agnostic, so I'm not too sure kind of how it'll unfold. I just don't believe in the concept of heaven and hell at all. I don't believe that violence in any way, even in hellfire, should be the way to handle things. You know, it kind of reminds me almost of, you know, when parents used to think it was okay, I hope people still don't think it's okay, to hit children. And, you know, you would hit children and you would think that was the best way of handling it. But, you know, now that we've come to understand, actually violence is just reinforcing violence, and actually you're just teaching the child that it's okay to be violent. You know, there are other ways to kind of teach people and punish people. I'm not saying that, you know, for example, punishment shouldn't happen in our society, for example, because someone asked me, you know, when I was discussing this with someone, I said that I think we don't have a lot of free will because of our genetics and because of our environment. And they were like, well, then should there be no prisons? Absolutely, we should kind of have people separate, you know, if they're not well. But I just think if there's something above this world that can kind of, you know, is a god, essentially, they would see beyond kind of, you know, beyond the social constructs, and they would be able to know that that person isn't well, and so they shouldn't be burnt for eternity. There's so many reasons why it's just wrong, basically, to have that understanding of hell, and why I don't believe it. So I hope that gives you a picture of a few of the reasons. As I said, I kind of really tried to kind of put them as concisely as possible into a little box for you. If you want me to elaborate, if you want to know a bit more, if you have any other questions, please comment below. I'd really like to know. And as I said, I've got loads more to come, so do subscribe, like this video, and yeah, let's stay in touch, guys, and I'll see you guys soon. Bye.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Cults to Consciousness. I am Shalise Ansola, and we are back with another episode of Culty Comparisons. And I laugh because I just made it up and I think it's fun. Or I made it up the last live. We are joined again by the ever amazing Apostate Aladdin. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me again, and so soon after the
Yeah.
first episode.
I know, guys, we did this yesterday, and then we went onto his channel to continue the conversation, and then we were just like, wow, we still have so much to talk about. And all of the comments were like, keep going, I could listen for hours, which, thank you. It's very sweet. We appreciate that. And it seemed like we got a lot of positive feedback too. So we're like, you know what, let's just run it back. We'll just do this again until we get through our notes here. So that's what we're going to
Yeah,
do.
you seem very confident that today we're going to finish it according to the title, and I applaud you for that confidence, but we'll see.
We'll see. We'll see. We did cover quite a bit in the first one.
Mm.
And actually, before I give a little overview, I think you wanted to briefly address the mask, which will inevitably come up in the comments for people who just don't watch the video.
Right. So for people always ask, why are you wearing a mask? You're alone at home, and they assume that it has some connotations to it, something that has to do with specifically American politics. And no, it does not. I wear the mask always to hide my identity, because there are usually consequences, social or legal, or worse, and danger that people get in for criticizing the religion of Islam. And I want to protect myself and my loved ones. So that's why I wear the mask, for anonymity.
Yes, thank you. And guys, if you haven't already, go to Apostate Aladdin's channel and subscribe. He's got some great videos over there talking about Islam, his own experience. He has other people come on and share their experiences. And I mean, it's interesting seeing the crossover. It's always fun when I see people in the comments that are like, oh, my two favorite YouTubers collabing. And I'm thinking, why didn't you tell me before that you had another YouTuber that you would want us to collab with? Because we just kind of happen upon people like we happened upon you. I think maybe a few people did recommend you in our comments, which is why I had you saved. And then you reached out and I was like, oh, look at that. We were already going to reach out to him. So that was kind of a happy accident. But guys, if you're listening and you have other YouTubers that you want us to collab with, please let us know. All of that to say, we do have an audience that is kind of cross-pollinated already. But in case you're not subscribed, go subscribe.
Yes, please do. If you're interested in the stuff that I do, and then you can unsubscribe, but subscribe first.
No, don't unsubscribe. Oh, we even have Val here. Hey, Val. We want to get Val back on the channel. He came from, we actually talked briefly about the Order, the fundamentalist Latter-day Saint group in Utah. So we need to do more with Val too. Okay, so let's see. Someone says we need to do an ongoing collab. I'm just looking at my notes here. It's this huge Google Doc, 2 pages. And this is kind of what we covered yesterday. General statements, both Abrahamic-based religions. They borrow from Abrahamic scripture, claiming to be monotheistic religions. Oh my gosh, you guys, stuttering today. But don't believe in the Trinity. What else do we got? Muhammad claimed he was the final prophet, and Joseph Smith actually said, do you want to read the quote?
Yeah, so this is a quote. Joseph Smith said, "I shall be to this generation a new Muhammad." And he adopted as his fighting slogan the words, which he thought he had learned from Islam, either the Al-Quran or the sword, which I couldn't find a quote for or anything very closely related to that in Islam. But also it's kind of a misquote. He didn't understand that Al-Quran meant the Quran. So it's kind of like saying, I suppose it's kind of like saying chai tea, because chai means tea. So it's like saying tea.
Wait, I didn't know that.
Yeah. Or apparently
Chai is my
non-bread.
favorite.
If you say non-bread, that's like saying bread, I think. So I didn't know
The
that.
more you know.
Yeah.
That's funny. Yeah, so Joseph Smith, I think, stole a lot of things from Islam, which, not surprised, because he borrowed from a lot of other things too, like Freemasonry and the temple rituals, which we're going to talk a little bit about today. So what else? We talked about the founders. They were both claimed to be visited by angels. They both had revelations that were super convenient to what they needed at the time and things they needed people to do. They'd be like, well, God just told me. What else? They both married underage girls, both wanted polygamy to be a thing, and in Islam, polygamy is still a thing. In mainstream Mormonism, it is currently not a thing, but in the fundamentalist sects, very much still alive. What else? What am I missing?
So they both migrated. And I want to make a small correction because I remember saying that he only had a couple dozen followers when he first migrated, when Muhammad migrated from Mecca to Medina. I think the number is actually closer to 80. I don't remember exactly. I found the couple dozen. Maybe at first he didn't have except a couple dozen followers, but by the time that he migrated, it was around 80. But then his
Okay.
exploded when he went to Medina.
Yes, so we were talking about how both religions were super successful because they migrated. And in your case, correct me if I'm wrong, there was a lot of war and forcing people to convert. Is that true?
Yeah, yeah. There was a
Okay.
lot of conflict, and I did a bunch of research today to be sure. And the best case scenario is you hear a lot of apologetics about how every single war he got in was a defensive war. But if you got in so many wars in such a short span of time, like that's a bit suspicious. And
Yeah.
there are a lot of instances where he goes way beyond just defensive. I mean, there are some very brutal instances. I mentioned one last time we spoke. Yeah, and did we get to talking about slavery,
A
or
little
did
bit.
we not?
Yeah,
A
because we
little bit.
talked about the woman who was sealed to Joseph Smith as an eternal slave.
Right. Yeah, but then we didn't talk about it further on the Islamic side, did we?
I think you mentioned that, like the sex slave thing, but was there more to that?
Yeah, that there's a lot more to that. So in Islam, slavery is not illegal. Like to this very day, there's nothing about Islam that says you can't have slaves. It's just
Oh,
that it all ended in like the 1980s, I think. That's because the UN pressured a lot of Muslim majority countries to stop it. But there's nothing in Islam that prevents slavery. And I mean, there's a lot of apologetics about why ideas like it was already a common thing back then and they couldn't just outlaw it, then no one would join Islam because you can't like take away their slaves, which is a very ridiculous assertion because if you're God and you're sending people the truth, you don't care what people think. You don't. It's not like you're pressured to do whatever people want.
yeah.
But yeah, in Islam, slavery is allowed in the sense that if you lose in a war, the winning army, which is like the Muslim army, could take people of yours and make them slaves and just divvy them up. They can sell them, they can buy slaves even, which is something that is, I mean, it's one thing to say that captives of war are slaves. It's another to go to a slave market and buy slaves. You don't know how they became slaves.
Yeah.
It's not even the same method necessarily. And then it goes further. Like if a person owns a female slave, they can have intercourse with her, which, as you put it before, it's not consensual. The power dynamics are not balanced there. And the last thing I want to add to that, sadly, children of slaves are still slaves. So you can effectively have like a slave factory and trade in slaves, and it's all allowed. And it's one thing to say that, look, that was just a status quo and he couldn't just stop it. And there's a lot of apologetics about how Islam really encourages you to free slaves. And yeah, you do get rewards if you free slaves, like, brownie points with God, but it's not mandatory. And it didn't work clearly because there was still slavery till the 1980s. So it's sad that it was a chance to fix the world, but instead he legalized it. He just put it in law that, yeah, that's a thing. So yeah,
Hang
that's
on.
slavery
Did
in
you
Islam.
say 1980s? You didn't mean 1890s?
Yeah, I'm talking like just a
Like
generation ago.
recently?
Yeah. And I'm not
Whoa.
saying everywhere. It's not like every country had slaves, but that
Right.
was a thing in a lot of Muslim countries. Like it was remnants of that. And even I think in Saudi Arabia, there were up until the 1980s. There's even footage on YouTube. It's probably too difficult to view on this stream, but if you look it up and just beware that it's sad to see. There's footage from the 1970s or 80s, like old footage of slave markets in Saudi Arabia. And yeah,
Oh
and
my
there's
gosh.
nothing Islamically illegal about that.
Where are they getting these people in the 1970s?
To be
Just
honest, I
trafficking?
don't know. If we were to believe that they were doing it just the Islamic way. They didn't have to be through war or through trading. You can't go to a free person and make them your slave, but there are other ways apparently, or maybe it's a lineage of slavery that still, existed. It's really sad. And people talk a lot about slavery in the US, the more recent version that we're all familiar with, but the Arab slave trade was terrible. It was devastating, and it's kind of forgotten about just because it doesn't exist anymore. But by that logic, American slavery doesn't exist in that form anymore, but people still remember it. So yeah, it's pretty sad, and it's one of those things that we don't talk about it a lot as Muslims. We're not taught a lot about it. We read verses about it maybe, but we don't think about it too much.
Yeah.
But if God is real, I would ask God, why? You could have done something about it. Why didn't you?
Yeah. What are some of the other things that people know about, and they know that that's part of the doctrine, but they just pretend it doesn't exist, or just maybe don't even teach it?
Like we talked last time about heavenly maidens that men get to sleep with.
More slaves.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I didn't clarify last time. I mentioned it's not even clear if they're humans. Like their entire purpose is that. So I don't know personally if they have a soul. They're not like humans that existed on Earth that are then transported into heaven. They were just created for that purpose. Yeah, I mean, but they have flesh, and funny thing is the description of their flesh. There's a lot of fetishizing of paleness in the religion, which is very indicative of the region. I guess that was exotic for the region, so that's why it was, as a sign maybe of someone not spending too much time in the sun, maybe being royalty, that or most people didn't have that luxury of being pale, because they lived in a desert. So yeah, the description is that they're so pale, they're almost translucent, like you can sort of see inside them.
Ew.
Which is freaky.
Yeah, these like angel ghost beings.
Yeah. Yeah. So point is, I'm not sure if they're humans, like they're not actual real humans that lived among us, but they were created for that purpose. So do they have a soul? Can they say no? Do they have free will? I don't know. But do we have free will in heaven? I don't think we do. But that's a story for another time.
Does anyone really know? Speaking of heaven, we kind of talked about the levels of heaven in Mormonism. So you have the celestial kingdom, which is the top. And then within the celestial kingdom, you have 3 more that are like the super celestial kingdoms. It's not a real name. I just made it up. But there's different tiers. The rules of how to get there are all a little
Celestial
murky.
Kingdom Pro and Celestial Kingdom Pro Plus.
And light, celestial kingdom light. Basically, to get to the highest level, you have to do things like go to church every Sunday, probably hold callings. You have to be a worthy temple recommend holding member, which means you have to go to the bishop and confess your sins and make sure you're not doing anything bad, following all the rules, which we're going to talk about the rules today. You have to go and do temple work for dead people. What else? This is a big one. You have to be sealed in what they would call the traditional family marriage, man, woman. And let's say I was married, not celestially married. I was married in the temple, and then my husband, he's not like a good guy anymore, according to the church. Maybe he drinks coffee, and so he's not worthy. Or let's just give him a little higher sin. Maybe he watches pornography. Super hard no for Mormon church. So if I were to die, or he were to die, and we get to heaven, I couldn't get into the celestial kingdom because I have to have a worthy priesthood holder pull me through the veil by calling my secret name, and then I would hear that name and be like, that's me, which, by the way, you get a secret name, like your true name, when you go through the temple, and no one can know it but your husband, and you can't know his name, but he can know your name, so he can pull you into heaven. But if he's not worthy, you're not getting through, which is why a lot of women feel obligated to divorce their husbands if they're not following the rules, because it literally affects their salvation. So yeah,
what if we flip that around? What if the wife is the coffee drinker or whatever, enjoyer?
Well, it doesn't really matter, because your bro's gonna get through into heaven, and then he's just gonna get a bunch of wives assigned to him because polygamy in heaven is required.
Right. Well, how do Mormons explain that that clear preference for males, or that difference in how they're treated, males and females?
They just say men and women have different strengths, and we love the women and we respect the women, and the women should raise the children and have the babies, and don't talk too loud, and try not to insert your opinions, and probably don't go to college because you really should be getting on having those kids because there's souls up there waiting to be born, and they need you, mom, to bring them down to earth so they can be Mormon. So the thing is, there's been a big movement where women wanted more equality in the church, even if that just means being able to speak in general conference, which happens twice a year. All of the higher ups of the church get together and they speak for God, and everyone's supposed to tune in and listen. And usually there's like 2 women out of, let's just say, 15, 20 men. It's probably more. I haven't watched in a long time. I try to forget those things, but it's really unbalanced. And so even just, they'll say, well, we have the Relief Society, which is a women's organization. It was founded by Emma Smith, Joseph Smith's wife, first wife. And they're like, yeah, it's meant to help and raise up women. And all that's great. And yes, we do have that, but it's still overseen by men. They can't make any decisions on their own. Even when they have activities, a man has to be present. It's still very clear that women aren't capable, in their opinion, of doing anything on their own, or they need a priesthood holder, which is what they call the guys. So yeah, it's clearly misogynistic, and even the temple ceremony was changed, where it used to be the woman would swear her obedience to her husband, and her husband would swear obedience to God, and they recently changed it. So, I mean, baby steps, I guess, but yeah, it is what it is.
Yeah, I'm trying to draw parallels with Islam, but when you first said that meeting that is twice a year, in Islam, men and women are not supposed to be in the same place. Like when you go to the mosque, there's a men's section and a women's section. I don't know if I made that clear earlier. That's not like an extremist mosque. That's every single mosque ever. Men and women do not mix. And maybe somewhat understandably, the way that women are viewed as sexual objects or temptation or lust for men, it makes sense, because in the prayer, I mean, it makes sense to separate them in that context, because in prayer, they kneel down, they bend over. And if you're not even supposed to look at a woman, imagine, having one in front of you bent over. So in Islam, that's a big no-no. But even beyond just, going and praying at the mosque, they don't mingle inside the mosque. Like, it's a completely different section. You don't even see the women, kind of like what I was describing with my school. That's what the mosque is like. And I was thinking about women in higher positions or in position of government. I mean, thankfully, a lot of the countries that are majority Muslim now have some elements of secularism, even though they might also have elements of Islamic law, or that would, take precedent, even if unofficially sometimes. So there are women in government, but according to Islam, women should never rule. Like there's not a lot of room for women in government, let alone as a leader. Like there's a hadith, a saying by Muhammad, where he said that لَن تَفْلَحَ قَوْمٌ something led by imra'a. So a people will not prosper if they're led by a woman. And that's just something that he said. So yeah, women are infantilized a lot in Islam. Yeah, he just said it. Like they will never prosper. But we clearly see nations today that have women in government and even as prime ministers, and they're, doing pretty well, especially compared to a lot of Muslim majority countries. But, with believers, there's always a way to explain that away as well. They get their, God is testing them. He's giving them all that they want in this life, so that in the afterlife, he can punish them even harder, or he can say, I gave you everything. What's your excuse? But yeah, to sum it up, women in Islam are also like sort of a lower tier, except it's not framed that way, of course, but they are at a lower tier. There's even a verse that says it, and in that same verse it says that a man can beat his wife if she disobeys. But in that verse it says that men are dominant over women, or in a more softer translation, caretakers of women. It's verse 34 of Surah An-Nisa, of the surah number 4, chapter number 4, verse 34. And even in the most soft explanation and interpretation that men are caretakers over women, it's said in a very infantilizing way. Like there are a lot of rights that men have over their women, and yeah, there's a clear imbalance there. And there's also the same excuse that men and women are just built different. There's each has their virtues and each has their power, and we need each other, but we're just different. And I've always wondered, why did God create us that way then? Couldn't God create two genders that were very, different, but not in a hierarchy sort of way?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the patriarchy. I don't love it so much. And it seems like in most of the religions that we cover or groups that we cover, even if it's just a family cult, they use the patriarchy as an excuse to push down, abuse, and, like you said, infantilize women and children. And I don't like it. So, yes, gender roles are very much a thing in Mormonism. It used to be that, so I say they used to be, so I'm giving them credit. They are changing slightly, but it used to be that boys would go on missions when they were 19, and then girls couldn't go until they were 21. And I was told that it's because they want the girls to get married instead of going on a mission. And if you're not married by 21, I guess get out there, go convert people. So they're really encouraging you to get married young. They just reduced the limit. So for boys, it's 18 now. And we know that reason is because boys were going to 1 year of college when they graduated high school, messing up, and then they had to wait a whole other year to repent before they could go out. So yeah, they're sending out kids basically to go on missions. We did an interview with my cousin who went, and she talked about her experience and how it was awful. So much medical neglect. She basically had no money for food. It was just, anyways, you can go check that out. It's with Keely. Babe at home with the little one. Can you drop the link to that? He's at home moderating. So, okay, what else were we talking about? Gender roles. Is there anything else within that category that you wanted to mention?
I want to mention that I know women in my life that are strong and capable, and my mother is one of them. So I'm not saying that in Muslim countries it's impossible for a woman to work hard or to be educated. Of course, it is possible. What I'm saying is that it's easy to use the religion and not even abuse it or stretch it. It's very easy to use the religion verbatim to restrict women in that way. And I'm glad that there are women who are able to do more than what the literal translation of the religion or the literal application would allow them to. For example, a man, there are a lot of interpretations that say that a man can decide whether or not his wife can leave the house to go visit her parents, even. That's the degree of control that he can have.
Wow.
Thankfully, a lot of people don't live that way. But unfortunately, the problem is that some people do, and there's nothing that can be done to combat that. There's no law in most of these countries, or all of them, that says you are not allowed to control your wife to that extent. It's not considered abusive, especially that in many cases she somewhat agrees to it because she thinks that's what God said. And there's a lot of pressure tactics like these. This one's a very gross one, but I'll try to not be graphic about it. There's a saying about the Prophet that says, if a woman refuses her husband intimacy, sleeping with him, for any reason that is not valid, and by valid they mean if she's on her period, because you're not allowed to have sex on your period, or if she's sick. Other than that, there's no good reason. If she refuses him that, then the angels curse her all night. So there's a lot of pressure there.
Yikes.
Yeah. And the religion does not recognize marital sexual assault. That's not a category. A man can can do whatever. It's his wife. And that's unfortunately a sad thing that a lot of women have to live with.
Yeah, we've done some interviews with some ex-Mormons who've talked about something similar. Even men who straight up admitted that when they were on their mission presidents would say things like, well, you can't masturbate, you can't look at porn, but don't worry, once you get married, you can use your wife, and she's your toy now. And so really just demeaning women and reducing women to a sex toy that they can use whenever they want. And you have these young boys who are amped up because they haven't explored at all, and they're just like bursting at the seams, come home from their mission, try to get married right away, like immediately. We're talking they have a week engagement or something crazy, or they know each other for a week and get engaged and then get married a month later. It's super, super common. Or this is one of my favorites because Utah is so close to Vegas. They'll go to Vegas, get married, have sex all weekend, and then get it annulled and go back to Utah. But they were married, so they weren't breaking any rules. I mean, there's a lot of sex Mormon loopholes that we could talk about. But yes, the fact that men are told, don't worry, guys, you're going to have a wife to use. And the more righteous you are, the hotter your wife is going to be, which creates a lot of perfectionism complexes in women and feeling like they have to look and act perfect. And it's just this big old mess. All of it has to do with making the woman into an object, basically objectifying women.
Yeah. Again, there's a lot of parallels to everything you just said in Islam as well. And I want to remind people that I'm not saying that that's just how every Muslim relationship is. I'm saying that unfortunately many can be that way, and there's no avenue to save those people in those situations. And in Islam, I don't think I've mentioned this before, if we're just following the Islamic law, and in a lot of countries, unfortunately, that's still the dominant factor here, a woman is not really allowed to divorce her husband as easily as a husband can divorce a wife. So a husband can say, I divorce you, and it's done. The deed is done. But a woman has to make a case to a judge and say, this is why I want to divorce. Like, there has to be a good reason. So, and then imagine a situation where a woman who is unhappy in her marriage, maybe her husband is too aggressive, maybe he's just, not a good person, and she goes to make her case to a strange man, and he says no, or let me think about it, and she goes back home to the abusive husband. That's very common, unfortunately. And like I said earlier, a man has license to discipline his wife, and nobody can do anything about it. And there's a big culture of the man is the leader of the house, and anything that happens in the family unit these are private affairs that have to do with him. So abused women are either told that it's his right to do this, or talking about it is like backstabbing him or spreading rumors about him and the family. It's not good for your honor, for his honor, that kind of stuff. So there's immense pressure on a lot of women. And again, it's to varying degrees. There are people who don't observe to that extent. There are people who think it's terrible, but they can't do anything about it. I just think it's terrible that God, if it exists, would give license to men to beat their wives, or would create the situations that allow for this to happen, would create that power imbalance, and then hope that men are good enough not to do it. I expect better from God.
Yeah. Yeah, and let's talk more about kind of segueing into this purity culture thing, because there's a lot of objectifying women, and there's analogies like in Mormonism, the chewed gum analogy, that if you have sex before marriage, you are a piece of chewed gum or a licked cupcake. And we would do these object lessons in Sunday school, in Young Women's is what they would call it. When you hit 12, you start going to this separate class where they start teaching you how to be a wife and a mom. And they bring in cupcakes and they do the whole demonstration, and you start to realize that you gotta keep everything locked down in order to be a good Mormon. And sometimes things happen and it creates a lot of guilt and shame. Sometimes abuse happens and they have no control over that and they just feel broken. So there's a lot around purity culture, and this is not just specific to Mormonism or Islam. I mean, it's basically every single cult member we talk to, aside from the orgasm cult, which flipped it on its head. And the Children of God, which flipped it in a very gross, awful way. Most religions have purity culture, and they are obsessed with a woman's virginity. So is there anything you want to add about that?
Yeah, so there's multiple things I want to say here. So we do have similar analogies. I don't know how old they are, but at least I've heard them in my lifetime about not even a woman who's had sex, just the how covered a woman is. So the uncovered woman is like an unwrapped candy that's either, imagine a lollipop, it's a little bit moist maybe, and you just throw it on the ground. You'll have dirt stick to it. Maybe even, bugs would start licking it. That's how they describe the uncovered woman, and they would ask you, what would you prefer, a lollipop that has, its cover on it, or a lollipop that's collected dirt and bugs.
Whoa, that's next level.
Yeah. And that's not even about a woman who's had sex. That's just about what she's wearing or how covered she is. And like we talked about in the last streams, we're not talking necessarily short shorts and a bikini or anything like that. The way that women are supposed to cover up is it's like head to toe. Maybe their face can show. People disagree on whether or not the hijab, the hair covering, is mandatory, but it's highly encouraged. And I am not a woman, so I didn't grow up being told the stories that girls heard. So like I said, when we went to school, we were separated, the boys and the girls. So they heard a lot of horror stories. Like, for example, every hair that a man sees is an increment of punishment. I can't remember exactly what it was, but that's just, imagine every single hair that a man sees, and that's one man. Multiply that, but however many men could see you if you're not wearing a hijab, and how women could be dragged by their hair and thrown into heaven for that, for men perceiving their hair. There's this big obsession with hair being a part of a woman's private parts almost. It's really scary, and it's sort of like when you move the goalposts, when you make it so that men don't usually see women's hairs, it becomes almost arousing to see a woman without hair. I mean, with her hair showing. It's the same thing with how the joke that we keep hearing about, ankles that people in some parts of the world get attracted to, just a woman's ankle, because that's the only piece of skin that they can see. When you keep shifting the goalposts, it becomes arousing to see what is normal in other places. And they see that arousal as a sign that they're right, that yes, we should cover that up, because guys get aroused when they see a woman with her hair loose. Yeah, I could talk about this for a long time. It's really frustrating.
Yeah. Yeah, and we actually go into depth about that with your interview. So everyone go check that out if you haven't. Not the lives, but we did an actual interview with Aladdin, and we talked specifically about sex and purity culture and how it affected him as a guy, because we frequently talk about it from the female perspective. So go check that out. Real quick, we have a super chat from Molly. Thank you so much, Molly. Not only Mormons or Muslims look at Catholics. Yeah, we did a couple episodes on that. Not everyone was very happy that we covered Catholicism, but it definitely is worth talking about. And of course, there are very varying levels to which people practice it, just like with Islam and just like with Mormonism too. I mean, you could say that modesty is not required in Mormonism. I don't have to wear a t-shirt like this. But if you don't, you're looked down upon, or you may not get a temple recommend, or if you have your garments, which we talked about on your stream, the t-shirt and shorts that you have to wear once you go to the temple under all of your clothes, you have to be modest, because if they show, then you're basically sinning. I don't know a better way to put it. You're disrespecting God by not keeping your covenants, is what they would say, keeping your covenants. So, right, varying levels of degrees that people practice.
And there's one more thing I want to add to what I said. So in terms of conditioning and making a woman feel naked or ashamed of her hair or, her body in general, I think we've spoken about this, but I'll repeat it again. A Muslim woman is not supposed to pray, even in private, without covering head to toe. Not her face, but I'm sorry, not to toe, to ankle. And I say that as an expression, but basically, yeah, her arms should be covered, her legs, her torso, everything, her hair as well. Even though she's in private and the only person or only entity perceiving her is God, she's supposed to cover because it's seen as disrespectful to be showing herself in front of God. Even the phrasing of that, showing herself, I've made this analogy before. I'm not showing my eyes right now. My eyes are just there. It's not like I'm exposing my eyes to you. So it's shifting the burden, or shifting the goalposts again. A woman is showing her hair if she looks like you, when you're not intentionally showing it. It's just there. It's just part of your, your anatomy. So yeah, in my opinion, if a woman is supposed to pray 5 times a day, and every time she has to go put on the hijab and go dress in, quote unquote, modestly in front of God, she starts to associate other clothing with immodesty. If God himself can't perceive her in that state during prayer, then maybe she shouldn't be perceived in that state at all, at any time. So it's, yeah, I don't understand why God would be aroused or offended or anything by a woman's body or hair.
Right, he created it.
Yeah. And that's the funny thing, like, humans have been around for a long time. Maybe I can't remember exactly the timeline, but at least a few 100,000 years. And only with Muhammad, only now, like 1,500 years ago, did God say, well, no, you got to cover up your hair. So why did you create it to begin with? What about all these women for all these hundreds of thousands of years?
There's something similar in Mormonism in the temple ceremony, where totally different scenario once you get in there as far as what you can wear. And I saw it once because I went in there to be sealed to my sister. She's my half sister. She was getting sealed to my parents. And I think I was like 9 or 10 or something. And I walked in and I saw everyone dressed in their garb. And I was like, what in the world? So to describe it, the best from my memory here, and I'm trying to visualize it. So it's all white, men and women, except for this bright green, it's like an apron that you put in front, and it's supposed to signify the Adam and Eve leaves. Like, there's actual leaves that are kind of embroidered onto it. And then you have to have like the long sleeves, I believe. I don't think they can be short. I think they're to the wrist. And guys, correct me in the comments if I'm wrong, if you've been to the temple many times. Very high necklines for the women and for the men. You have to wear stockings and little white slippers. And then the women have a veil, the white veil. And when they go to do certain ordinances or different, I guess it's just called ordinances in the temple, they have to cover their face with the veil. So they're not allowed to do it without covering their face. And so it's kind of the similar thing. I've heard women who've gone say things like, why do I have to cover my face to pray to God? That feels so weird. It feels like why can't I just be myself and be uncovered like the men can? Oh, and the men wear a baker's hat. That's a fun little cherry on top. Definitely go Google that if you haven't seen it before. It's very interesting. I dodged that whole thing because I didn't go to the temple. I left when I was 19. I almost got married around that time, but I dodged that too. Story for another day. So I didn't have to get the garments or do that part of the temple ceremony. I only witnessed one, and then I did baptisms for the dead when I was younger. So temple ceremony things, is there anything similar for you?
So before I answer that, I'm reminded of a sketch or a song by this sketch group called The Whitest Kids You Know, and the song was "God wants you to wear a hat." And they just saw a montage of they show a montage of a bunch of different religions and all the hats that they wear. It's just a funny image. Yeah, it seems like God wants you to wear a hat. That's just the thing that God likes. So you're asking about rituals. So this ritual is for prayer, whether you're doing it at home or at the mosque. You're supposed to wash parts of your body in a certain way repetitively, like 3 times, which is one of the many reasons why some people think that the Prophet had some form of OCD. He was a little bit particular about some things, but he's not here, so we can't diagnose him for sure. But yeah, you have to wash certain body parts, your face, your arms, your feet. Fun fact, if you use the bathroom or if you fart, you're supposed to do it all over again.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Sorry, I just imagine that must be kind of tricky.
And, people, I mean, if you do it during prayer, it cancels your prayer. You have to start over. You have to go do the ritual and then come back and pray. So you could do that at home. You can like prepare all this at home, but you can't fart till after the prayer is done all the way to the mosque. So, or you can just go and wash again at the mosque. And what's funny is it's like I see one side of it is it's encouraging people to be clean. There's no harm in washing yourself that way. But the trigger for you going and washing, you're not even washing the part where the fart came out of, so it's not actually cleaning that part.
Right.
But yeah, it's one of those things that you gotta do. And then there's degrees of it. So you can go and just pray the prayer at the mosque. But if you want to be like the Prophet, then there's a certain number of prayers and that you should do before the main prayer if you want to be more like the Prophet and get extra reward, but it's not mandatory. So that's just to go like to a regular mosque or to even to pray at home. But if you go do the Hajj that we spoke about before, the pilgrimage, there's a lot of rituals there, including something that is, I assume, borrowed from pagans, which is throwing stones at a large stone wall that is supposedly where the devil is hung up to be pelted with stones, and a bunch of other stuff like that. And it's funny to look at it now that there's so much imagery that looks like idol worship and looks like paganism, but Islam is so anti-paganism and so anti-idol worship. It's just that whatever happens in Islam has some other meaning, and it's not idolism, guys, trust me. But yeah, there's a lot of rituals there, and yeah, but for the mosque, it's just the one that I described pretty much.
Okay. So you don't have anything where you don't know it exists or you're not able to be privy to it unless you are super worthy and someone gives you the green light to go experience it.
Not exactly. I mean, the ones are all descriptions of God, but there's one name that's not mentioned there that's called God's greatest name, and nobody knows what it is. But apparently, if you worship enough, if you are good enough of a Muslim, God inspires you to know it, and if you know it, you can ask God for almost anything, and God will bring it to you. And I, even since I was a kid, I asked, well, isn't there one good Muslim out there who could ask God with his great special name to stop the wars or something? But apparently
Great
not.
question.
Yeah. But that's maybe the one example I could think of, if you're enlightened enough or if you get to that degree, then you'll know it. But it's not like it's a name that people can look up and they're just not telling you about.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's funny how people actually believe that it exists and nobody knows it, but it exists. Trust me.
Yeah. Interesting. Okay, let's get back to the rules. So we talked a little bit about purity culture. Yours was far more extreme than mine. Maybe do you want to give a little bit of context? I know we went into depth on your episode, but maybe just a quick overview of what that's like.
So, if you want to know all about this part, you should watch that episode because we talked about it a lot. And if you want to watch a shorter version of it, I have a video on my channel. It's a shorter version of that chat. But what comes to mind right now is that verse. So there's a verse in the Quran about how if you have extramarital sex and you're caught and it's confirmed, you're supposed to be lashed. I can't remember the exact number, but maybe like 100 times. And there's another verse about how if you are someone who has had premarital sex, you have this label of a zani or zaniya. And it says that if you're one of those people, if you're a guy, you can only marry one of those people, those tainted, people who had extramarital sex. or a polytheist, which is funny and weird. Like, what's the equivalence between being a polytheist and having extramarital sex? But I think it's meant to maybe demean polytheists and demean people who had extramarital sex. But anyway, it's to say it's frowned upon would be an understatement. It is punishable. So yeah, and men, obviously, you can't really prove that a man is not a virgin because there's nothing in our anatomy that would indicate any of that. But on the other hand, with women, and I'm talking about more recent history, I don't know what happened during the days of the Prophet, but there are people, unfortunately, where it's almost a ritual for them that on the night of their wedding, they have to show a cloth with blood on it to prove that the woman is a virgin. And as you know, women can break their hymens
In other
not
ways.
even during sex. Yeah. And it's difficult for those women because they have to prove that they're virgins, or they have to be afraid that what if my husband doesn't believe me? There's even talk of sometimes like virginity exams and stuff. And again, I'm not saying that this is exactly from the religion, but it is something that was
Cultural
inspired by it. Yeah. There's a lot of importance that's put on women's virginity and purity, and a lot of it would have to do with the honor, basically, of her or the family or the men in her life. And unfortunately, and this is not exactly something that's from religion, but it happens that men would take revenge on those women, be it, their daughter, their sister, their cousin, whatever it may be, if they hear a rumor or know that she had intercourse. And sometimes it's so bad that sometimes when a woman is assaulted, she's either paired up with the person who assaulted her, or she is treated as if she is broken and she made a mistake there, and she's blamed for a lot of it. And again, to clarify, not all of this is explicitly from the religion, but it's the ecosystem that the religion created and doesn't discourage. It doesn't put in any measures to stop that from happening. And one can blame humans. One can say that, God is perfect, humans are not. But I would think a perfect religion and a perfect system would anticipate that. A perfect God would know that if you give people these tools, people are going to turn out, or a portion of them are going to do this. And unfortunately, Islam left me very disappointed in God's foresight.
Yeah. There's so much victim blaming in many religions, and in Mormonism there's some quotes from prophets or higher ups saying, if you are to be assaulted and you don't fight back, it's better that you die. Or, okay, we of course want to take care of the people who've been assaulted, but may we not question what they did to deserve it? Or may we not forget that they probably did something to provoke it? And all of that is just so wrong. All of this victim blaming. Val, I have a cousin, she got in trouble for not bleeding for her first time. Later on, she heard that a lot of the women would clench their legs together really, really tight to make sure they bleed. Oh my gosh. Oh, yeah, Val comes from the Order, which I briefly mentioned, a fundamentalist sect of Mormonism in Utah. And they're one of the more extreme ones where they're marrying half-sisters and nieces. And yeah, go watch Val's episode. It's very good. Okay, so let's get back to some more of the rules. So
I
I'm going to...
I just thought of one more
go
thing
ahead. Yeah.
about that. So to contrast how, men and women are viewed in Islam, there are stories about the Prophet from the hadith, from the sayings of the Prophet or the sayings about the Prophet, about how he would sleep with all of his wives in one night. And yeah, and how he had the sexual strength of I don't know how many thousand men, and about how in heaven your sexual strength will be this, this much. So there's no shame in those scenarios to talk about how a man gets laid, or a man, this guy gets a lot of ass, to put it colloquially. But you can't say that about a woman. Like, imagine a woman saying, yeah, I slept with my husband so many times that night. Even though it's her husband, that would be seen as shameful. Like, why are you talking about your sex life? But the Prophet himself was bragging about it, or his fellows were bragging on his behalf sometimes. Or there's a hadith, a saying about one time he was sitting with his buddies, and then a woman passed by, and then he got up, and then he returned, and then he told them, you know, when you see something that arouses you, go sleep with your wife. So it's just, it's weird. Like, keep that to yourself, man. That's not a good look. But also, again, there's no woman that can talk like that in Islam without being labeled all sorts of things. And it's actually a common tactic to see those proselytizers and those Muslim preachers talk about how I used to go clubbing, I used to drink, I used to, you know, get laid, and I found God, and
Yeah.
all of this stuff left me empty, and now, you know, this is the answer. I mean, sure, it sounds like you had a miserable life to begin with. Like you weren't seeking the right things in life. But the problem is, you could never have a woman go on social media and say, I used to get laid a lot. Like, I slept with a lot of guys.
Yeah.
And now Allah has saved me. Even that, even her saying sex is bad, premarital sex is bad, people would crucify her for that. So there's a huge double standard there. It's, you know, when a man gets laid, it's cool. You know, it's like that lock analogy. A master key that can unlock many locks is like a good master key. You know,
Heard that
the
before.
terrible, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So I know that I'm mixing a lot of religion and culture, but they're so closely tied together. And I'm not talking
Yeah.
about the culture of like one specific country. If it's common across so many different Muslim communities and Muslim countries, there's a common factor here. It's not just
Yeah.
one isolated culture.
Yeah, of course. Is there anything... Now I just lost my train of thought. We're talking about women being unequal, being put to... Oh. Is there anything about how... I guess my question is more of the lack of... So, context here. Follow me. I'm getting to the point. In Mormonism, women's sexuality is not spoken of. It's pretty much men masturbate, and that's that. Like, I didn't even realize women could masturbate. I didn't know it was a thing. I figured it out because most people do, but I didn't know that's what it was. So there's this lack of discussion around women can have a healthy sexuality, or women want sex just as much as men. Is it similar in Islam where it's just assumed that women don't like to have sex?
Yeah, I mean, it's never explicitly mentioned. Sex is used as a motivator for men, like I said, and early on in the early days of you know, or when the Prophet was alive, it was a motivator, because if you couldn't afford to have a wife, you could just get a slave. You can come fight with us, and you know, of the women that we capture, you could just take one, and that happened a lot. So sex was an incentive, and also sex in heaven was an incentive. And in today's culture, yeah, it's viewed that men are insatiable. Men, it's different than women, you know, and that's why we got to cover up the women. It's just a different thing. I genuinely didn't realize that, and I felt maybe even a bit angry or upset when I realized that women could really like sex. I know it sounds counterintuitive, but if I heard a woman brag about, you know, her sex life, or that she likes good sex, I would think that it is somewhat insulting to me, even though she's not, you know, my girlfriend or anything. I had this idea that women should not behave that way, and that she's an exception. And it took me a while to, you know, deconstruct all of that. But yeah, women in Islam, it's really neglected any mention of their sexual pleasure. I mean, some might argue that a woman could make a case if her husband is not sexually capable. She could make a case for divorce, perhaps, maybe. Like, that's the extent of it. But other than that, it's the men's lust that is, you know, paid attention to, and women aren't seen as, you know, it's shameful for a woman to love sex that much, but it's not shameful for a man. It's just his biology.
It's interesting because women are sexual beings, which is why they have to cover up, because they're so tempting, but yet they're not supposed to like sex or want to be a part of it.
Yeah, it's confusing, isn't it?
Yeah.
And
yes.
yeah,
Did you want to say something else?
Yeah, I think that maybe one reason a lot of Muslims, or Muslim men specifically, think that women don't like sex is because them and their partner, when they get married, they're both inexperienced if they did not have sex or any sort of contact that way before marriage. So they're each other's first partner and first time. And maybe women just accept that, guys can climax more easily, and that's just the way it is. Maybe it's just not meant to be for me. So a lot of Muslim women are just they're not familiar with self-exploration or having a
good
good
sex.
sex. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So it's just a given that, well, we're created different. It's just that no, she hasn't tried different things or figured out herself, what works for her,
Yeah.
because she's not supposed to do that. And
Yeah.
there's
She
also
hasn't figured out, and then he hasn't learned how to properly do it either.
because I mean, if you have if you live in a society where you can have a relationship without necessarily getting married, and over time you realize this person's not very good at it or they're not willing to learn, you can leave, and then they realize, oh, you know what, that was a reason. Okay, maybe I need to work on it. But in a marriage, like you're stuck together, and divorce is not easy, and especially not easy for women to initiate. That's it, lousy sex forever, and yeah.
Even when you're married, are you allowed to seek education, sex education, or is that still taboo?
I don't know if it's explicitly disallowed. I know that there were efforts to, from Muslims to talk about sex in a way that's, within marriage, but this is how you can learn. And they have to use analogies. They have to use, they can't show anything explicit, of course. They have to be very careful about how they say it. But even that is viewed as taboo. It's one of those private matters that you should handle inside the house. So it's not explicitly said you can't have sex ed or you can't talk about how to improve sex, but implicitly people don't talk about it.
That's a bummer.
And and there was one brutal thing that I have to mention because I would feel bad if I don't. I would be doing a disservice to all the victims. Female genital mutilation, unfortunately, is a thing that it's not practiced everywhere in the Muslim world, but it is not uncommon either. And it's not exactly clear. It's not from the Quran, from the main book that it says you have to do it, but it is inspired by a lot of other texts from the Hadith and so on. And part of it is to remove the lust or remove the woman's enjoyment of it. So she doesn't, so she doesn't maybe cheat, or she doesn't have sex, or she doesn't self-pleasure. And it's very harmful, and unfortunately it's practiced in a lot of places.
That's right. Yasmin brought that up in her interview, and I completely forgot about it. So not only do they think women don't have sex drives, they actively don't want them to enjoy sex because they're cutting off their clitoris, and that's absolutely insane and awful. And I'm so sorry for anyone who had to go through that. I can't even imagine. And they're doing it when they're like older, right? They're not even, I mean, it doesn't matter. It's still wrong. Wow. Yeah, that's awful. So one thing that I was going to ask, what was it? Oh, are there any rules around oral sex being wrong even within marriage?
So from what I remember, it is, it's not classified as not allowed, but it is classified as disliked. There's a difference of
Disliked by
opinion.
who?
God.
Sorry, I had to. Okay.
No, it's funny because the word is makruh. Yeah, disliked. Like, and it's implied by someone, and the someone is God, the rule maker. But if God doesn't like oral sex, then don't have oral sex. No one's asking you to. But I guess God likes to be in everyone's business and bedrooms as well. But yeah, there's difference of opinion. It's not outright disallowed.
Got it. There was something in the 80s where they told everyone in Mormonism, married couples, hey guys, you can't have oral sex anymore. It is wrong and you shouldn't do it. And everyone was like, I'm sorry, what? And it didn't last very long because no one was going to do that. They were like, hard pass. We're not listening to that. So anyways, I just wondered if that was the same for you. Okay, so I have a bunch of super chats that I need to acknowledge. Thank you guys for being patient. I know I'm not interacting with the comments as much. I'm just so like focused in on this conversation. Lissa, she's always one of our biggest supporters. Thank you so much, Lissa. She said that she accidentally turned her phone to Arabic and had to do a factory reset to get it back to English. And the reason is because her brother-in-law is Muslim and they've been learning Arabic. So that's very exciting. Thank you, Lissa, for sharing. I saw your comments over on Aladdin's channel. We appreciate you watching and supporting.
And sorry about your phone data that you had to lose. But
oh, right. Oh, I didn't even consider that. Oh, no.
I hope
All
you
the
have
pictures
backups.
and
I really hope
context.
you do.
Yes. Here's a question from Laura. She wants to know, are Muslims superstitious?
So with a question like that, I have to always disclose, I can't say are Muslims or Muslims are this, because it's a huge, huge group. So
Right.
it depends. But for the biggest part, there has to be a certain degree of superstition, because, you know, one could argue that belief in God and angels is superstitious enough. But no, there's also, if you're a Muslim, you're supposed to believe in every verse. And there are verses that talk about black magic. And every Muslim is supposed to believe in jinn. It's the same concept, I suppose, as like similar to the genie from Aladdin.
Yeah.
And, you know, jinn could be good, they could be bad. And then there's the devil that's also one of those characters that's invisible, and the angels. So I would say that if a Muslim knows their religion well and they believe it, then yes, they by definition have to be. So a lot of them can be, yes.
Interesting. Yeah, in Mormonism, they definitely say no occult practices whatsoever. Don't even think about ghosts. Don't even tell ghost stories because you will invite in demons and spirits, and the Holy Ghost goes to bed at midnight. So, you know, you better get out of that boyfriend's house. But at the same time, they practice, like I mentioned on your channel. Oh my goodness, little kitty! Oh, so cute. I got my.
I summoned the ghost.
I got my wiener over here.
I can't say that.
They believe in patriarchal blessings, which I mentioned on your channel, where you have to fast for it, and there's a patriarch in the ward who puts his hands on your head, and he is supposed to give you a message directly from God about your future, which is literally a psychic reading, a future storytelling thing. But they use it to kind of manipulate you. Like, they say your patriarchal blessing will come true if you're worthy and if you follow all the rules. And it can be really harmful because they'll say things like, you're going to have many children. And then a woman finds out that she's infertile and she can't have kids. And then she blames herself because she must not be worthy enough for the patriarchal blessing to come true. So stuff like that really drives me crazy. And also the fact that Mormonism at its history, like in its roots, is super occultish. Not even just cultish, occultish, where there are drawings and symbols and lots of very interesting things from Joseph Smith. He's using a rock to put in a hat, and it's supposed to glow, and that's supposed to tell him how to translate the Book of Mormon. It's called the Seer Stone. He had special glasses that kind of did the same thing. Anyways, there's lots of occultism within early days and superstitions.
Do you think if he was alive today, he would sell this stuff? Like he would have a market online, and you know those like mood rings, for example, and things like that. Do you think he would be that guy?
He wouldn't sell things like the Seer Stone. He would just continue to sell his services and say, if you want me to find buried treasure on your behalf, you got to come to me because only I can see through the rock. He's that guy. He's not going to help empower other people to do things on their own. He's going to be the go-to guy.
But then with the internet and everything, I feel like that's a lot of potential. And if he's kind of a scam artist type of person, as you describe him, then I think it would have bigger aspirations than just, you know, seeing one client at a time. I think he would have live streams and ask people to like send super chats and stuff like that.
He probably would. I mean, he did run for president, so he was a guy with high aspirations.
Yeah.
Okay, Joseph Smith would be in jail with Keith Raniere. Yeah, seriously, from Nexium. Jeez, I hope he would. We have another super chat here. Mustafa, one video that always gets me is the Mormon cartoon, Endless Celestial Sex, my favorite line of all time. Wait, I need to know, is this a Mormon sanctioned cartoon or is this a satire? It sounds like satire. Either way, I need to watch it immediately. Please leave the link.
By the way, a friend told me yesterday about a play or a musical
The Book
about
of Mormon?
Mormonism.
Yeah,
Yeah, the
Book
Book
of
of
Mormon
Mormon.
play. So
And
good.
they told me that even Mormons sometimes like it. Is that true?
Probably. I mean, you have to be able to laugh at your religion at least a little bit. And everything is so accurate. I mean, okay, there are a few things that are super offensive that if you were a true believing Mormon, we call them TBMs, you probably would walk out because you were so offended. But if you're one of the more relaxed, progressive Mormons, like I just go to church on Sundays, or maybe I don't even go and I drink a little bit, but yeah, I hope I go to one of the good kingdoms, you probably think it's hilarious. Or we call them Jack Mormons too, the Mormons who don't really follow the rules, but they still culturally need to maintain their Mormonism so they're not socially outcast by their family and friends. That type of Mormon.
Yeah, my friend, he brought that up as he's actually another YouTuber. His name is Secular Spirit. Shout out to him. He was telling me that imagine if that was the case for Muslims, if there could be, a play or a musical or a show that is satirical about the religion, but Muslims could also enjoy. And yeah, we had a laugh because that doesn't seem possible or in the horizon. But that's the kind of thing that I am trying to do. Like, if people don't know, I have a few crude animations, crude as in like just not very smooth, but they're, telling stories of the prophets and stuff. And I'm trying to do it in a way that even though depictions of the prophets itself is a taboo, it's a no, it's not just a taboo, it's no, you're not supposed to do it at all. I'm not doing it to offend people. I don't use it to mock people or even necessarily the belief itself. I try to show the ridiculous side of the story or alternate explanations, or trying to make it more modern in a sense, and put a cell phone in and things like that.
Yeah.
And sometimes there are Muslims who reach out and they're like, you know what, I feel guilty about it, but I think this is kind of funny. So yeah, I have a
That's
playlist
great.
called animated videos if anyone wants to check them out.
I'm definitely going to check that out. Someone asked if Mormon missionaries go on missions in Muslim countries, and honestly, I don't know the answer to that. So if anyone in the comments knows or knows
I
of a
highly
Mormon who
doubt it.
went,
Nope.
that would
No,
be
because yeah,
really mean.
that would be
to be
dangerous.
honest. Dangerous,
I think
really?
that would be dangerous. Yeah. Because it's difficult enough for Christians who are in Muslim majority countries to, exist and have their religion and everything. It's nearly impossible to expand or to invite people into their religion, let alone someone from the US being like, hey, you want to join my other religion? Yeah, I don't think that happens. Correct me if I'm wrong. I could be wrong, but I don't think they'd be successful if they tried that.
You know what? I just remembered something. I just interviewed a daddy-daughter combo that's coming out next. I think it's next. No, in 2 from now. And he was Muslim. He grew up Muslim, and he was converted to Mormonism, but in the US. Wait, was it Canada?
Interesting.
Not in a Muslim majority country. But
Yeah.
as far as I was aware, it seemed like, so it was his dad that he was talking about who made the whole family convert to Mormonism, and it was from missionaries. But I think he wasn't really super practicing the religion. He was just more culturally Muslim, so maybe that's part of it. But that just
I'm
reminded
still
me.
curious. I'll be watching that.
Yeah. Okay, let's talk about more of the rules. I'm going to fire off some rules, rapid fire, and you tell me if any of them apply to you. Okay. So there's something called the Word of Wisdom. Joseph Smith wrote it, and it's basically do this and you'll be healthy. And they didn't even really follow it at the time, but eventually in like the 1920s during Prohibition, they super doubled down on it, and now it's part of the steadfast, hard rules that you have to follow as a modern day Mormon. Not even the fundamentalists, mainstream. No alcohol. No drugs of any kind, unless they're prescribed, then knock your heart out. There's no cannabis, no plant medicines like that, like magic mushrooms. It even says eat meat sparingly, but no one really follows that, and for some reason that's not really a rule. No coffee or tea. What are some of the other Word of Wisdom things? I think those are the majority. Any of those for you?
No alcohol. But the funny thing is, Islam didn't just come out and say no alcohol. At first, it was like don't pray while you're drunk, and then he gradually changed things to no alcohol. And the explanation is that if he just came out and said, "Hey guys, no alcohol," then people would not have listened to him. So he had to,
Slowly
ease it
ease
in,
him in.
and possibly it could be that at first he wasn't sure if people would join, and he didn't have a lot of power. And then once he did, he was like, "Okay, that's it. No alcohol." But it's and some think that he had a similar approach to slavery, is what the apologists say, but he never said slavery is bad or don't do it. Like, he didn't phase it out. He just put in mechanisms where it'll be nice if you let a slave go. You get some good points here and there, but he didn't phase it out the way he did with alcohol. But yeah, anyway, no alcohol. There's nothing said explicitly, as far as I know, about weed and the other stuff. But my understanding is if it's something that alters your state of mind, no. But
Same.
what's funny is that applies to cigarettes. And there are a lot of Muslims who smoke cigarettes, and it's not viewed as a good thing, but it's not viewed explicitly as like, no, you're not allowed to do that religiously, or coffee like that. That's fine. So it's not as extreme, it sounds, as it is in Mormonism, but the punishment for it is extreme. So if you get caught, it's not just that you get scolded by your priest or whatever. There's legal punishment for it in the Muslim world.
Legal punishment for smoking cigarettes?
No, for drinking alcohol. Sorry, I was
Oh.
mixing up the things. Yeah, for
What would the
for
punishment
alcohol.
be?
I'm not sure exactly. I think as per Sharia, it might even be as severe as lashing. Now, these days, it's not applied that way because you've got tourism. You've got in some places you have bars in Muslim majority countries that
I
are
was gonna
supposed to be
ask that.
for. Yeah, not every country has those. Like Saudi Arabia recently started introducing, possibly, don't quote me on this, but I think they might be introducing it to some hotels and specifically for non-Muslims. I know that in other countries in that region, they require to look at your ID, which, by the way, your ID has your religion on it, which is
Okay,
a
I was
crazy
just gonna
concept.
ask. You're reading my mind. I was like, but how would they
Yeah.
know if you're Muslim or not?
Your
Whoa.
ID, my IDs have Muslim on it. And that's why when people say there's 1 point whatever billion Muslims in the world, yeah, because I can't change that. I can't just walk into a government office and be like, yeah, just remove that. Maybe I can change
Why?
it to Christian, possibly. Like maybe they'll let me do that. But it's not a concept to tell them, yeah, I'm irreligious or I'm an atheist or something like that. That's just not a thing. And it would be inviting more trouble for myself, because if I get stopped at a checkpoint, it's not even a religious checkpoint, it's just a checkpoint. I might get picked on for having an ID that doesn't say Muslim. So yeah, it's the fact that religion is on your ID in a lot of these countries is I didn't realize that was weird, but it is.
Yeah. Interesting. The only similarity, and it's nowhere near as extreme, but it's kind of the same. Culturally, in Utah, they're super strict about alcohol laws. You can't buy hard liquor at a grocery store or a gas station. You have to go to the liquor stores that are run by the state, and they're only open certain hours, and I'm pretty sure they're closed on Sundays because you're not supposed to buy anything on Sundays. Oscar, what are you doing over there? He's scratching the couch, sorry. And there's all these weird rules at the restaurants and things, like you can't have 2 drinks if you don't have an appetizer. It's really weird. And I
Did he
didn't.
also own restaurants or something?
What?
What was he? Was he a restaurant owner? Was that like a pitch
J-Dog?
to like?
Joseph Smith?
Yeah.
I don't think so. It's just church and state are supposed to be separate, but in Utah, they're pretty much the same thing.
Wait, you're telling me now in Utah there's something about like you can't have 2 drinks without an appetizer?
Yeah.
Like
Now,
right now?
yes,
Interesting.
I'm pretty sure. Guys, correct me if I'm wrong, but I swear people have told me that, multiple people who visit. I guess I don't really know because I still don't drink alcohol. That's one of my weird things. But and I left Utah when I was 16, so I was never really exposed to that culture, and I was still Mormon then, so I wouldn't have even been asking for alcohol. But if you live in Utah and you drink alcohol, leave it in the comments, all the rules, because I know there are a bunch of rules. So let us know.
Yeah, it's funny. I was visiting Texas many years ago, and I remember that I was with friends and they wanted to drink. I didn't drink. And they said they couldn't buy any in that town because it's Sunday. And I was so confused. Like, so are you not allowed to drink, or like why on Sunday? Can you drink on Sunday if you bought it another day? I don't know. That's a
So
weird world to me.
the liquor stores are super packed on Saturdays because you
Hmm.
can't buy it on Sundays. So if you're out, you got to get there on a Saturday. Um, yeah, you can buy beer at the grocery store, I think, but it's lower alcohol proof. It's not even the full proof. So like my brothers will go to Idaho or Nevada and bring home beer that's normal.
Now I should do this a lot. No, you're not missing out. It's not a great thing. It can really missing out. It's not a great thing. It can really hurt you. So be careful. You might want to enjoy it in moderation, or if you don't drink at all, that's still fine. Just don't feel like you're missing out on something and now you have to indulge in it.
That's how I feel. That's why I never started. I had my first drink, my first full drink, my first sip of alcohol. I was 21 in the Eiffel Tower, and I thought that was pretty cool. Obviously, I'm bragging about it. But my first real
Yeah,
drink,
what a humble bragger. I was
right?
21 at the Eiffel Tower, but
I was doing a
anyway.
study abroad. And I thought it was
Oh,
so
you're
gross.
one
It
of
was
those
like
people who
free
just don't
champagne.
stop talking about studying abroad. I can go abroad
And I was
once.
on a study abroad.
Yeah.
My first real drink though was on my honeymoon last year in Bali, and I still didn't care for it, and I haven't drank since because then I got pregnant and I was like, oh darn, looks like I can't explore alcohol. Maybe next time when I'm not breastfeeding. Anyways, we're getting off on tangents. Okay, are there any other
That's the best part.
rules? The tangents. Everyone, let us know if you're here for the tangents or if you want us to get back to business.
I'm here for the tangents, but yeah.
Yeah, it's like, what time is it over there? It's super late on the East Coast. We're just going for it. Show us your kitties.
Here you go. He's always here
so
hanging
cute.
around. Oh, people were asking about his name. So I have a name for him for the channel. His name is Apu, like from Aladdin.
That's so cute. Yeah, I got Oscar Mayer Wiener over here. He's passed out on the couch. So cute, that cat's face. I can't. Soaking anyone? Oh lordy. It's just we're just going down the drain here with the after hours.
So, you know who told me about soaking?
Who told you?
I don't know if you know this YouTuber, genetically modified skeptic, Drew.
Yeah, I don't know
love his
personally,
channel.
but I know the channel.
Yeah, I highly recommend it, and maybe someday you can have a chat with him. Love that guy. Anyway, we were talking one time, and he told me about soaking, and I was like, well, "What the hell is that?" And it blew my mind. That
Do you want to tell everyone what it is?
Well, I'm afraid that I could be wrong.
What do you think it is?
And I don't know if I should. I don't know how to put it in terms that are okay for the channel.
Just
but
go for it.
Okay, so it's when a man and a woman love each other very much. I'm just kidding. It's when a man and a woman are in college and they want to bend the rules, and they, you don't have intercourse, but it's the first step of intercourse, and you just keep it there. And
I'm loving this.
this is so awkward for me.
I know, that's why it's great.
And there's one more degree of weirdness to it. Apparently, some people even have a friend shake the bed. So that,
do you know what that's called?
No, there's a name. Okay.
It's called
Turd wheeling?
earthquaking. No. No, it's called earthquaking. So, okay, I need to put some context. So for everyone who's like, what are you talking about? It's a common Mormon loophole. And no, not every Mormon does this. It's not commonplace. Like, as far as if you're Mormon, you know about it or you've done it. It mostly happens at BYU where the rules are just super strict and people are going nuts, and so they're soaking over there. So basically, yeah, the man enters the woman but doesn't thrust, and so it doesn't count according to them. So everyone's like, that's so dumb. Of course it counts. I just have to help you understand that when you're Mormon and you're super horny, you realize that there are degrees of wrong or levels to the sin. So you know that sex is a sin next to murder. We are told that very explicitly. If you have sex, you may as well kill someone. It's that intense. But it's like, well, if I just do some light touching or fondling or what they call necking and petting, it's more of like a slap on the wrist, or like maybe I won't get to take the sacrament for a few months, but it's fine. There's no super harsh punishments or anything like that. So when you get to that point and you're pushing the boundaries and you're pushing the boundaries and you're like, well, let's touch and maybe we could just be naked, but like, don't touch me down there. Like maybe we'll just like spoon naked or something. And then you just keep pushing it and you just keep pushing it. You're like, well, maybe if I just put it in, but I'm not actually thrusting, then it doesn't really count. Of course it counts. Yes, it's sex. We all know that. But when you do these mental gymnastics, it's just because you want to feel like a human being. You want to have those sexual feelings, but you don't want to feel like a sinner, and you don't want it to come with the guilt and the shame, which it does anyway. But you try to make it work. And so that's what soaking is. Earthquaking is when you have someone, if you're on the top bunk, you have someone on the lower bunk kicking the bed, making some movement, so maybe you can enjoy it a little bit more than soaking.
Is that called the devil's threesome? Is that what that is?
It should be. It should be called the devil's threesome. And then I think there's more. There's other silly names and other things that people do. I mean, the poop hole loophole, that's a common one, and that's other people practice that too.
Okay.
But
well,
so
I should have seen that coming.
I didn't know that things were super crazy until I left Utah and I was in Vegas, and everyone's like, where are you from? I'm like, oh, Vegas. Oh, Mormon girls are super freaky. And I'm like, really? Because I didn't really know. I mean, I kind of knew, but I didn't really know all of the loopholes that they would go through to, I don't know, just try and enjoy their adolescence or their college years. So
I want to say, kind of to echo what you said, I'm laughing because it is new to me, and because there's something hilarious about how far someone is going to bend the rules. But also, I'm not trying to make fun of the people who do that. I empathize with them. I know that they're trying to make a difficult situation work for them. I imagine it's very hard, and no pun intended. But
I appreciate
want
it.
this
Coming
to-
in with the empathy. That's very nice of you. That's kind of you.
No,
I think it's
but
kind of silly.
seriously, yeah. It is silly, and we get to laugh about it for the benefit of people who used to believe in it, or used to believe in their religion and don't, and it's kind of cathartic, but it's not meant to be like mocking Mormons or to belittle them. Even if someone is a Mormon and I think they're wrong, or they're not right about God, I still want them to have a life that is happy, and I want them to experience things that they want to experience. So if that's their way of doing it, who am I to knock it? Don't knock it till you try it.
Don't knock it till you soak it.
Can't say I had an earthquake before. I mean, does
Someone
it count
just-
if someone said I rocked their world, or is that different?
Someone's like, is this what happens when we go to a late night live on a Thursday? Yes, this is what happens. This is what it devolves into. Super fun. But at BYU, it's super strict. Actually, that's a question. Do you guys have, I know church and state are not really separate in most Muslim majority countries, but do you have specific schools that are more strict than other schools that would be seen as religious schools, or is that just not a thing?
That is a thing. Like, it could be a school where like you learn all the subjects, but also religion more than others. That is definitely a thing. And there's also, in non-Muslim countries, there's kind of like a Sunday school where if your kids go to, a regular school on Sunday or whatever on the weekend, they would go to a school to learn about Islam specifically. And even in Muslim countries, there could be that sort of school. Like sometimes it's called the madrasa, which is the Arabic word for school. But it's like in places like Pakistan, for example, I think they call it that, even though they don't speak Arabic. And unfortunately, these schools can be places for abuse. I mean, the typical kind, but also the physical disciplining sort of abuse as well. Like when people are memorizing the Quran, if they make mistakes or if they just don't memorize, they might be physically disciplined for it. it doesn't happen every time, but it does happen often enough, and it's not really dealt with well enough. So yeah, that is a thing.
Okay. You mentioned the schools for kids. So Mormons have something called seminary, but it actually happens on like every single day before school. So in Utah, it was actually an elective class that you could put on your little sheet of what classes you wanted to take. It would be seminary. It couldn't be on the school property, but it was literally next door. So you would walk out of the school building, walk into the seminary building, and learn about LDS stuff. So that's how it was in Utah. But then when I moved to Oregon, it was before school at 5 a.m. or something crazy. And I was like, Mom, you're not going to make me do this, right? And she was like, no, you don't have to go. And I was like, but also I had dance practice some days of the week. So that was also an excuse not to go to seminary. So that's something, indoctrinating the kids, making sure they're on the straight and narrow. But I was asking
About that. Yeah.
No, go
So
ahead.
something I
Go ahead.
forgot to mention. I went to a regular school, and I grew up in Saudi Arabia, as I've mentioned before. I didn't even go to a government school in Saudi Arabia because at the time we weren't even allowed to. It was for Saudis, but it was called an international school. Basically, all our classes we learned in English, and we had Arabic class and we had religion class as well. And by religion class, I mean just Islam. And so it was a school for everyone. It wasn't specifically an Islamic school in any way. However, from a very young age, we would have like an assembly line in the morning, and then often we would have someone recite Quran verses like before the assembly. And sometimes that someone was me, because I memorized the Quran at home with a sheikh that would come over. Like my parents wanted to emphasize that side of our upbringing. So I knew how to read it and sing it in a way that was following the rules of pronunciation correctly, but also singing it a little bit. And I'm rusty. Like it's been a long time, so I haven't done that in a long time. But I was ahead of my class always. Like I was a nerdy kid, and I was also a nerdy kid when it came to religion. So there were times when I would be the person in front of the assembly reading it. And that's when my stage fright began. And, look at me now, I live stream.
Look at you now.
Yeah.
Would it kill you if I put you on the spot and asked you to give us a verse?
Oh, God. Oh, gosh.
You don't have to sing it if you don't want to sing it. But I'm just curious what it sounds like.
I mean, this is a very, short one. قل أعوذ برب الناس ملك الناس إله الناس من شر الوسواس الخناس الذي يوسوس في صدور الناس من الجنة والناس. So that's a short chapter, like multiple verses, and it's talking about, I seek refuge in the God of, or the Lord of people, against the, and that's a part that is superstitious, against the whispers of the devil, whether that devil is a human or a jinn type devil. So yeah.
Wow.
Or it could just be like I seek refuge in Allah from like bad people as well. But yeah, that's just a short one.
That's a really pretty language. You should do audiobooks. You got a great voice.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, back on track here. Let's talk more about rules. Okay, media being restricted. So I'll label some things that we couldn't do as Mormons, and then you let me know if there's similarities. We couldn't watch R-rated movies, PG-13. Some of them were like iffy. You kind of had to ask your parents. Let's see, certain artists, if they swore in their songs or there was bad language, we couldn't do that. Of course, it's like family to family would kind of make those rules. I remember not being allowed to watch The Simpsons. What else? Let's see, music, movies, TV. I feel like I'm forgetting things. Is there anything similar with you? And then I'm going to keep thinking.
Yes. First of all, I can't help but notice the chat. I forgot to mention I have a second tiny channel that I barely started posting to. You'll find it on my main channel where I just write and read stories. So you can find it there.
Cool.
It's not about religion or anything, because I've heard that a lot. A lot of people told me, oh, I like listening to you, and sometimes I go to sleep listening to one of your live streams, and I think, why do you want to have, discussions about religion and arguments
People say
sometimes
that
be
to
the
us
last
too.
thing? Yeah.
Yeah.
So I created something that has nothing to do with religion, and
Yeah.
if I have time, I'll post more videos there. So I just wanted people to know. And in terms of media restriction, so I got to remind everyone that Islam is old, compared to Mormonism. Media was not a thing back then, but
Right.
there's opinions that drawing is not allowed, or just even having drawings, because it's a depiction of life, and you're sort of challenging God or insulting God by creating something.
Really?
Yeah, Muhammad was superstitious about that. Like, there's a hadith, or there's sayings about how if you have pictures at home, not camera pictures, but drawings at the time, that the angels won't enter your house or something like that. And don't quote me on it, but there's something to that effect. And to this day, there are some people, and also, yeah, music is not good. Music is maybe even, it was said to be like the instrument of the devil or something.
So no music at all.
Yeah, or you could have music but without instruments, which is basically like chants or singing. So there are a lot of religious songs that don't incorporate specific types of instruments. But then there are people to this very day who practice that way, the more extreme versions, I suppose, which I don't like the wording of extreme. They're just following, what they think the Prophet said, or as close. Yeah, exactly. But most Muslims don't do that. They're not supposed to be watching movies if they have anything, obscene or kissing scenes or anything. Like, growing up, I always looked away if there was a kissing scene. To this very day, I feel uncomfortable, watching two people kiss on a screen, especially if there's other people around watching with me. But a lot of Muslims in the modern world, they adapt. Like, there's music, there's movies, there's all this stuff, and there's degrees of adherence of, it's not good to watch something with obscene, I keep saying obscene, but that's my religious upbringing, with explicit imagery, romantic imagery, that kind of stuff. Yeah, so there's varying degrees to it.
Okay. I remembered what else I was going to talk about, which is you're not really supposed to read anything from authors who aren't Mormon. And some people will push back and say, well, that's not true. But especially when it comes to Mormon history or doctrine, you're not supposed to read anything that's not from someone who's not Mormon. So I remember one lesson, we were talking about the afterlife, and my mom had read this book, and I think it was someone who had a near-death experience, so they saw heaven and came back to life. And she was telling me about how the flowers were singing and all of this beautiful imagery about what heaven is like. And so as a kid, I was super excited to be like, hey guys, I know something cool. The flowers sing in heaven. And the teacher was like, where did you hear that? And I was like, my mom read this book. And she was like, well, was it a Mormon author? And I was like, I don't know. And she was like, well, if it's not, you should really be careful and you probably shouldn't be reading that. And I was like, what? And I just remember thinking as a kid, why does that matter? They very closely monitor the information that you are taking in, especially about the religion. And so that's why a lot of times people will say, oh, you're just anti-Mormon. And I think, well, the information I just gave you is on the actual church website, the official church website. And sometimes I'll link it if I'm feeling cheeky, because they try and hide stuff. They don't tell you a lot of things, but they'll bury it in their website so they can be like, we told you guys it's right here, that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. We're having a similar issue. Well, not with the restriction. I mean, there are books that Muslims say should never read, or these are heretic books, that's blasphemy, that kind of stuff. But what was the similarity? Yeah, so I always try to cite sources and show people that, I'm not making this up. This is what is from the scripture. But sometimes the translation from Arabic to English, whether intentionally or not, softens the blow a little bit, or adds some words that aren't there, or words in between brackets. Like, earlier I talked about disciplining your wife. You can beat your wife. And in the English translations, now you see a lot of like in between brackets, gently or something, or softly. which is still infantilizing and problematic, but there is that effort. I don't know if it's a coordinated effort. I don't know if it's just by coincidence, but that is something that happens right now because the internet makes it very easy to look up and all this stuff. So I guess they started panicking because in the past decade or two, people are asking a lot of questions.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing is you can't hide when there's the internet. If it's written somewhere, someone will find it and they will post it. And it's like, well, you can't pretend that didn't happen, which I think is why they're now trying to reel back the whole Book of Mormon as a historical document. And they're saying, well, it's just spiritually inspired because there's so much proof that it's false. And there's so many anachronisms. Like you said, you like putting cell phones in your animations because they didn't have cell phones. Stuff like that is in the Book of Mormon. They didn't have steel, they didn't have horses, but somehow they're all over the Book of Mormon that's supposed to be historical. And people are saying, well, maybe they meant tapirs. They're like little pig looking things. And if you can imagine a bunch of warriors riding into battle on a pig, it's really silly. So there's apologetics, of course, with some of it. But yeah, with the internet, you just can't hide from all of that stuff, especially quotes from the older prophets. It's pretty bad, and people are finding out about it. Okay, we have some other super chats here. Jojo Win, what's up, girl? Do they have prostitution? Glad I caught the live.
So not everyone believes in this, but there is, in some interpretations, the ability to have some sort of temporary marriage. So I'm not saying yes, but I'm not saying no. And it's not exactly prostitution, but there's weird arrangements sometimes.
So kind of like the Mormon thing that I said, where they go to Vegas and get married so they can have sex and then get
kind
it
of like that. But yeah, and I feel like it's, unfortunately, it might not be in favor of the woman in that situation, or it's not like an equal thing. It might harm the woman. Yeah, it's called like marriage of muta, marriage of pleasure. But again, this is not like a mainstream thing necessarily. It's just a thing that exists that some people believe in.
Okay, interesting. Okay, there's so many comments. You guys are awesome. Thanks for being here. This one says, you guys are amazing. New subscriber. Thank you for covering these topics. Welcome, welcome. Thanks for joining us. Oops. We have another one from Lissa. You're awesome. The Mormon community up on the North Shore doesn't sell liquor on Sunday at all, and they close early on Saturday night, so everyone buys it early for Sunday. Yeah, if you're not aware, Mormons have infiltrated Hawaii. Now they have a BYU campus there, and so there are a lot of Mormons. In fact, fun fact, when I was a junior in high school, I was determined that I was going to go to BYU Hawaii. I didn't want to go to the BYU in Utah because that's so boring, gross. I don't want to stay in Utah, but I could be a cool Mormon in Hawaii. Plot twist, I went to Vegas instead.
So would you call that soaking in the sun?
Maybe.
Sorry, too easy.
Great. Okay, M. Allen, thank you for your super chat. Growing up ultra-Orthodox Jewish, I kind of understand half of Mormon jokes and half Muslim. However, I'd like to explore soaking. Let us know how that goes.
Ask your partner if soaking is right for you.
We are not giving medical advice. Ask your partner before you consider soaking. We consent, guys. We got one. Mustafa Jav, good idea. Be a Surah reciter for a Quran app. Oh, yeah. That would be cool.
Yeah, I did that before on TikTok a while ago. Before I was kicked off of TikTok multiple times because a lot of people hate report me. They've reported me for nudity, which I promise I've never been nude on TikTok. At least not as Aladdin. I'm joking, never. But anyway, yeah.
Wait, what?
I got kicked off of TikTok many times, but there used to be a time where sometimes I would go on a live stream, especially during Ramadan, and just start reading Quran, and people would be so confused, like, wait, are you a Muslim or are you not? And it was my way of proving, like, yeah, I used to be a Muslim. This is not an act. Because there's this conspiracy that we're all like paid by these entities, or like we're Christians pretending to be ex-Muslim, which, to be fair, this has become a thing lately, like on Reddit and stuff, where you have people of certain religions pretending to be ex-Muslim to like give legitimacy to their criticism. Please stop doing that. Just let us have our voices. It's difficult already as it is. Yeah. So anyway, to answer that person, thank you for the suggestion. But yeah.
Peggy wants to know what religion you are now, which you don't have to answer if you don't want to.
No, I don't have a religion. I'm atheist in the sense that I think every idea about God that we know came from human beings, and usually men, like usually males. But every idea that we have about God is man-made, as far as we can tell. I don't know what is beyond our grasp or what exists beyond our comprehension. But it doesn't necessarily. I think that the idea of God itself is a man-made idea, is what I'm trying to say. So there could be something else, but it doesn't necessarily have to mean God the way that we think of God.
Right. Yeah, that's a great answer. What does your mother think of you not being Muslim?
So that one I'll have to skip, not because the answer is not good, but just because I don't want anyone, if my identity is ever found, to like harass my mother one way or another about her position on it. So yeah.
Makes sense. This is great. This is the best show so far. Going to the deep end. We have passed the deep end. So fun. Okay.
Yeah, I love how you said we might go over the 1 hour mark. I'm like, yeah, we will.
Oh my gosh, an hour and 40 minutes, and there's still over 500 people watching. This is great. Do you have to go because you've had a long day and you're on the East Coast?
No, I'm
okay.
Good. Yeah.
You've let me know when we need to put a stop to this. Okay, moving on. So here are some rules. Like we kind of mentioned, you can't buy anything on Sundays. They don't want you to do anything. They don't want you to go out and play with your friends. They don't want you, I say play with your friends, like you don't do that as an adult. Well, maybe. But as a kid, I remember being like, I want to go play with my friend. And it just wasn't really a thing. It was very discouraged. And if people saw you doing it, they would look down on you. And remember, I grew up in Utah, small town. Everyone knows everyone. Most everybody's Mormon, so we kind of had to police each other, or we were expected to. No, sports on Sundays, we were shown videos of athletes who were going through the hard, difficult decision of, I was just drafted, but they play on Sundays, so what am I supposed to do? And they would always do the right thing and turn it down. Crazy. So can't play sports on Sundays. What are some other rules? Like, just going over some typical things, and then I want to see if you have anything similar. You're expected to go to church on Sunday, hold a calling, which is something that is gracefully bestowed upon you by the bishop, a job of sorts that you have to do on Sundays. It's kind of a way to make sure they get people there if you have a job. So my mom would be a Sunday school teacher or in the in the young women's, and so she would have to go and give lessons, and so it makes it so you have to show up. And you were expected to do other activities like family home evening on Mondays. If you were a very good Mormon family, you would prepare a lesson for your kids and you would give them little jobs like who's going to prepare the treat and who's going to give the prayer and who's going to give the lesson. We're going to open our scriptures and we're going to discuss something and it's going to be wholesome and sweet. And then on Wednesdays, if you were between 12 and 18, you went to what was called mutual, which is the girls would go learn how to be wives and mothers. The boys would go do cool things like build fires and other Eagle Scout type of things or Boy Scout type of things. And those were kind of the requirements around the religion itself if you were to be a good Mormon. Anything like that for you?
It sounds like a lot more structure than I am used to. Mm-hmm. The one thing I can relate to is, I guess, a day being special. It would be Friday. So Muslims are supposed to pray at least 5 times a day. Like those are the mandatory prayers, 5 times a day. And on Friday, the second prayer is one that you're supposed to have in a group. So it's good if you have all of these prayers in a group at the mosque. When you have prayers in a group, you get extra reward or it's more encouraged. But the one that is almost mandatory to have, or it's pretty much mandatory to have in a group, is the Friday prayer. So growing up, the weekend for me was Thursday, Friday, not Saturday, Sunday. And I think that's changed now. It might be Friday, Saturday or something. But it was very difficult or like confusing for me when I first moved outside of Saudi Arabia. I was like, wait a second. So I had to try to find time between my classes at the time to go pray Friday prayer. And if I had to miss it, I had to, but that was our day was Friday. And no, there's nothing about not doing work or not meeting friends or things like that, or not playing. It's just that you got to go do that Friday prayer.
Okay. Interesting. So I'm wondering, maybe this is a stupid question. If they don't have a lot of things that you're required to do aside from the praying, which does take a lot of time, obviously, would you still consider it a high demand religion? I guess you would, because it controls many aspects of your life, but you're not required to physically do many things.
Yeah, it's the 5 prayers. So when I say prayer, I mean like a whole sequence of movements and stuff. So I don't know if I've explained that explicitly, but if you look up a Muslim prayer, like I can't describe all the steps, but you stand up, you kneel, you get on, like you bend over, and then you get down on, what is it called? You prostrate. And there's a whole sequence to it. So it's not just sitting and doing a prayer like this. Like it's a bit longer, and there's different lengths throughout the day. So that is a bigger investment that what I think other religions think of as saying a prayer,
Yeah. How
But
much time
aside
would you
from
say
that,
that takes throughout like all the prayers? How much time do you think you would spend praying during one day?
that really depends on how quickly you do it and which one it is. So like the morning one is 2 units, the noon one is 4, and like I say units, but I mean like 4 sequences basically of the movements. So the shortest one I would say could take as short as 5 minutes, could be longer. Yeah, the longest one could be as long as 10 minutes. But also if you read verses for longer and you continue the prayer for longer, you get more reward. So it depends. Sometimes as a kid, I would rush it because I have to go somewhere, but that's not really encouraged. You're supposed to take your time with it and meditate. Like it's almost meditative. They don't call it that, but it can be.
Okay.
But there's a lot of demanding things. Like it's incorporated in every part of your life, and people use religious language in their language all the time. Like they say inshallah and mashallah, meaning God willing, and another expression, mashallah, is like an expression of whatever God wants. There's the literal translation, but it means other meanings. So Islam is like really ingrained into day-to-day life. I forgot what the original question was. You were saying
About it being high demand physically, other than all of the roles we talked about, like the mental, emotional, spiritual manipulation.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't have the same kind of structure that you're describing, but it is really demanding. But it can be different for different people. Some people, they just, they do the prayer and they don't think much about it. But for me, it was demanding to try to make it make sense with the real world and figure out why, where did all the magic go? The Prophet did a lot of magical things. They don't call it magic, but, a lot of supernatural things. And there were a lot of these fantastic stories happening with all the prophets. Where did all that stuff go? And it was very difficult for me to make sense of this fantasy world. And also, I could read Harry Potter and think that is fantasy, but I could read the religious stories and think that is real. And that was difficult to understand. So it always took up space in my head over the years.
Yeah. Do they believe in reincarnation?
No, like you're revived after you die in, heaven or hell or for the day of judgment, but not reincarnation. And yeah, thank you for reminding me. I forgot to mention how there's a month every year where you're supposed to fast every single day from sunrise to sunset, no food, no water. And you get extra points for fasting in other days of the year as well, but that one's mandatory. Like everyone, if you're not a kid, you have to do it unless you're sick or on your period, I think.
What if you're pregnant?
No,
breastfeeding?
you shouldn't. No, you get a pass, but you're supposed to pay your debt later. Like you're supposed to do it later. So it's not just that you're excused. And funny enough, there's a saying by the Prophet where he says that women like it was a very demeaning saying, something about women being not as religious as men and like half as intelligent as men. I'm not going to get into the intelligence part right now, but not as religious as men. People asked him why, and he said, well, they can't pray or fast on their period. But that is a rule that he made or God made. But then he kind of holds it them.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Interesting. I don't know if I should bring it up. Maybe people are going to see a little into my beliefs. I mean, I'm of the side of who knows. I kind of lean into the magical thinking realm just because it's more fun than thinking there's nothing when you die. So I personally think there's a really good chance that we come back after we die and just like cycle and just try new things and reincarnate. So I bring this up because it was actually on a TV show called Reincarnated Past Lives, where they took me back with hypnotherapists. And in one of my lifetimes, I was a woman who couldn't have kids, and it was in I think it was a Muslim country, and I was super shamed, and I couldn't go into the temples because people thought that I was cursed or something. And they said, you could fact check this because you know Arabic. They said that I spoke ancient Arabic when they asked me, how do you pray? And now I'm wondering your opinion on that. I would want you to watch it and tell me what you think.
Do you have a video right now?
I don't know. I could maybe find it. It's online somewhere. It's been resurfacing because people will send it to me and they're like, oh my gosh, this is you. It was from like 2014 that I did this. It was a long time ago, but they said, I was like, I just pray because I was crying. It was very upsetting. And they're like, how do you pray? And so then I went into this kind of song thing, and they claimed that I was speaking ancient Arabic. I don't know. Maybe I wasn't. Maybe it was just gibberish, but it just made me think of that when you were talking about the prayers.
You have to send me the link later.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll send it to you.
You can't just say that and not show me the video. That's just unfair. Okay.
Yeah.
No,
so
Jonathan just pulled the link. Thank you.
He did?
Jonathan. Yeah.
I don't know if we should watch it. Is this Tangent City right now?
It's your show. I'm not gonna take that call.
I guess I don't know what part to fast forward it to. They like really narrowed in on one thing, which was I had just the day before done an egg donation. I was an egg donor 5 times. I had just completed the cycle and donated my eggs, and then I went and did the show. And in that regression that I talked about, I couldn't have kids. And so my connection was, oh, wow, it's like I couldn't have kids in one of my lifetimes. And so in this lifetime, I'm giving my eggs to women who can't have kids. And they just loved that part. And so anyway, and then I did it again as they claimed it was the same day. Movie magic. It wasn't. I went back and did another hypno session, and I was a guy in England, and they said all of the things that I was saying were provable. Like the place in England that I didn't know was a real place, they found it. It was connected to the sea. They found the actual guy who I said I was. They found the wife, like census records of everything that I was saying. So I don't know if that proves reincarnation is real or not, but...
Okay, well, you should have led with that. Okay, this needs to be its own episode.
Where we react to my reincarnation self.
Yes. or just talk about it, because you were hypnotized. I need to know more. Okay. We're gonna get to the bottom of this someday.
Everyone is probably losing their minds in the chat right now. Like,
we're gonna pull up
happening?
Google Maps and look up that place in the UK, and we'll do the entire investigation.
Oh my gosh. Okay, maybe we should. So literally, Lisa, just hang on. We'll do it another day because it's almost been 2 hours. I'm super loopy. I feel like I'm about to pass out. It's great. Okay. Are there any other things that we want to talk about? Babe, what are you doing?
No. Jonathan's calling the shots.
Do you want to have a look?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, this
Not
is
cool,
happening.
Jonathan. There has to be
What city
consent
are you
here.
in?
She has to say yes.
Jerusalem.
He's in a different building, so I can't even yell at him right now.
Okay,
Thanks,
take
babe.
that.
Love ya. We'll do it again another time. But that's it.
Okay.
It does exist out there. If someone wants to go watch it beforehand, feel free.
That's the first thing I'm gonna do once we hang up. Just FYI.
Yeah, good times.
I mean,
Okay,
okay, just to
so
last thing I'm gonna say, what you said about reincarnation,
yeah.
I don't necessarily know if I believe in that, but I have an idea. I mean, since all of this we can't really know for sure. What if when you die, you just see like a highlight reel of the best moments of your life, and you get to like kind of zoom in and experience them as many times as you want. You go back,
Mm-hmm.
you go forward, and once you're satisfied, once you've experienced everything as many times as you want and felt like you've had a good life, or at least you recognize all the good parts of your life, then you can, pass away, maybe to the next life, maybe you just disappear. But if people, people think that they need the idea of heaven and hell to feel like they get closure for life, but something like this seems peaceful to me, and it doesn't involve the fear of hell or the hedonism of heaven.
Okay, so I might blow your mind a little bit here. That exists
Hmm.
in Mormonism. It's
Oh,
called the Life
oh no.
Review.
Oh no. Am I a
It's
Mormon? Is
uh-oh, did someone accidentally convert?
oh,
It is called the Life Review, where I mean, I wish I had a chart. It's really complicated, and there's like all these little places that you go, and there's like a waiting zone if you're not baptized and you're waiting for someone to get dunked for you on earth, and there's just like all this stuff.
okay,
But
there's too much red tape. Mine is not like
there's
that.
so much, but there is a
Yeah.
life review where you're supposed to see every little piece of your life. But there's a downside to that, which is you experience all of the pain that you caused other people. So it's still kind of like a hell situation, but you
Uh,
do get to see, all right, how did I do? And it's the life review. Before, it's kind of like it's like a football game when you're watching the replay and you're like, all right, who actually scored the points? And then they tally everything up, and then they're like, you're going to the not
yeah.
celestial kingdom, you're going to the T-restral or the T-lestral because you did a bad job.
No, I can't. That sounds like torture. I mean, it doesn't even have to be the moments where I hurt other people, just the cringy moments. If someone were to make me watch all the
Awkward
cringy moments of my life,
moments.
just take me to hell. That seems easier at that point.
Yeah,
Um,
well, they don't even have hell in outer darkness. It's just you float
right.
in outer darkness. In Mormonism, it's called outer darkness, where you just float in the abyss forever.
No
So,
TikTok or YouTube or anything. You're just there.
nope, I'll bring the flashlights for all you
Oh
sinners
god.
out there. Oh my goodness. Okay, so what else do we got? Still here for the culty after dark lives. We talked about the hierarchy in heaven, spiritual manipulation. If something goes wrong, it's your fault. I feel like that's every religion, but definitely in Mormonism, it's, hey, I don't understand something in the temple. Why do we have to raise our hand? Why do we have to be like, hear the words from my mouth? Oh God, hear the words from my mouth. This feels a little culty. Why do I have to do that? Just pray about it. You're never going to hear them say, you know what, it is kind of weird. It's always, you're the problem. You just need to pray about it. You need to be better. You're not getting blessings because you must be sinning, so you better go confess to your bishop. There's something that you need to repent of, or else you should be happy. And so it creates a lot of people forcing happiness. It creates a lot of people depending on medication because they're depressed. And I'm not saying medication is a bad thing, but there are a lot of women, I think, who wouldn't need the medication if they were under so much pressure to be perfect mothers and wives and all of those things. So anything like that for you?
Lots. The one that I hear the most is that doubts or questions are the whispers of the devil. Even if, even if it seems rational to you, what if that's the devil, whispering in your ear? It's crazy to me that
Scary.
God unleashed this nuclear weapon of an entity on us. I mean, the way that I see it, the devil talks to us inside our heads or influences us almost more than God. And then that's the kind of thing they say, well, if you're a strong-willed person, with a strong faith and you're a good Muslim, then the devil won't get to you. But then basically you don't trust your own thoughts, because if critical thoughts are from the devil, then then you feel guilty. Maybe I need to pray
Mm-hmm.
harder. Maybe how much of my thoughts are mine? How much are from the devil? There's also, I mean, there's also this, and I don't know if it's good or bad, a net positive or net negative, but sometimes people like suffering because there's this idea that the more you suffer, the more good deeds you get. So it's not necessarily that you need to put yourself in harm's way or to suffer intentionally, but it's a way to help people cope with difficulty. So a lot of people in difficult situations and in impoverished communities, they feel like it's okay because once I die, it'll all be better. But it also kind of causes complacency because you feel like this is all for something. It's okay that I'm suffering now. I don't need to change the situation. Some people even cause the suffering themselves. Like when they're fasting, they kind of make it harder for themselves. Like when it's time to eat, they go around feeding other people and not eating themselves because the extra suffering is extra points. Things like that. And there's a lot of obviously like victim blaming and guilting, and the idea that if your prayer doesn't come true, this one's not exactly manipulative, but if your prayer doesn't come true, maybe God's just saving it for the afterlife. Or if something good happens to you, God is rewarding you. If something bad happens to you, God is testing you.
Yes.
To see if you love him, if you still love him, even when, if you still obey him, even when you're being tested, things like that. So yeah, I feel like there's a huge overlap there between both religions.
Yeah, there's an answer for everything, just like you said. And it's unfortunate. The same thing goes with the patriarchal blessings. So within Mormonism, once you hit a certain age, if you're a boy, you get the power of the priesthood, which is the literal power of God. It's a lot of responsibility for a young teen. And so when you get older, you give blessings to people, and you have missionaries doing this all the time. So they lay their hands on your head and they say, by the power of God, I command you to be healed. Maybe someone has cancer. The cancer doesn't go away. And the person with cancer is like, what happened? And sometimes they will say, well, maybe you didn't have enough faith. Or they'll say to the guy who blessed them, maybe you weren't as worthy as you thought you were when you gave the blessing because it didn't work. So what's going on? Or the one that you said, which is, well, maybe this is just God's will and this is what God wanted. And so there's always an answer for it. It's not just, maybe you don't have special powers. That seems to be the most obvious answer. Maybe you don't have the literal power of God in your hands, young 13-year-old boy. But people never question that. They're not allowed to question it. And you said you're never allowed to doubt. The Mormon trope is doubt your doubts. So don't critical think. If you have a doubt, just pretend it doesn't exist. You should question the fact that you are even doubting.
Yeah. Yeah, we get that a lot. And we're told, like, what's the source of these questions? Who planted these questions in your head, or what? Or, who gains to benefit from you having these questions? And there's all this conspiracy theory kind of mindset of someone is causing this or someone's behind this. And you should doubt your questions or the source of your questions before you even seek answers to them, because there are things that are beyond our understanding. And if you dwell on them for too long, you might lose your faith. And that's just the mechanism that, the bad people use, or the mechanism that the devil uses. So there's always an explanation like that.
That's terrifying. You can't even be safe in your own head. And
yeah.
With Mormonism, when you're baptized, so it's a 2-part session. You're baptized, you're dunked, and then you are confirmed by the laying on of hands. They love that whole thing. And you are given the Holy Ghost, the gift of the Holy Ghost. So according to them, I believe, this is how it was kind of painted to me as a kid, that other people believe in the Holy Ghost, right? Other Christian denominations, but they don't actually have it. So if you're Mormon, it's like you get a little ghosty friend following you around. If you're good. If you're bad, like the Holy Ghost goes to bed at midnight, you're not protected anymore. So it's this whole thing of, I hope that the Holy Ghost is always with me, and I'm terrified if I drink coffee or if I, quote, mess up with my boyfriend. Now I'm unprotected. The devil can sneak in, and I'm basically being attacked by demons. But it's my fault because I messed up, because I was given the gift of the Holy Ghost and I ruined it.
Yeah. I wonder how long it took you after leaving Mormonism to completely shed all of that?
I don't even know because I still believed in ghosty things, which is funny because they're like, ghosts aren't real. Here's the gift of the Holy Ghost. So I always believed in an afterlife and I always had ghost experiences happen to me growing up. And so, yeah, lots of ghost stories. And so when I left, I just kind of clung to that. And I'm like, I want to learn more about the things that I wasn't allowed to learn about, like the afterlife or psychic mediums or spirit guides and kind of like esoteric stuff. So I don't know at what point I shed the idea of the Holy Ghost. Maybe I just shifted it from I don't have the Holy Ghost whispering in my ear. Maybe it was a spirit guide the whole time, or maybe it was a guardian angel the whole time, and I just changed the meaning of it, but didn't really drop it for a long time. That's my guess.
Maybe it was the soul of a British guy from a past life.
Maybe my past life regression was just some ghost that was having a good old time feeding me this information about himself. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's possible. Anything's possible. Okay, what else do we have on our list? Have we covered everything? We talked about the youth programs. Thanks for doing this collab. You're welcome. The us versus them mentality, we could talk about that a little bit. And then subsequently shunning and excommunication. Ooh, I kind of want to start there. Do you have anything similar to excommunication or excommunication itself?
Yeah, so it's not as clearly defined as I hear that it is in Mormonism. Like I hear that there are techniques and like labels for it and stuff. There's mention of how you shouldn't sit with the disbelievers if they're talking about religion, or mocking it or criticizing it. Which, to me seems like don't think critically or don't let them get in your head kind of thing. And then there are people, or it happens very often that they excommunicate their family members, or they get ostracized from society, or they're just shunned. Yeah. It's not as well structured or defined as it seems to be from what I hear in Mormonism, but it is extremely common.
So, and here's another ignorant question. Do you get baptized into Islam?
No. So when you're born, it is a custom that your parents say the call to prayer in your ear, but it's not necessary. Like if they skip it, you're still a Muslim. So yeah, you're Muslim by birth, and that's you are.
I see. Okay. So within Mormonism, I ask because if you're excommunicated, your baptism is null and void. And if you want to go to the celestial kingdom again, you have to get rebaptized.
Okay. Yeah. I forgot to mention there's excommunication from life. So that's a thing. It is, people disagree, but there is a law, and in a lot of Muslim countries that may or may not be applied to varying degrees. But if you leave the religion, you could be executed, or you're given a chance of like 3 days to revert, which is crazy because some people obviously they take that chance and they're like, you know what, I was wrong, I believe. But if the prophet took so many years to try to convince a bunch of people, and like he had God on his side and miracles and angels and stuff, do you really expect a bunch of religious scholars to convince someone of religion's authenticity and credibility in 3 days? Like, and the prophet couldn't do it in years with some people. But yeah, so I think that people often get distracted with that one rule, and they, you have Muslims saying, well, show me the statistics. How many, ex-Muslims or apostates were executed in the last years? And I think it's kind of a distraction. Just the fact that it is a law that may or may not be applied, the spirit of it still exists. And people think if this is someone who in the old days, or if the laws were applied, deserves execution, then I guess they deserve to be bullied, or I guess they deserve to be, made fun of or beaten up or whatever it may be. So there's a lot of hostility towards people who leave their religion, especially if they're vocal about it. But sometimes people aren't activists. Sometimes they're not trying to make a fuss. It's just that it's noticeable. Like we hear Muslims say, you can leave Islam, just don't talk about it. You don't have to be open about leaving the religion. But sometimes if you don't act in line with the religion, people notice and people will start asking questions. And if you say, well, I don't believe or I don't practice anymore, that could be a problem. So, yeah, I guess that is a form of excommunication. Yeah.
Yeah, that definitely beats mine. That's terrifying. That's terrifying.
It's not a competition. It's not a
I
race
mean,
to the
I know,
bottom.
I
But
know, I know. I know someone left a comment like, my cult's worse. No, my cult's worse. Okay, they both suck. I mean, we're definitely not trying to do that. We're just trying to find common ground. But yeah, I mean, both are devastating. Obviously, the threat of death is excruciating and horrible and awful, and it shouldn't happen. And then, right, in Mormonism, like it feels silly to even talk about the Mormon side, which is just getting cut off from your community, which is still painful in its own way. Here I am comparing traumas and things, which I always say to people, don't compare your traumas because it's all valid. But yeah, I guess we can move on from that.
no,
So the
and I
next,
recognize, by the way, how difficult it can be to leave Mormonism. I know that it's easy for other Christians in the US, for example, to not practice anymore. So I know that it is difficult. I don't mean to diminish that in any way. And as an aside, I just want to say, just over the past, few days, witnessing people on your channel, it seems to be an extremely positive community of, ex-members and supporters,
yeah,
and I'm happy to be here and I'm happy to be in it. It's a really nice change from our communities. I mean, we try, the members try, but the infiltration and the constant attack is much, much worse in my circles, to the point that, like, I saw a hateful comment the other day that the moderator Jonathan quickly removed, and everyone was very appalled by the comment, and they were like, good job, Jonathan, that was awful. And it didn't phase me because we get those all the time. So yeah, I want to thank you for letting me be here and experiencing this, and I hope that someday we can have our communities be this calm and peaceful and not as disturbed by the believers as we are right now.
yeah. Well, thank you for saying that. And I feel like I can't even really take credit. It's just these amazing people who are coming on and sharing their stories, and then everyone just comes and rallies around them. And I feel like people just find solace in hearing other people's stories. And I think it's a little bit different for me because we don't focus in on one specific thing. And so it's hard to really get mad at us as a channel because we talk about everything.
Mhm.
And it's certainly not the case for other ex-Mormon creators who I know and love, who do get a lot of hate in the comments from from current Mormons. And so I think it has something to do with the variety on our channel, and just, I don't know, everyone is so great in this community, and I just feel really fortunate that I have them and that everyone's so awesome in the comments. And some of them are coming to Costa Rica with us, so I get to know them in person. So excited. Okay. Oh, that's nice. Learning so much. I love good conversations like this. Thank you. Thank you so much. Did we cover everything?
Doomsday, the end of day, we kind of talked
Right.
about that.
Yeah. End of days, cult. Okay, here's something. So Joseph Smith is like, these are the last days. Jesus is going to come back any day now. I mean, the church is called the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. He's like, any day, guys. Get your food storage in the basement. Get your 72-hour kits, your emergency kits. We Mormons have that. Mormons have big food storage things in their house, like drums of water. I'm not saying it's bad. Like, do your thing. We had powdered mashed potatoes, which my mom, I just remember her being like, actually, let's go get some potatoes from the cellar because we had to use it or it would expire, and we had to constantly go and do these cannery things, which are also owned by the Mormon Church. And I just remember canning food as a kid that we would have to eat eventually anyway because it did have a shelf life. So very much doomsday, any day the world is going to end. Basically, Jesus comes back. The righteous, the Mormons, the good Mormons, are going to be lifted up off the earth. Everyone else is going to be burned to death. The world will be made whole again, and the good Mormons will be set back down, and they will live in paradise for 1,000 years, called the millennium, until also Satan free. And then after that, Satan's going to be let loose and all of his demons, and we're going to be tested one more time, and then we'll go to heaven. So that's the apocalyptic story that I got.
Ours is, I mean, there's a little known hadith or saying by the Prophet where Muslims don't talk about this or don't know about this very much, but he said something to the effect of the hour, meaning the day of judgment, will come before this kid dies or turns 100 or something like that. And obviously that kid is long dead by now.
Mm-hmm.
And people have reinterpreted it to mean that, you know, by the time that this kid dies, no one else would have been 100 or some stretch like that. But basically, he's always said that it's so close, guys. It's about to happen. He didn't say it was going to happen in his lifetime necessarily, but that it's just about to happen. And there are these vague signs about how the day of judgment is coming near. And one of them is how barefooted Bedouins are going to be building tall buildings. And some people look at Dubai, for example, and they're like, look at that, barefooted Bedouins, that's their origin. And now tall buildings, the day of judgment is coming. But people have been building tall buildings since before Muhammad. You know, the pyramids, for example, are thousands of years old, and they're very, very tall.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so there's this whole like doom thing. I don't think that Muslims, they don't prep for the day of judgment, you know, in the same, you know, doomsday type of way that you described. There's no cans in the basement or anything. But there's that whole fear that, like, I remember this expression that sheikhs would say often as we're starting to pray. You know, they say line up and stuff, and they say pray this prayer as if it's your last. Like there's this whole fear that not just that the day of judgment might come any day, you might die any day, and then your day of judgment will come. Mm-hmm. So yeah, there's a whole lot of emphasis on that, and your real life begins, you know, after your judgment. All of this doesn't matter. So unfortunately, a lot of people live in very terrible situations, and they think this is fine. You know, I'm going to go to a better life afterwards. Or people would do terrible things because they think, if I do this terrible thing in the name of God, or if I'm fighting for God, then I'm going to go to the good afterlife. And, you know, what's going to prison or what's dying prematurely right now, as opposed to living eternally in happiness. So yeah, there's some similarities there.
So is that something that they can do, is commit a crime and say, well, it was for God, and so they're not necessarily punished for it?
I mean, so
or they're
I think
celebrated
that
for it?
so some people that does happen. Like, for example, when a blasphemer is attacked, like if someone were to draw the prophet and publicly get shamed for it and maybe attacked, like it's happened many times even in the past decade. There are unfortunately Muslims who celebrate that. There are Muslims who are appalled and who say, you know what, this was a bad thing, but God should deal with it, not us humans. And there are some who celebrate that person as a hero. And in that person's view, they did, you know, they did humanity a service, and they forgive themselves, and they hope that God would forgive them. And it's similar to, you know, people who commit suicide acts of terrorism. They think that they're doing it for the greater cause almost, or they're, you know, attaining martyrdom. And it's not that everyone agrees that that is good, obviously, but in that person's view and in some people's view, they're doing the right thing. And unfortunately, it doesn't, the way that we see it as people in the real world is there's harm being caused, and there's no God that's going to forgive that person. There's no God that's going to give the victims back, you know, what they lost. So yeah, I struggle with whether or not I'm an anti-theist, or if I specifically just don't want people to have harmful beliefs. I just worry that having this gap, having this vessel, I suppose, of belief in God is dangerous, because if you believe that God told you to do something or alluded to doing something, no matter how horrible it is, if it's coming from God, you'll do it. So that scares me a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's terrifying. I guess, I mean, maybe things in the early days of Mormonism that was true, like the Mountain Meadows Massacre or something, or the polygamy and stealing wives away, but nothing like that in the modern mainstream Mormon church that I can think of. I don't think so. Wow, this has been so enlightening. Thank you for going on with me for almost 2.5 hours. Oh my gosh, and we still have people with us. Guys, are you still there? Are you still out there watching? Wow. I think we covered it all. More collabs, please. Okay, we will have to do a reaction video to my reincarnation video.
I thought you were not going to say video. I thought you were going to say to my reincarnation. That would
I
have been...
mean, that too, technically.
Yeah.
Oh man, this has been great. Thank you everyone for being with us. Thank you, Jonathan, for moderating this long and watching Baby. You're a saint. We love you. Do you have any other final thoughts aside from everyone go follow and subscribe to Apostate Aladdin?
Yeah, I mean, if you like animations, on my homepage on my YouTube channel, there's a playlist called Blasphemous Animations, where hopefully I made it easy enough for non-Muslims to follow along as well. Yeah, other than that, I want to thank you for this opportunity and this chat. It's very easy to keep talking till the hours pass. So
Yeah.
yeah, I hope we get to do it again. And it's been very fun. It's one of the most fun live streams I've had in a while.
You know what? Me too. I had a great time. I was just laughing my socks off. Good times. I don't know when the soaking happened, but I think it was like somewhere in the middle. Even just that sentence, I'm just, okay, I think it's time to go.
That's what she said.
Welcome. Thank you so much, everybody. All the comments, you guys are so sweet. Everyone's loving it. This is awesome. Yes, hit that like button. If you comment after the live is ended, that also helps boost it to more people. We have never gone live for this long. It is crazy and so fun. Thanks for being here. I think I got everything. Oh, you can buy this shirt if you want. I'm sorry for what I said when I was in a cult. It's on our merch site, cultstoconsciousness.com, under the merch tab, or it's in like the YouTube. I think there's like a merch shelf that you can look at. And
I don't have merch, but you could steal this look, black mask, black cap, white shirt.
You should have merch. You really should. All right, guys. Thank you so much for joining us. And until next time, follow your highest excitement, be conscious, and be well.
It doesn't make any sense to have a woman in Mormon underwear on the cover of Sports Illustrated.
No one's saying Mormon women can't be athletes.
Exactly. And it also doesn't make any sense to have a woman in a bikini on the cover of Sports Illustrated. Nobody's saying women can't wear Mormon underwear. Nobody's saying women can't wear bikinis. But for us to pretend that this is some empowering feminist thing that should be celebrated, that's the lie.
Hey, I'm Dave Rubin, and this is the Rubin Report. Just a quick reminder to click subscribe on our YouTube channel and hit that little freaking bell over there so that you actually see the videos when we put them up and share them and all that good stuff. Okay, joining me today is a true fighter for liberalism in the best sense of the word, and the author of the new book, Unveiled, How Western Liberals Empower Radical Islam. Yasmin Mohammed, welcome back to the Rubin Report.
Thank you so much for having me, Dave. It's great to be here.
I am glad to have you here, my friend. This is your third Rubin Report appearance.
That's right.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
Just quickly before we really get into it, last time you were here, I interviewed you solo, and we're going to recap some of your story, which is just absolutely incredible. And then I had you and Faisal on together. And there was an author here from Der Spiegel, which is a big German magazine. And I had you on talking about your fight for liberalism and leaving radical Islam and the rest of it. And Faisal as an Iraqi refugee coming to America fighting for freedom. And then Der Spiegel put me on the cover of the magazine saying something like, I'm the leader of the alt-right. So I don't know what you're going to do to me today.
That was terrible. That was absolutely shocking. The word Nazi was in that article too. Yeah,
I thought bringing in someone like you would offer me a little cover, and yet here we are.
I'm a Nazi too, Dave.
All right. So let's get right to it. So I really think you are one of truly, I'm just going to pat you on the back to start. I think you're one of the most brave, fearless, like fun, joyous, decent people that I know.
Thank you.
And your story is incredible. It's incredible, and it's exactly so much of what is happening right now. So for anyone that didn't see the original interview, can we just do like a 5-minute sort of recap of your life? Give me your whole life in 5 minutes to then, so that we can then shift into this.
Okay, I'll try as hard as I can to get into 5 minutes, but essentially I grew up in a fundamentalist Muslim household in Canada. So here I am living in the Free West, but essentially under Sharia in my own home. So I feel like I have one foot in each camp. And so growing up in a fundamentalist Muslim household meant that I went to Islamic schools. The hijab was put on me at 9 years old. I was forced into a marriage with a man who turned out to be jihadi, a member of Al-Qaeda, actually. He was one of the people that trained the terrorists that bombed the American embassies in Tanzania. So a horrible human being, and I was able to get away. I had a daughter with him, and then was able to get away from him and start a new life with my daughter and I, because we're living in a free, secular democracy that supported me in that decision. And I stayed quiet, living my life with my daughter for many years, until the infamous episode with Sam Harris and Ben Affleck on Bill Maher. And that day, I was really shocked to see that everybody on my Facebook page and, all my friends were totally supporting Ben Affleck and, against this guy that Ben was yelling at.
Yeah, can you just quickly, I know most of my audience knows the story, but can you quickly recap what that was all about? Because as you know, my wake up, I came from a liberal New York family, and literally my political wake up was at the exact same moment. Like, I was watching it live as you were watching it live. We weren't going to meet for 5 years, and so many people, not just us, woke up at that very moment.
Yeah, it was a pretty shocking little microcosm of everything, So essentially, Sam and Bill were talking about liberals and how...
Bill Maher.
Sorry, who did
well, you just said Bill. I just want everyone to be sure we're talking about Bill Maher here.
Yep. Sam Harris and Bill Maher were talking about how liberals will get so excited and happy and applaud loudly if we talk about, supporting liberal values like women's equality, LGBT equality, free speech, all those kinds of things. But then if you talk about how those values are nowhere to be seen in the Muslim majority world, or if we talk about the fact that in countries like Egypt, like close to 90% of people believe that if you leave the religion of Islam, that you should be executed. These are concerning numbers. These are concerning things that if we care about liberal values, we should care about them universally, not just within our, close proximity geographically. And as they were talking, Ben Affleck got really irate, and he started yelling at them and calling them gross and racist, because he felt like it's like he decided that he wanted to be Exhibit A to embody exactly what they were talking about,
Mr. Virtue Signal.
Mr. Virtue Signal. And he went ahead and just did exactly what they were talking about, which was to get all upset that they were talking about Islam. Meanwhile, this is the same person, of course, that did a movie criticizing Christianity, Dogma, criticizing dogma in general. And
that's literally what the entire movie's about. It's actually a pretty funny movie. Yeah.
But then why can't we also criticize other religions that also deserve criticism?
How much of it for you was that Sam clearly laid out something that now I talk about all the time here, that you're you must criticize ideas and must not be bigoted towards people. Like, it's such an obvious thing when you think about it, but people can't, or not people, a certain set of people seem to be unable to detangle those things. You could criticize the Old Testament all you want, the New Testament, that doesn't mean you hate Jews or you hate Christians, or you would criticize a political party, that doesn't mean you hate everyone who's, say, a Republican or a Democrat. But for some reason with this issue, it seems almost inextricably intertwined.
I don't know if it's that intertwined. I think that they just pretend that it is, to be perfectly honest. Because it's sort of like, if Ilhan Omar says something and people criticize her for what she said, the response is, oh, you hate her because she's black and because she's Muslim. It's like nobody has mentioned her skin color or her religion. We're talking about the words that she has tweeted or the words that she has said. But it's just a way, I think, of deflecting. And in fact, that episode with Sam Harris, the reason why I started to speak up was because everybody that was attacking him not because of anything that he said, because everything that he said made absolute sense. They were attacking him because of his skin color, because he's American, white, and male. And so that's what they were against. So I said, all right, well, I am, Arab, female, and
that's good enough. Well, also you grew up Muslim. That might have some value in this equation, right?
Right, and then I'll just go ahead and I'll say the exact same thing that Sam is saying, and then you'll have to respond to the actual message.
Oh, but did you find out that was not the case? Yasmin?
Yeah, no, I didn't calculate correctly, because apparently I can still be a white supremacist.
Yeah, it's actually pretty. So had you ever, was the reason that your wake up in that moment watching that television show, was the reason that you had never heard it so obviously explained and seen a reaction that was so over the top? Like, were you thinking sort of this stuff? Because for me, as a big lefty and working at the Young Turks and all that, I had been seeing it, but suddenly it was like, whoa, that's it, all of it right there.
Yeah. So I hadn't been seeing it at all. And in fact, when Sam started to speak and he started to talk about the concentric circles and everything, I started to get really excited because mainstream media, I mean, this guy is on Bill Maher's show. I've been watching Bill Maher since I was a teenager. And I was so excited that this is it's part of mainstream conversation now. People are going to start talking about this. People are going to talk about people being hacked to death in the streets of Bangladesh, or people being whipped in the streets of Saudi Arabia, or women going to prison in Iran, I mean, et cetera, et cetera. All of these problems in the Muslim world that we should be addressing, being, gay people being executed in 15 Muslim majority countries. Why isn't this a conversation? Why hasn't anybody mentioned this? We have a whole month where we have pride flags everywhere, but that never comes up. Again, it's only people within this close geographical proximity. So I was really excited to hear Sam and Bill having this conversation. And then it was such an incredible punch to the gut to have Ben Affleck shut them down. Because I was like, oh my God, like really? Like, can you just please, you don't understand anything about this world. You don't understand the value of these men finally speaking up. And for him to shut them down was, it was really hurtful. It was really upsetting.
So let's back up for a second, because you're talking about the geography related to all this, and you've mentioned a couple other countries that are not that close to Canada and the US, but you grew up with a lot of those rules in Canada. I think that's hard for a lot of people to understand. Can you just talk, I know we've done this before, and we'll actually link to your original video in this, but can you talk a little bit more about, like, I don't think people can really understand that you grew up Canadian in Western, in a Western country and lived under some of these laws.
Absolutely, and in fact, like Faisal grew up in Iraq, and him and I talk all the time about how his upbringing was more
liberal,
than mine was. And that has a lot to do with the fact that when you're not in a Muslim majority country, sometimes the family members become a lot more zealous because they're super concerned about you picking up ideas from the non-believers. So they want to have like a very tight, that they want to make sure that your bubble that you live in is very separated from the non-believers outside.
Were your parents first-generation immigrants to Canada?
Yeah.
And were they fundamentalist on the way in?
No, they weren't. So neither of them were practicing, really. They were just born Muslim and pretty secular upbringings. And it wasn't until, they separated. My mom and dad separated, and then my mom was alone with 3 kids. And she started looking for support, started looking for community, and so she went looking at the mosque. She went to the mosque, and that's where she found a man who offered to take her on as his second concurrent wife. So he was already married, already had 3 kids.
This is in Canada.
This is in Canada, and I have to express, like, these are very common things. Like, this isn't just my story. This is very common that there are people that I speak to all over the States, all over the Netherlands, all over Europe, all over UK, Scotland, everywhere, that tell me about how they also grew up in households with more than one mother, more than one wife to the husband, and going to Islamic schools and living in their own little bubble of Sharia. This is, you know, it's not like my story is unique.
Are they technically married? Like, are the mosques actually performing that marriage? It's obviously not done in a civil way in a place like Canada.
Yeah, so that's exactly it. So the first wife would be his legal wife, and then the second wife, third, fourth, would be Islamically married. So yes, the mosques are performing these marriages. And quite often what ends up happening is he will go on social assistance, and that each one of the other wives will apply as single moms. And quite often the government is sort of aware of what's going on, but they don't do anything about it. This is an issue in Canada where there's like millions of dollars spent in this direction, but they don't want to say anything about it because, of course, cultural relativism, and feel, even though it's against the law, this is the subtitle of my book.
Yeah.
It's because things are against the law, but when a Muslim does it, people are afraid to touch it with a 10-foot pole because they don't want to come off as being racist or Islamophobic or bigoted or whatever. And then, of course, that is a real slippery slope that can lead to things like the rape gangs in Rotherham, where journalists, politicians, you know, everybody was too scared to say anything because most of these rape gangs were being led by Pakistani Muslim men. And so they stayed quiet about it, and that, of course, allowed these girls, some as young as 11, to continue to be raped. So that's what happens when we turn a blind eye. There are victims under there.
Yeah.
So
all right, so the subtitle of the book, How Western Liberals Empower Radical Islam. You wake up, you've lived through this. It sounds like basically immediately you realized, oops, this isn't going to be as great as I thought. Like, you sort of thought the dam was going to break, and it was like, holy cow, people are going to start understanding, the left's going to wake up, liberals are going to wake up. You quickly found out that wasn't what was happening. What else happened at that time? Did you start seeing support from places maybe you didn't think you were going to get support?
yeah, so initially I came out as anonymous, and I started getting messages like crazy from people all over the Muslim world who were, you know, excited that I was telling my story, happy that I was telling my story, and asking me to be their voice, so telling me their stories as well. And then I got to a certain, you know, it wasn't very long, I was probably about a year into it when I started to just feel ashamed. I was like, here I am using a fake, you know, Confessions of an Ex-Muslim, because I'm afraid to use my real name.
Right, that was your original
That was my
handle,
original thing, and I don't have my face out there. And these are people that are living in countries like Pakistan where they can go to prison for, you know, just questioning anything to do with the religion that would be considered blasphemy and thrown in prison. And so I started to feel like, here I am living in a free secular country. I have to be, you know, I got to man up. I got to put my face out there, put my name out there. And so that's actually what initially was the catalyst for me to start speaking. So that was their support. And that it still is their support that keeps me going, especially women in countries like Iran when they take off their hijab and they're posting videos. Women in Saudi Arabia taking off their niqabs and burning them, like all the women all over the Muslim majority world that are fighting back against the literal patriarchy. Yeah. Those are the women that I really want to be here to support, and they're the fuel.
Are you shocked at how fearful people are in the West, right? Like, you're just describing these incredibly brave people who literally could lose their life and their everything else, but that people in the West are afraid to say what they think, be who they are, and the rest of it.
Yeah, absolutely. It makes me, it's infuriating, actually. Like I mentioned, these people can go to prison and they can be killed for speaking out. And over here, you've got people where it's your First Amendment. Free speech is like, there's a reason why it's in the First Amendment. It's that important. And they are instead you know, they've got these self-imposed blasphemy laws. Like in Saudi Arabia and Pakistan and all those other countries, the government will get you for speaking out. But here they get each other.
Yeah.
Like it's really shocking to me and sad.
Were you also shocked that, because there is a world of either ex-Muslims or Muslim reformers or whatever, and I've had some of them on the show actually. Were you shocked how sort of at odds even that world sort of seemed to be? So that it's many times someone like you comes out, you defend liberalism, and then those guys who are supposedly the reformers will even attack someone like you.
Yeah, I think that there's always, you know, the thing is about people that leave their communities, you know, it's like herding cats.
Yeah.
We're not the wallflowers, right? The wallflowers are still in the religion. So I think that when you get a bunch of people that are willing to be vocal in this sphere or willing to walk away from their communities, those people are usually, they've got some fight in them. And so you see all sorts of, you know, schisms and sometimes negative interactions. But I don't necessarily see that as a bad thing. Mm-hmm. I come from a world where everybody followed the exact same book and everybody had to, you know, in Islam it's called a sirat al-mustaqim. So it's this long, thin, almost like a tightrope. And underneath the tightrope is hell. And you have to walk this long, straight path, narrow path, and you have to be very, very careful never to stray, or you're going to burn in hell for eternity. So there was no variation in anything. Like everybody thought the same, everybody spoke the same, everybody acted the same. And so now out here in the real world where people have different ideas and people disagree and whatever, I don't see that as a bad thing. I'm happy to see it.
Yeah, it's interesting because when I started doing some shows with people like you, the amount of hate I got from that crew, the supposed reformer crew, I was just like, you know what? I tried, it was an interesting thing. I thought this was a nice way of defending liberalism. And basically I haven't touched this topic and probably since literally the last time you were here, so which is almost 3 years ago. So even though I had Faisal on a few weeks ago, we really just talked about foreign policy and geopolitics. Because there's a certain opportunity cost that comes with defending liberalism in liberal Western societies, which is quite bizarre.
Yeah, but you know what? You're doing it.
I guess
we're doing the best we can.
We're doing the best we can. Do you think, so this is sort of where I'm at with all of this, and we don't have to make this specifically about religion. Do you think there is something inherently flawed or that liberalism has some sort of weakness that these people have been able to either exploit or unearth that maybe we couldn't see before?
Yeah, unfortunately, I think that that's true, and they've been very transparent about that. So the Muslim Brotherhood clearly said that we're going to spread Islam without raising a single sword, and the way that we're going to do that is through 3 means. Number 1, through the wombs of Muslim mothers. Number 2, through immigration. And number 3, through using secular laws against themselves. And in fact, Hassan al-Banna, who is Tariq Ramadan's grandfather, so the person who started the Muslim Brotherhood, said we need to have our children in the West so that they can understand the Western minds, so that we know how to infiltrate, basically. Because he was Egyptian, you know, it doesn't matter, even if we live in the West, we're never really going to understand their mindset. We're not going to know how to work against it. So, yeah, that was part of the plan.
So what do you think the weakness is of liberalism? I mean, you know, I talk about classical liberalism a lot. I do believe that it is the best set of ideas to create the most human flourishing and allow people to be themselves and govern themselves and live the lives they want to live. But I have come to a certain unfortunate conclusion that it might have a soft